Welcome everybody here to the top 5 plays of the week from Esports U, Clutch Key, helping to bring you those top plays, so let's get things started. In Valorant, it's the Loyola Maryland Greyhounds taking on the Army West Point Black Knights, taken to map number 1 on Icebox, and the Greyhounds winning the pistol round, so it's looking good for them to go up 10-4, but with the Marshal, it's MIB Police from the Black Knights on the case.
At the same time, but that opportunity won't be afforded. D-Sung, though, could turn this into a rifle, potentially more. MIB Police from the Raptors doing work with the Marshal and might even present a greater threat. Jumping down with the classic, turn into a right-click hero. A Marshal in hand, and MIB Police secures a 4K. Force round be damned.
A heroic play from MIB Police, but it would be the Black Knights taking Icebox and winning the series 2-0. Let's go to Rocket League with the St. Lawrence Saints and the Bengals of Buffalo State. Down by 1 in game number 3, and the Bengals are looking for that equalizer in the final minute of the game. Luckily, Jesco decides that, yeah, overtime is probably a good thing going into the last minute.
It's hard in order to even think about getting an insurance goal here.
Oh boy, it does feel like SLU as well, just trying to play survival mode. No, maybe they're thriving instead. A good bouncer from Elmo Fingers does get past one defender. Turks moving this across the width of the field. The pinch, finding the midfield here. Good catch from Jesco, putting a shot on target as well. Jesco!
Overtime, it would go in game number 3, and actually the Saints would win overtime, but as for the series, it would be all Buffalo State taking the dub 4-1. Overwatch 2 action with the Great Danes of Albany and the Spartans of UNC Greensboro. Third map on Havana, and the Great Danes won and cap first point in just under a minute. But Magix has a trick up their sleeve, and in fact, they might have more than one.
Out of here, they want to get that kill, and they're doing it. Jesse, they are doing it. Now Magix is back on the field. Lobs Nick's head, oh my gosh. Showing Volks in the business end of that too. The payload is still being contested, and it's all, oh my.
Not only is Magix Wand a sniper, but the Spartans had a wand of their own in the form of a broom, as the Spartans would go on to win the series 3-0. To League of Legends, where the Polar Bears of Ohio Northern take on the Dukes of James Madison. 12th minute in game number 2, and the Polar Bears want their second dragon. On the Kiana, though, Shomi is about to show us what robbery on the Rift looks like.
Great rotation onto this. They got the first dragon. They are likely to pick up the second here, and the Shomi can somehow make this work.
Well, they're trying, and over the wall, they got a ward and said snipe. And the steal! The steal from Shomi said you only...
Dragon stolen, and even with the kill lead, the Polar Bears also got that stolen away. In the end, Dukes would come out with the dub 2-0. Let's head to Overwatch 2 action with the Aggies of Utah State taking on the Rams of Colorado State. Down a map on Nepal, and the Rams need to make some sort of comeback to force map 3. Well, a crazy team fight leads up to why Death Trap lives up to the tag.
You're going to be in a great position. This Dragon Strike might be able to create some separation. But Cass is just taking heads.
Cass rolls the head of the finish right now. There's the Terror Search. Is he going to find anything? Is the question. Immortality View happened to be used. This Death Trap finds a triple.
We're at the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. Let's make some noise.
Oh, and it's gonna jumped into it.
Corner judges go for 1, 2, yeah, he needs more. And they're doing even more here.
You gotta touch the point. Mr. College walks it in. Toy Point just gonna drop.
Knife him.
Right out in front.
Yeah, 3, 2, 1, running.
Welcome in here on Esports U2 as we've got the East Coast Conference League of Legends Championships. One team will make the General CLO Championships and the other will be at the mercy of the committee to qualify. I'm Jay Turbo, joined alongside RMC. As these squads, they've got a lot to fight for.
Yeah, JJ, we've got ourselves Farmingdale State College, the reigning champions here in the ECC, coming up against St. Thomas University, the upstart challengers who, frankly, have looked incredible during the regular season, only dropping one game, and that one game was to Farmingdale.
And that just is really a statement to these two teams where it's like you have that one game loss. You're trying to compete against that top tier opponent in your own conference. And of course, the reigning champions, there's that extra bit to focus on, that extra status that you can gain. And looking at this matchup, I think we're looking at the mid lane. We've got Froggy versus Diomar, both of these players being a main focus for these squads and their junglers.
Yeah, and I'm going to start with the Bobcats here with St. Thomas and DMR, because St. Thomas is a team that likes to win lane, win game. If they get their lanes ahead, it tends to snowball out of control. And DMR has traditionally been that biggest carry for them, been the one who wins out his lane and then gets moving to other places. Whereas when you look at Farmingdale, it's kind of the complete opposite. This is a team that works together. They've had some changes on their roster. I believe their support bosun has come in. It was Liz last split in the grand finals here. And it's just still right in. They're still really disciplined, and they still like that front to back team fight. And Froggy, the mid laner there, has been their primary carry, not in the laning phase, but in these team fights, especially on his Aurelion Soul, which frankly I expect to see banned.
Yeah, the A-Soul, especially new A-Soul, is a force to be reckoned with if you cross that 30-minute threshold. He gets that Stardust, he just hits you with an extinction level event, ultimate, and your team is wiped off the map. And otherwise, you just have to face the laser beam and him just drive by, shredding through your tanks, shredding through your backline, what have you. So certainly going to be a pick to watch. And of course, I think contested for both of these mid laners, that Victor having that consistent control mage, being able to hold on to the game, especially for Diomar. If his Zoe gets banned out, those poke champs he likes to play at times. But I mean, Diomar, he's got such a deep roster. We're expecting to see him step up in the first half of draft. And both of these teams, we're looking ahead of that draft as we hop right on in. First ban going to be that Caitlyn in the bot lane.
Yeah, and it will be St. Thomas on the blue side here, Farmingdale on the red side. Now, one thing we didn't touch too much on, J-Turbo, was the bot laners for both of these teams. For Farmingdale, H&G, a really strong scaling AD carry here, but one who paired with bosun has been dominating most of their lanes, whereas for St. Thomas, Nami Swan and Clueless. Nami Swan's technical rank is going for, but we've heard from him before, that's just because he doesn't play too much ranked, and yeah, he's really, really solid, but he's not lane dominant. So the bot side, taking away lane dominant champions like Caitlyn or something like maybe even Illusion here, I respect that, understand that. I don't think H&G actually plays Illusion, but Kaisa is another thing that we might have to watch out for.
Yeah, I completely agree. Certainly one of those extra dive champs, and for Farmingdale, when you want to scale up, when you want to have that dive potential as well as being able to just sit back and fight, Kaisa hits both of those boxes, and you predicted it perfectly. The A-Soul taken off the table away from Froggy, and overall, some extra strength taken away from Diomar in that new Annie, the Rise as well, giving him an option that can scale up just as late as anything else. And now Cooley looking to step up with this Nidalee. We've seen it quite a bit out of St. Thomas, gives themselves that flexibility, but also with how Dolphin and Diomar can play early, wanting to win that lane. If any of them fall behind, it is a very tough road forward.
Now, in the regular season, JJ, we did see Cooley pick the Nidalee game one of that one match that they lost. And the Nidalee kind of didn't work out. They kind of stepped away from it. So the fact that Cooley has gone back to this, to me, St. Thomas, they're testing the waters. This is the grand finals. It is a best of 5, and they do have time to adapt if this doesn't work out.
Yeah, and I think that this is a champ that I've seen them play all the way back last fall. St. Thomas playing in the Battle for Florida tournament. They eventually lost to UF, but this Nidalee was one of the core pieces of success in their series up against Florida Tech that let them get to the semifinals. So certainly some comfort coming back into play. But this Xayah locked in pretty early for Farmingdale, giving themselves some safety, and again, playing for that scaling.
Yeah, it's also takeaway for Nami Swan. This is his most played champion throughout the regular season here. Vigar, early pick, J-Turbo. And Vigar, another very strong scaling mid lane champion with a lot of zone control. Different from Aurelion Soul, it's not that sustained damage. It's all about that burst here. But it just fits Farmingdale's style, and I feel like they've already got the backbone of their composition. Ziggs being picked up. Now, Ziggs can be both bot or mid here, and mid actually doesn't hurt too badly against the Vigar, where you can just outrange him, poke him out, and Vigar can't do anything much about it.
Yeah, and I do like this flex potential out of the Ziggs. It forces Farmingdale to really question out their bans. Of course, it's not really in Nami Swan's playbook traditionally to play the Ziggs, but of course you can always mess with having extra poke, as we do see that Jace locked in for Dolphin as well. And that just means that St. Thomas 3 poke champs already out, seeing the kind of range that Froggy and H&G are putting together with the Xayah and the Vigar, wanting to cut that down, make these fights really difficult. But we're seeing that Rakan, so there comes in a little bit of those engage problems that might have been missing for Farmingdale.
Yeah, and I have to go back to that Jace a little bit, Jerry Turbo, because we don't know where this Jace is going to go either. We think it's for Dolphin, but DMR is the one who actually plays more Jace between Dolphin and DMR here. So it could still be flexing for Farmingdale. That makes it hard. What do you ban? You don't know where anything's going. The only thing you know for a fact hasn't been picked at this point is the support role. So for now, Farmingdale are going with the assumption it's Jace mid for DMR, and they're taking away the top lanes here. They hovered the Olaf, which... I think Dolphin has done a great job on here. They've set up for the Jax here, but I wouldn't be surprised if they still go back to that Olaf ban for the second ban.
Yeah, Dolphin very, very comfortable on that champ, flexing between. Sometimes, of course, you get standard TP with the Ghost, but sometimes even goes for Exhaust or Ignite to try and just win out the lane. Like you said, win lane, win game is the St. Thomas playbook, and we've seen it plenty of times from Dolphin, where if you get ahead on that Olaf, you're a force to be reckoned with in the side lane. You can just tear up early to mid-game team fights with how strong you are, and how doesn't matter if you shred away some of those extra stats from Ragnarok, the damage will matter. But now the Lee Sin locked in, so some of that early pressure, that proactivity that was probably missing for Farmingdale with the Xayah and the Vygar locked in, now put together with the Lee Sin.
Yeah, and I really like this Lee Sin pick for Terrence. For Farmingdale, a lot of times Terrence is the guy who carries them through that early game on these early champions, the bridge to get to that late game team fighting. Lee Sin, a champion he excels at. I love the mobility he's shown, the proactive ganking he does as well to punish the lanes and make sure that his lanes get skill up. Now, the big thing to note that is that on this patch 13.7, Lee Sin did get nerfed a little bit, specifically his early game. It's not a significant as far as I'm concerned, but for some of these players, maybe that slight difference might make the difference between a kill or a death.
Yeah, and it's those fine margins that we talk about, I think, especially with a champ like Lee Sin, where your damages are very, very tight early on. You're off of your Sonic Wave. You're trying to make sure that you're pumping out as much as possible in between autos. But we're seeing a bit of a front line put together for St. Thomas. The Cassante, of course, locked in. And now the Alistair confirmed as well. So this is a bit of a different direction. Heavy poke put together at the start. And then you've got a couple of guys who just want to get in there and start brawling for St. Thomas. So this is definitely a different approach than what I've seen to a lot of pick comps. And now the Yasuo thrown in for maybe a little bit of bounce housing. RMC, I'm going to let you handle this one because there's a lot going on here.
Yeah, no, I actually really like this from Farmingdale's side here. You knew what you're running into at this point. You'd seen the Cassante. You know the Jace is going to be in the mid lane. Cassante, a bit of a lane bully, but I think with the mobility that Yasuo has, he can avoid quite a bit of that trading that Cassante likes to put down. More importantly, you get the skilling. And sure, there's no Nautilus in the team. You know, it's not a Malphite, but you've got a Rakan, you've got a Lee Sin. There is good setup potential for these big team fights. I think Farmingdale have everything they wanted. For the side of St. Thomas here, their composition a little bit more split. There's really good poke, there's really good zone control with the Ziggs, the Nidalee, and the Jace here. And more importantly, the laning J-Turbo is going to be strong. Nidalee versus Lee Sin is where my eyes are going to be, because whichever jungler gets ahead is probably going to dictate how this early game matchup goes. But Cooley plays a lot of Nidalee, and if he gets DMR ahead on this Jace, Shock Blast from everywhere can easily swing lanes in their favor. So we kind of set up the expectation early. St. Thomas, win lane, win game. They've doubled down on that. And Farmingdale, it's all about that late game team fight.
Yeah, it's all about that team fight. Terrence on this Lee Sin is really, I think, they're one shining piece of the early game. As you said, it can help alleviate some of that pressure from the early lane strength and a lot of the poke that's coming out from the side of St. Thomas. But also, I really like this Cassante and Alistair sort of as a re-engage option for St. Thomas. If they get jumped on by this Lee Sin or they get jumped on by this Rakan, you can disengage with the headbutt. You can interrupt pieces with a ground slam. And of course, if you go all out, you can just step through the team and really distract a lot of those moments and prevent that coordinated team fight from executing how Farmingdale wants it to. But that's still very tough to manage. The stylistic change between team fight to disengage and poking things out, it's not going to be easy, but I think for both of these teams, this is reflective of some of their strengths, and it'll be a good indicator for this season, for this series as we go. Again, it's best of 5, plenty of time for both squads to adjust.
Exactly. It's just game 1 here, and I like that St. Thomas is the one who feels like they're going outside their comfort zone a little bit here. One thing you mentioned, JJ, the discipline that you're going to require with a poke composition. We don't see poke compositions too frequently nowadays because there are too many forms of engage here. But Clueless, a lot of weight on his shoulders with the Alistar. And the Alistar doesn't fit STU's general sort of modus operandi here. Because Alistar isn't a lane dominance champion. Yeah, picking him for the Unbreakable Will, the level 6, to survive a lot of that initial engage, the disengage you're talking about. It's going to be great against Vygar later.
Yeah.
But early lane against a Rakan Xayah and with the Ziggs in your back pocket, that is not a lane that's going to be winning out here. With the Ziggs, you don't have enough damage. A lot of times you need that lost chapter before your poke. You have enough mana for your poke to stick. And so before that, expect to see Bosun on this Rakan just kind of bullying them out. And if that lane kind of falls apart, J-Turbo, then there's a chance Bosun starts roaming with Terrence. And then DMR, that sort of early game win con for St. Thomas, maybe he gets ganked, maybe he gets set behind, and then I get really worried for this STU school.
Yeah. The one thing that comes to my mind is just Ziggs' ability to sit back and farm and just sort of ignore whatever lane opponent they have. Once they sort of reach a point, they can just start clearing waves. And so maybe the objective is, with Clueless on this Alistar, you pair him up with Cooley, and you can start making some major impact on this bottom side of the map and even start roaming him up as early as like level 4 if you want to start getting control of that top side of the river if you really need to. Maybe that's the direction that St. Thomas wants to go with this comp, is make sure that their lanes survive with this roaming Alistar, help Cooley have that priority against Terrence, because Bosun wants to sit in lane a little bit longer, and of course, Xayah much more vulnerable on her own pre-6 than a Ziggs. So maybe that ability to just sort of sit back, absorb waves, get that solo XP, whereas Alistar, once he hits 6, he is as good as anyone else, right? He's spiked. He's there. He's ready to go. He's ready to say, mess with the bull, you get the horns and step out into the field. So I'm very excited to see how they take this early game, because as we've said, they need to win the early game. They need to be ahead once we get to the mid game, and once they're hitting their 1-2 item spikes. Otherwise, your poke composition is going to start to fall apart, and the scaling for Farmingdale is definitely there.
Yeah, and if we look at the regular season, when these two teams met back in round 5, best of 3s here, it went the full distance. It's worth noting that St. Thomas had the lead in pretty much all 3 of those games. So their laning has never been in doubt. The big question to me is on Farmingdale and how they can kind of turn the tides here. They've always been able to do it, but J-Turbo, I feel like if you're betting on late game team fights, it always gets a little bit risky. It could really swing either way here. So we're talking a lot about St. Thomas being on a bit of a timer, pressures on them to make something happen, but Farmingdale have to make sure they don't slip up either. They're really, really solid in general, but because of this Yasuo pick on the top side, I feel like it's a little bit more volatile than what we've traditionally seen. The Mims usually on things like Fiora, Irelia, who will be fine skilling up, who are really good in the 1v1 trades. Yasuo, a little bit less so. He's more 14 fights than the 1v1, and more importantly, his early game is a lot weaker, I think, than what the Mims traditionally likes to play.
Yeah, I completely agree that you're taking this very volatile sort of coin flip way that's not necessarily in his comfort zone. But one additional point is, no matter how far behind Yasuo gets, you get one ultimate, you're holding everyone in place, and one dark matter from the Vygar can be enough to win a fight. One feather drawback from the Xayah can be enough to win that fight. And of course, the utility of the wind wall as this game goes up only increases when you're dodging Nidalee spears, you're blocking the blasts from the Jace, you're blocking the bombs from the Ziggs. So there's some hidden synergy. But one player we haven't really mentioned so far is in the top lane for St. Thomas, Dolphin on this Cassante, how this is sort of in their wheelhouse with someone who wants to fight, but normally they're picking up champs like the Olaf, like the Jax, and they're really trying to get in there playing these pseudo more bruisery, more aggro-focused champs, whereas now after some of the nerfs, Cassante turns into just more of that tank who wants to disrupt your backline than really be the major threat. So how do you think that stylistic difference is going to step into St. Thomas and this player for them?
Oh, Cassante might be the tank, but I feel like he's the most aggressive tank in the current meta, where once you go out, exactly, you get to play almost duelist once you go all out there, and I think that kind of really fits what Dolphin wants to do. And he has some games with Cassante in the regular season as well. It does feel like that's probably the best tank they're gonna find for Dolphin that fits his playstyle. So I think they're pretty happy with that, and considering that they had to blind the top lane pick at that point, I think it's a great first game, a baseline to kind of go off on. And keep in mind too, Farmingdale had to throw both their bans in the second phase against that top lane, Jax and Olaf taken out as well. So for now, I like the pickup, J-Turbo, and I'm not too worried about that top side for Dolphin. I know that we had spoken a little bit before the stream started about Dolphin sometimes overreaching a little bit on the late game carries here. Now, that shouldn't be an issue with Cassante. So I'm liking it. But J-Turbo, do you agree with that? I know that
absolutely. Like, I'm on the same page. Like, that's what I'm thinking. But it's just, as the game progresses and as you're not necessarily able to get those same instant kills, or as you're starting to get more focus on the CC train, and as these cages are going to get a little tighter and tighter from Froggy, if that Cassante is going to be enough when you're used to being able to just run through CC on the Olaf with the Ragnarok, or you're able to just one-shot an ADC, and that might not always be the case for Dolphin. But I think, as you said, it's a tank that likes to get in there, likes to get scrappy, and especially with Clueless on this Alistar, to get in there as well. And neither of them are going to die very quickly unless they get hit with a full combo from the Vigar, and even then, you're only taking out one, and there's disruption from the other.
And again, if you're burning the Primordial Burst on one of the tags there, St. Thomas is going to be more than happy with that.
Yes.
That's not available to hit one of the carries, so job done there. Fully agree. I'll double down on that, J-Toro. I'm not even worried about the late game. If we hit late game, I've already at St. Thomas's other issues they need to worry about other than Dolphins killing at that point. So,
true.
Yeah, I'm looking at strictly early game for St. Thomas here. Need them to get that lead and kind of take over from there. And that is our expectation. If Farmingdale can shut them down in the early game, that spells really good things for Farmingdale and a lot of problems for STU for the rest of the series.
Yeah, it really does. This early game, again, as we said, Terrence going to be that major focus.
Yeah.
Is this Lee Sin ganking early? Are we seeing maybe as early as a level 2, or are we seeing that instant level 3 off of a 3 camp to try and make some impact? Are they tracking Cooley well enough to make sure this Nidalee isn't just stepping up and able to take over the game? And of course, for St. Thomas, what's Clueless going to look like in this early game? Is it going to be hovering this Ziggs or trying to get some early impact with Cooley roaming around the map? There's a few different options, and I think that they're very indicative of how this game is going to go. This opening 10 minutes, very, very impactful, and I'm very, very excited.
So, Jay Sherbo, with that said, because we are focusing on the early game here, predictions for the junglers here. I'm going to put my prediction up, and then I'm going to ask you what you think the junglers are going to do. For St. Thomas, I think you actually leave the Alistar Ziggs alone, because Rickon's going to be really hard to hit the spear, and Zaya can be a little bit slippery as well. I think you go, get Dolphin hit, get DMR, these big solo lane carries ahead. And for Terrence, I would actually love to see him counter gank and match Cooley, because I think if you stop Cooley, that's a win in Terrence's book. J Turbo, what are your thoughts on how this early game is going to go?
I have to say, I like that approach, the counter ganking approach, trying to limit Cooley's influence and impact, because I think the later this game goes, Terrence, even if you are just a Dragon Kick bot, you've got a Yasuo on your team. That's plenty.
Sure, yeah.
You can one-shot champs. If you hit any of the squishies, that is a ton of damage just immediately off the table from one ability. So I think that's probably the best route for Terrence, is just limiting Cooley. As you said, just preventing that early game is a win already, because you feel more confident in the late game. But I also think there's a case to be made for trying to shut down Diomar as well, because he's probably going to be pushing this lane a little more aggressively, trying to deny as much farm as possible from Froggy to keep that scaling down. So there might be some options to step into the mid lane and take some of those options away, but we are hopping onto the Rift. No more speculation. It's all going to be laid out here. St. Thomas versus Farmingdale. So one of these teams will exit ECC champs and qualified for the CLOL National Championships, and the other will have to hope they put on a good enough performance for the committee. And it all starts here in game number 1.
A bit of a surprise draft from STU for game 1, but J-Turbo, no invades coming through from them here. Kind of take it nice and slow. Defensive starts here. And as I say that, though, Terrence is getting a little bit antsy. I think, yeah, they agree with you. They want to try and shut DMR down, even if it's just level 1 poke.
Oh, man, already posturing, but Dolphin and Cooley are around. This could get messy as Bozen is here as well. Just going to be a dash away from Terrence. No harm, no foul. Little damage dealt, maybe a Manifold proc here or there. But I'm going to say that forward 5 point from Farmingdale, pretty interesting in the fact that St. Thomas bringing Dolphin down early, already showing maybe a little willingness to scrap it out level 1.
Yeah, and STU, you could see they were ready as well. The moment they got eyes on Terrence and Froggy, they were like, okay, wait, we can maybe go in and invade. Cooley actually walks in there, dropping a ward, and I think Cooley was actually thinking twice about, do I want to commit for this? If not for the fact that the Mims had rotated down as well, we could very well have seen Cooley try and go for the steal. As it stands, though, like we're kind of hoping, like we're kind of expecting, both junglers starting on the bot side of the map, mirroring each other.
Yeah, and this, I think, speaks well to both of them wanting to impact, of course, their solo lane, specifically that mid lane, but also this bot lane. It's pretty directed. H&G and Bozen, they're just going to be poking out Nami Swan and Clueless. And for Clueless, there's, I think, a question of survival at this point, as Bozen already just posturing in that forward bush, making it difficult to try and step up and really make any impact on the wave. So far, pretty much expected in this first couple waves. Now, for these junglers, they're both going for full clears, not any immediate level 3 ganks, it seems. So how do you think that plays into their timings and these fights that they're going to want to take early on?
So one of the things about Nidalee, when she was sort of popular, was that her clear speed is pretty fast, and that much hasn't changed here. Lee Sin as well does clear pretty quickly, but I think Nidalee has the edge, especially as they continue to full clear. Cooley already cleared the Krugs, which is the slowest camp to be taken. What was interesting to me as well there was the fact that Demims actually went down and dropped an early ward at that blue buff. So they kind of guessed that Cooley was going to start bot side, and they knew that, hey, Demims might be the most vulnerable person here. Now they can track Cooley. It kind of doesn't matter how quickly Nidalee clears, because once she clears, where's she going to go? And can she get there without getting spotted?
Yeah, I think that's going to be the bigger question. And Cooley already pathing up top side, really just dodging it back towards this blue buff. So is just going for that full clear, and this plays right into what we said we want from Farmingdale. Track Cooley, match him, find out what he's trying to play. Now Terrence already looking for the invade, has the double buffs, wants to just take down this Nidalee, has an extra ward as well to hop over to. He still hasn't been spotted. Hop into the bush. Cooley has no idea. Here's the dash flash forward. Sonic Wave goes wide. Now it's a race down, and Dolphin as well, already getting hit by Demims. Looks like Terrence wants to get this first blood, but Diomar is here as well. Cage dropped, and it's all onto Dolphin, and it's first blood to Demims off of Terrence stepping in onto Cooley's territory. Might not be over yet. Terrence again, another Sonic Wave goes wide. That's number 3, so Cooley escaping with his life as the spear doesn't find purchase either. But Diomar and Froggy still fighting it out in the mid lane. Cage slows things down for now. Terrence going to step up, offer some support, and Cooley throws the spear. It's a little wide, but Terrence buffered out by the E. Looks like the turnaround's here for St. Thomas as the overextension works out for Diomar, and it's 2 kills up for St. Thomas.
JJ, this is what happens when one of the most disciplined planned teams goes up against some of the best hands in the business right now. Farmingdale, the setup was beautiful. The collapse was beautiful. And you could tell the goal was always the moment Dolphin comes down, he has no flash. We collapse. It's an easy clap. But St. Thomas, they just refused to let go. Now that wasn't planned. That was just recognizing that, hey, we have better hands and we are going to be able to prove it. And look where the kills went as well for St. Thomas. DMR, big carry, picked that one up. Cooley picked that one up. Somebody who's going to be able to spread the joy. The Mims for Farmingdale gets it, which is good for them, but it is a little bit more dangerous for Froggy and for Terrence, who might get counter invaded later on.
Yeah, that is the real worry, is the fact that the 2-member unit that you wanted to get ahead, Cooley and Diomar, are strong, but of course, to Mims, a bit of a level advantage, and Dolphin, a little worse for wear, tried to pull off some shenanigans, bringing Mims back to tower. This does look like it's just going to be the Yasuo dominating this top lane, and Dolphin just absorbing what he can.
Yeah, and I got to go back to junglers once again here, because not only did Cooley get that extra gold, which you can spread around, Terrence was the one actually who invaded. So Terrence never finished his clear. His topside Krugs and Raptors are still there, and he is so far behind this Nidalee right now. We'll have to see if Cooley is able to continue affecting the map, because that was a defensive play coming through from St. Thomas here. I'd love to see them start getting aggressive with this Nidalee. You picked it for the early kills, and sure, you got one, but it's not the one that you went for.
Yeah, and the fact that it was sort of a gift in a way, and that Farmingdale was so close on that invade potential, and it looked like it should have worked out, but just a couple misplays here and there and just a couple missed timings mean that St. Thomas can scrap it out. And again, that gold lead's starting to develop, but they want to punish Diomar right here. Boaston, only level 3 to Diomar 6. Pops the Ignite after no CC committed, so it's a big summoner spell taken away. And even as the blast goes wide, a ton of time, a ton of resources, and nothing found for it.
Yeah, and this is why we highlighted DMR in the beginning. It's how good he is at dodging out everything. Only took one skill shot with 3 people trying to pin him in. Bosun not giving up yet, still hovering around the mid lane here, but it is putting H&G in a bit of a rougher spot. Actually, as I say that, I realize H&G is still out farming Nami Swan somehow in the 1v2 situation, because that's not the first time we've seen Bosun roam this game.
Yeah, Bosun's been moving around, and H&G's just been picking up that CS. Nami Swami, again, Ziggs isn't always in their arsenal, so might just be a little off on a few of those break points, is a little bit behind on that farm, but also the early pressure from Bosun and H&G converting is the Mims seems just going to proxy this wave, crash as much as possible. Just complete control in this top side, but honestly, for St. Thomas, I think they're perfectly fine with this. Dolphin's still able to farm and get XP, and now Cooley's able to sit around this bot to mid side where there's more impact to be had.
Yeah, and more importantly, I think as well, seeing Damim's goal for that proxy should give St. Thomas an idea that Terrence is probably nearby. If you do that any other time, you are risking getting pincered, getting dove. They didn't have eyes on Cooley, so you assume that Cooley's in fog of war. So well played from Dolphin to play that defensively. And as you mentioned as well, Dolphin's job isn't to crush the lane. If he can, great. But if you don't, Cassante still has a lot of utility later on in these team fights, come the mid game, come these objective fights.
Precisely. And Terrence sitting around the spot side, it does seem like there's a roam up for this first break. Cloud. We won't be having any Clouds goals this time around. Keep it a little more exciting in the Dragon stacking parameters, but for Farmingdale, they do want to have extra late game insurance options, especially with this early game going the way of St. Thomas. As Clueless and knocked up, and that will be first break easily taken off of some reset timers. Good read for Farmingdale to get a win.
Yeah, they played around the power spikes really well. HNG comes back to lane with the better back timing, with that pickaxe, with the double long swords, and more importantly, HNG level 6. So Nami, Swan, and Clueless want none of that. We said before, Alistair, you're waiting for that level 6 to really become a champion. Before that, you're kind of a glorified, slightly healing melee minion with CC.
Worth a little more gold, at least at the start of the game. Who knows by the end? But he is, again, as you said, just that little bit of tank, that little extra beef is... Now, it does seem we're getting a lane swap from Froggy and Mims. Okay. Put a little bit more pressure onto DMR, give Froggy some more space to farm, as DMR is really pushing that out and making it difficult to stack up, as now Clueless has roamed up at this level 5, and Mims going to have to be careful for this one. Don't think they have vision on Clueless. I believe DMR cleared out the ward before anything happened, so something to watch for is Boston hanging around as well. This is going to turn into a scrap as both teams think they've got the drop on the other. Demims stepping up, gets hit by the headbutt and then knocked back up. Cooley's spear goes wide, a bunch of damage. The sun still helps out, but there's the extra knockup. There's the extra help, and DMR stays alive for a little bit longer thanks to Clueless, but there's still not enough to finish the job as the headbutt pulverizes just a headbutt. And Terrence runs back in, gets the kill, hands it back over from the satchel. It's a double so far for one, but the Keyblade almost enough for the outplay, but Cooley with a triple in the mid lane.
Cooley, nerves of steel, and both these teams just hard committed to it. There was nobody who thought, I'm getting out of it. For a second, I thought Terrence was leaving. No, Terrence just was getting space to be more dramatic on his re-entrance. Huge play from St. Thomas, though, and I'm a little bit concerned for Farmingdale, because I like the idea, but to double down, this just tells me that Farmingdale thinks they're the better team at the mechanics, and so far, that unfortunately hasn't been true. St. Thomas is winning out these skirmishes, and Farmingdale doesn't need to opt into this. Take your time. You have the skilling on your side.
I will say, though, H&G has been farming up a storm, got a couple plates as well, and now DMR on the run. Is able to step back for a moment, a little extra damage onto Bosun, but no team support, so it'll just be that walk away. And I think that H&G getting to just sit down in this bot lane, absorb solo XP, get a plate, get plenty of farm, is what Farmingdale are really playing for, and maybe just trying to coin flip some points with Terrence and Demims, because they'll always be useful, and any spot that you can win might just be what they need.
That's fair. And to give credit to Demims as well, Demims has been finding kills and assists, so these trades have been worth it for him individually as well. I fully agree with you though, Farmingdale, because of that Xayah, it is going to become a problem. And we saw first Drake going over the way of Farmingdale. At the rate they're going, all Drakes might just be theirs.
Yeah, that bot lane pressure going to just compound as Clueless still not that level 6, and Demims having that extra zeal doing tons of damage, and the Sonic Wave lands, but seems that Spear will de-incentivize, and now the level 6 means that he'll be a little bit more unbreakable and have that extra team fighting potential. But Bosun's still on the hover. With the low health bars, though, just going to be a reset for St. Thomas.
So, level 1 Unbreakable gives you some damage reduction, but it's not that much. Really, it's the level 3 that makes Alistair feel unkillable here. So Clueless does have to be careful. The Lee Sin, Terrence undoubtedly can still burst right through himself, even with the Unbreakable will. More lane swaps coming through right now as both these teams are trying to reset the lane assignments. I like Farmingdale's lane swap. I think Demims is beating up Dolphin. Oh, they can go for the side so easy.
Oh no, it's just the 1-2 lineup. Everyone sees Seed, and Dolphin goes down. Cooley tries to come in for a little support, but when your top laner gets one shot, there's a little else to do.
Yep, and that right there, was exactly the point. This is why I like the sort of lanes through, because Demims already is manhandling Dolphin. You need somebody to shut down DMR. and Froggy rough time of it. So you put the Mims into that lane, and then you just keep sending more and more people in there. The setup, the burst. That's something that Vigar might not have. This early in the game, Vigar doesn't have enough stacks, and it's kind of risky. But the Mims has already kind of hit the point where you know you just need one knockup, and you're good to go. And when you look at who's got the knockups as well, Bosun with the Ignite, that's probably enough damage. If Terrence is the one giving you the knockup, hell, Lee Sin is still an early game champion.
Yeah, he's still bringing at least that extra 180 that an Ignite's going to offer. Nami Swan once again teleporting to the bot side. I do like the defensive approach that St. Thomas has had towards this bot side, making sure H&G is limited to just that one plate, picking up another for Diomar in the top side. Now the Herald actually used mid to try and get Dolphin back into this game. And I like these moves being taken by St. Thomas as they're getting gold to try and counteract a lot of this farm that's just being accrued by the side of Farmingdale.
Yeah, the defensiveness, or the way they've played their defense, has been good, but the issue is that this is not a team that wants to play defensively, and being defensive is not great. Dolphin, is he caught out?
Oh, he stepped up, but he was unstoppable for a moment. Diomar a little too far forward. You're a poke champ, buddy. He's able to escape for just a moment, looking to run back on in. Of course, Dolphin was all out, but gets shut down a little too quickly. Is Clueless, unbreakable for a moment, trying to do as much disruption as possible, but Bosun grabs two, and that's the ultimate on up. The last whisper coming through, and Diomar trying to run away. The team that wanted to fight early gets shut down as H&G with the triple and the ace online for Farmingdale.
JJ, you mentioned it earlier. The fact that H&G was just power farming this entire time, that's your item discrepancy. Gale Force was picked up for H&G. Nami wasn't ready for that fight, and STU, I understand their composition wanted to fight early. They felt the pressure of trying to make that play. They go for it, but this was not the time. You had not hit your power spike yet, and now Farmingdale, they are firmly into the mid game. They are past the early game hump that they struggled through, and now they can start fighting on even footing, and from here it just goes downhill for St. Thomas.
Exactly. We said that the early game was the need for St. Thomas, and then all the mythics get hit at once for Farmingdale, and they take their moment of opportunity. Whereas St. Thomas still struggling in those top and bot lanes where they just haven't been able to keep up on farm. They've been shut out of these lanes just that much more, and it's made the difference. Dolphin was the one to step up, as you said, feeling pressure, and now once again, maybe feeling the pressure a little too much, can absorb a little damage, bring them back into the team, but now here comes the reinforcements. Bosun hops in for a second, but Cooley shuts them down. It's a 3v4, but not for much longer, as Demims gets two in one fell swoop. Make it three off the back of Froggy, and now Diomar knocked up under. Dark Matter drops, and not quite enough. As 15 minutes in, we've got objective bounties. Farmingdale, they are starting to run away.
JJ, was that not enough for you? 3 for 1? I mean, Farmingdale, that is that is a sale and a half for them right now, and this is why I'm getting a little bit worried. Consider how that fight started. The fact that, frankly, Bosun and Terrence were too far up by themselves. They didn't necessarily have enough damage, and it looked like St. Thomas had all the advantages. Okay, outplay button, great. That's just making things even worse. Like, at this point, like, you're not winning the 1v1s, you're not winning the skirmishes. How do St. Thomas get back into this game?
I'm not sure. I mean, you wanted to look towards Diomar early, especially able to dodge out, but Frog is reaching the point you can't dodge the ultimate. Click to win the outplay button, as you said, right? It's a no fun button where you walk up, you're below half health. Oh, GG, you're off the screen. Have fun in 30 seconds. And the fact that Dolphin, 2 levels behind, no mythic in hand, isn't going to be the tank that St. Thomas needs. I don't really see an out for them. Like, yeah, Cooley's big and Cooley's 6 and 2, but is going for that bruiser tank build with the...
Oh my goodness.
Like, it's just, it feels like in the spots that they were strong, there just isn't the consistency and there isn't the continuation. Whereas for Farmingdale, you've got a Zaya that's 60 farm ahead of their counterpart, plus 3 kills. You've got a Vigard that's building Rabadon second. Like, what else can you want if you're a team with late game champs hitting your spikes before your opponents?
Yeah, this is effectively the late game come barreling real early, J-Turbo. And I'm glad you pointed out Divine Thunder for Cooley, because I didn't even notice that. That makes things even worse, because originally I was thinking, okay, STU, you can still come back in, you just need a pick. If you have AP Nidalee, if you land that big spear there, maybe you can kill the squishies, but with the Divine Thunder, you don't have that burst. Mims, I think he can win this 1v2.
Yeah, I think so too, especially with the knock up straight onto Diomar. Don't have to worry about that extra HP as the ignite is enough on the back end. And the life seal plus the shielding from the shield bow. Demims with the 2v1, and now Cooley wants to come in for the cleanup, but there's a minion wave. There's some extra health to be had. You've got Froggy as well, but it's action all over the map. As on the bot side, it's a little dive, and there's the big Inferno bomb. Just barely keeps them alive alongside the exhaust. No fun button dropped, not enough damage. Cooley sitting not so pretty at half, and H&G on a rampage with those feathers, drawing them straight back, and all clueless. All alone under tower. Sonic Wave dropped alongside the emote. It's a double. It's an ace, basically, as Dolphin and Diomar just barely spawn back up.
A new challenger?
Diomar wants some more. Froggy potentially alone, but it feels like St. Thomas, they are panicking. They are grasping at straws and are just falling further behind as the gold lead grows to almost 9K.
Yeah, right now it's looking kind of done and dusted. We're facing an almost 10K gold lead, JJ, pre-20 minutes right now. And I got to give massive props to Mims in that top lane. That Yasuo pick, that was the big question mark we had. I know Mims plays a lot of Yasuo in solo queue. I just wasn't sure if he's going to be able to play it in comp when STU might try and shut him down. But now 8-2 and 6 able to 1v2. That is a black hole in the top lane. And if St. Thomas commit anybody to that, well, we got to see what happened bot side, right? They just send Terrence the gank, get a numbers advantage, and that means turrets aren't even safe at that point. If Clueless is going down with Unbreakable Will under a turret, who's going to survive a dive?
Nobody. Like, bot lane tier 2 already taken off the back of that play. Top lane tier 1's been gone for a while, and St. Thomas or the poke comp, and they don't have vision past their own tier 2 mid tower. And the fact is, how are you supposed to poke if you can't even see your opponents?
True. Yeah, you're just firing shots blind. And props to Farmingdale as well. Something we haven't talked about is the fact that they've pushed the pace really, really quickly. And it's not given St. Thomas any time to actually try and set up for the poke, because the poke, they don't have enough to insta-burst somebody. Even now, 4 people on the Mims.
Oh no, this isn't going to work out. I see the quickness. I see the possibilities as Demims gets 2, but Dolphin's back around. It's going to have to be a kite out. Flash of the wall for 2, but Diomar, you're all alone. I don't think you win this one, especially with Froggy wrapping around the side. It's now Cage is dropped. Cooley still walking in. It's a quick kite out. Bosun manages to dive away, but now here comes the reinforcements. H&G dominating Froggy on a killing spree, and no one going down for Farmingdale as everyone trickles in and everyone goes down for St. Thomas, and there's 10 seconds till Baron comes onto the map.
Yeah, do Farmingdale want to stay around for it? Okay, they do. I was thinking you can just keep pushing if you want right now. Fall back on that. Drag is up and available as well. Mountain Drake, and I'd love to see Nami just solo that. Try and take that away. If not Farmingdale, everything is going to be theirs. And if they have a 10K gold lead before 20 minutes, imagine what they can do with a bigger than 10K gold lead and Baron.
They have all the tools. And the worst part is it's been St. Thomas that have been pushing for so many of these fights, where they know that they wanted to fight, that their composition wanted to find success, but it feels like it's just reached the point of no return, that they can't burst anyone out. As we saw, Demims and Bosun just able to dip and dive until the team could come in and finish the job. And the fact is, I think you can make that argument about any player on the side of Farmingdale, where, of course, H&G can ulti out. Froggy drops a cage and is decently tanky with the Everfrost, and now they're the ones able to set the tempo. 2 caught in the cage and 2 wiped off the map in just a couple seconds. The push continues, and they're racing for Clueless. Oh, and he fail X flashes. Oh no, as he gets knocked up once again.
Oh,
looks like Terrence wants to try and step up, but Bosun is able to get taken down, so that's one bit of recompense, and Diomar and Cooley still hungry, but Farmingdale say, that's fine, we'll just take your base as they break down the first inhib turret. They'll get an inhib to boot as well, and a quick transition to the bot side even possible with Demims already pushing up a pretty solid wave. It is all going Farmingdale's way as the Rams are rocking into the base.
Yeah, I'd love to know the comms at the moment if Farmingdale was saying, Bosun, go on, and then just turned away, because it looked like that. Terrence and Bosun just kept going, and there was nobody else with them. Unfortunate for Bosun, but yeah, as you mentioned, it kind of doesn't change anything. And JJ, I think we've got to change the name of Event Horizon. We can't be calling it Baby Cage anymore, because what Froggy did with that was not kid-friendly.
No, not at all. That is a shield your eyes moment, as now Terrence just gonna hop away. Bosun pops the quickness. There's Demims behind. They're looking to pincer this 3v5 as Demims is holding on to this 1v1 against Dolphin. Gets dragged back into the team. Still surviving. Should be bursted down eventually, and it does go to Diomar as Froggy hit by one spear and does get shut down. So a little over-aggression, a little overconfidence from Farmingdale as a couple shutdowns get handed over to St. Thomas. But again, as you said, baiting as H&G is here. That's all the damage. Cooley now stuck in place. The kick goes a little bit wide, but the slow is still enough. Will just get ran down, and it looks like Nami Swan is going to be the next one on the chopping block. He's already satcheled. He's trying to run away, but his little Yordle legs can't quite carry him fast enough as it's legendary status for H&G.
9-0-4. We've not seen too much H&G in the early game. He was just farming up a storm, but that storm has arrived. He's just crushing everybody right now. True, but we've actually not seen the Feather Storm even being used. H&G has not been under threat. Now Flash back up, so Flash and Ghost available here. Your inhibs are down. There's not much more they can push on, but if they wanted to stay in the base, I honestly don't think St. Thomas could push them out.
Yeah, they could definitely just sit and take waves and be like, what are you going to do about it? But as we can see, there's still one more lane with turrets standing. So they'll move up to the top side. No neutrals to take for another 2 minutes either. And that's, of course, the Mountain Soul on the board for a team that was already practically unkillable. This game goes a little while longer. They'll reach even higher unkillable status. It's Diomar just trying to land a little bit. Cooley throwing out whatever spears are possible. Demin's not even worrying about the wind wall for so many of these pokes because they're just not doing enough as it's 5 members strong for this bot lane inhib turret. An attempt to bring Froggy back as Bosun chunked a little bit by Dolphin. Both teams have to be cautious as there's the headbutt pulverized, 4 knocked up, but no follow-up available. But it seems that's enough for Farmingdale to back off. They took their turret, and they'll take a blue buff on their way out.
Yeah, they needed a Nyx wave to start the siege here. And keep in mind that supers are pushing in mid and bot right now, so St. Thomas is on a bit of a timer. Eventually, someone has to go down there. Ooh, that poke actually hurt. Okay, so that's good. I was going to say, eventually St. Thomas has to delete that turret, and that's when they're in danger. But the poke is finally starting to come through. And more importantly, you saw what it did to H&G. 1 shot, half health. If they can continue to do that, St. Thomas can theoretically continue holding. But it's theoretical, J-Turbo, because neutral objectives, like you said, 2 minutes when you said it, it's a minute till drag. And that's Mountain Soul now, a minute and a half till Baron.
And for St. Thomas, they're already struggling to clear the supers as is, get them baroned up. And it's going to be that much more of a Herculean task for them to try and survive that much longer. And I'm going to say, from the early game, it looked like St. Thomas got what they needed, but one moment of recognition from Farmingdale where they were just a little bit stronger on the right champs, and they have ran away with the game. And I think that's a real statement to Farmingdale's ability to just recognize when they're stronger.
Yeah, and that's what we expected from them. And I think St. Thomas as well, we kind of sit in draft. They took some risks with this composition here. Coolly. Okay.
Maybe a couple risks here and there for a second, but nothing too crazy. They're just pushing out this space. Complete fog of war for St. Thomas. You can't see a thing. And as you were saying, they took a few risks, and it seems that they worked out for the first few minutes, and they're not working out in the last few minutes as Clueless forced to Unbreakable and Flash away. Major tools off the table as a Mountain Soul just gets taken out in the background.
Yeah, and that's going to be even tougher for St. Thomas to find these kills. But going back to the point about the risk here, I think compositionally, St. Thomas, they picked a comp which was rather hard to execute and relied very heavily on Cooley getting ahead and ganking lanes. They got 1 out of 2, but it wasn't enough. Cooley did get ahead. Oh, did Cooley actually get the scuttle there? Okay, was able to secure it. So you get vision, you get front row seats to watching Baron get taken.
Oh, timing. Timing from Diomar. Not quite. There's the smite. Good job by Terrence. And now the follow-up onto the rest of the team as the bot lane blitzed off the map. There's supers stepping up. Of course, some baroned up minions as well. They got to clear out this mid inhib one more time. But so many strong, seems it will be plenty for Farmingdale. They've been strong since about 10 minutes in and have not let off the gas, as it's been the story of H&G, Froggy, and Mims stepping up and getting a bunch of kills, as it's going to be Froggy taking over the kill feed in this final fight, and it will be the Blue Nexus exploding, giving the opening win over to Farmingdale.
And what a statement win as well, J Turbo. Like, that was clean coming through from the reigning champions here at the ECC. And for St. Thomas, they've still got at least 2 more games to go here. And I think a lot of this comes back to the draft. The fact that they went with such a high-risk composition. They didn't have to. You could have gone something a bit more stable in the jungle. We've seen Cooley play things like Viego, or heck, even Karthus, if you want to just power farm to get to that late game, become a monster there. So they still have options, and I'm sure going into game 2, they're going to revise that. I'd be very surprised if they still opted for the Nidalee Jace sort of very early game combo.
Yeah, I'm going to say I didn't hate the Nidalee, at least at the start. It seemed like it was doing pretty well, but again, as you said, the Jace and the extra stylistic pieces just didn't quite work out. So we'll have to watch for those changes for St. Thomas, but Farmingdale, just keep doing what you're doing, as we'll be back in a bit for game number 2.
Force map number 3, but the Aggies were too strong for the rest of the contest, and the Utah State Aggies get the sweep 3-0. To Summoner's Rift in League, where the Aztecs of San Diego State take on the Spartans of San Jose State. Game 1 and all the advantages to the Aztecs 30 minutes in, and Devour on the Caitlyn makes sure it stays that way to march to the base.
Half health. Actually, with the Chaos Storm dropped as well, that might be the go button as everyone follows the rock, and it's not going to be enough off the outset. Goku shut down in the back line, and it's all falling apart for this fight that San Jose chose to take. The ADCs are all together. Piao picked up a kill on the backside. Tabula Rasa's surviving forever. Eventually,
the Aztecs would go on to win game number 1, but something clicks in the Spartans, and San Jose would win the series 2-1. To Valorant, with Andromeda taking on the University of Houston Scarlet team. Map number 2 on Fracture, and Andromeda wants to push A site, but Binko is sitting around the corner, and even with little to no utility, Binko just finds a way to make heads roll.
1-for-1 trade, make it 1-for-2 as Slorth takes down Altier, trying to trade for Orchid. Binko now trapped in a corner. They're shooting out the Prowlers, and there's not a lot of places that Binko can go, but now only Slorth being the one peeking. Oh, Binko! What was that?
Binko calls bingo on the ace, and it would be Houston who calls game on Fracture as they win the series 2-0.
To come through, it's just playing aimbot.
And that's it from Top Plays of the Week from Esports U. Thanks for watching, everybody, and until next time, this is Clutch Key signing off.
I can't say that. I'll get in trouble. There's one for each game, so teams this weekend, somebody's going to have to explain to TSA why they're coming home with an extra trophy. Fine. We're fine. This is going to be great. Why is everybody staring at me? I'm not even doing anything yet. Is it because I'm in a suit? It looks nice. It's new. I'm stressing. It's all right. We win these. We absolutely win these. I've never seen us lose these. I love him. I don't remember his name. What is going on, everybody? And oh, we're ready? I'll start over. Okay. What's going on, everybody? We are here at the Collegiate Esport Commissioners Cup 2022 in Atlanta, Georgia. The players are just now entering the arena for day 1. A lot of them had the opportunity to be here yesterday to get jerseys, to get familiar with the area, and to get to know one another. But today, the friendly gloves have to come off, and they are all here. Earlier, I was talking to these guys. This mannequin, when they didn't have anything else set up, I could see it from all the way down there, and I thought it was a person. And I stood there for like 5 minutes, and I was like, why is he standing like that? And I thought it was like a smooth criminal. I thought somebody was giving us like a Michael Jackson impression, and then it was a mannequin. I was really embarrassed to admit that. Oh my God, that's a lot of people. Hold on, let's go over this window. It just keeps going. There's so many people outside. There are so many people outside. We're gonna interview people when they come in. I don't really want to go outside. It looks like it's gonna rain, and this suit is new, so. Oh, there's Doc Haskell. Hi, Doc. How are you? He brings a full notebook with him and like writes notes down. It was pretty insane. He had it yesterday. He's gonna be coming through this metal detector right here. I don't know his name though, but I recognize his hair.
Jen.
You're Jen? All right, we're gonna interview Jen, who's supporting Kennesaw. I'm gonna ask you like a couple of very simple questions. Okay. Are we ready? All right, great. College. I really like Georgia College's color scheme. It's just red, white, and blue, I think, but I think they did it in a really clever way. Mineral area, wearing hoodies, even though it is 75 degrees outside here in Atlanta, Georgia. Absolute legends.
If only Nick could hear you. Nick, come back.
If he's over 100 feet away, he can't.
You were whispering something, and he started smiling. I'm like, are you whispering?
Oh yeah, because he's got his headphone in if we're close enough. But
bless you.
Gesundheit. Gesundheit again. You're welcome. I'm gonna go find him. Oh, there he is. Oh my. Oh, okay. Real stuff is starting. Real stuff. Competitive integrity needs to be upheld. We gotta get out of here. Yeah, I don't want to get in trouble. I get really embarrassed when I get yelled at.
30 is
okay. Wow, it's not 10:30 yet.
It's only barely 10.
Woo! All right. right, it's gonna be a long. Hey, what's up? Surprise interview. Join me over here, though, so we have a cool backdrop. What are we here for?
Rocket League.
Awesome. I'm not gonna ask what school you go to because unless you swapped hoodies, that seems pretty clear.
No, you know, I got my jersey on with my name on it.
Oh, you do? Show us your jersey. Look at John T. Turbo here.
Yeah,
That's not his name. I just keep calling him that. His name is John, but
My name is John Turbesi.
yeah,
That's
not John T. Turbo.
Yeah, I get the message that I'm going to Nebraska where I met you.
Oh, that's so crazy. So context, if we're probably never gonna use this, but we're gonna talk about it. Turbo and I met at a LAN like over a year ago. That's so crazy. What is going on, everybody, and welcome back to the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. I am Sebdolence, joined by a man I have interviewed probably well over 10 times. It's gonna be my good friend Neb here from Bay State Overwatch team. Neb looked at me before he started his last series and he said, "We are not dropping a map for the rest of the day." And so far, he has lived up to that title. But Neb, is there anybody you're thinking we've got to get them out of the way? We've got to take them down.
No.
No? Just looking at it, each fight's its own. Every game going into it, just taking it as it comes.
I have the confidence right now that we're not going to drop a single map.
I love Neb because not only is he confident, but he's correct. Bay State is one of the best Overwatch teams I've ever seen. So it's always good to hear. I love the confidence, and I love Bay State, so I hope they do a great job this weekend. So what qualifier, did you win a qualifier to get here?
At-large bid.
We're looking at Rocket League. We're thinking high odds, low odds. Where do we think we're walking away?
I think pretty high. I think we're doing pretty good.
Is there anybody that you're looking at, you're like, please do not let us go up against them unless we absolutely have to?
I mean, really, everybody's good competition, so.
And sorry, what was your name?
Ethan.
Ethan from Mineral area.
Yep.
Very exciting. Well, Ethan, good luck.
Thank you.
We'll see you soon. What kind of pass? A player pass?
Let me get you a lanyard.
No, you actually have to like tape it to your chest, like really awkwardly with masking tape. Okay. And it's gonna fall off. Yeah. It's gonna be uncomfortable, I promise.
Welcome back, as we just saw Farmingdale decimate St. Thomas after we hit like the 12-minute mark. So now stepping up, what does St. Thomas have to do to turn this into a competitive series?
Well, for Andre Turbo, we mentioned it, draft. Change up the draft here. Or don't, and double down on that riskiness. Because I was looking at chat in between games, and yeah, there are a lot of fans for Cooley. Cooley, no fear? Okay, if Cooley's no fear, that's one thing. Maybe change up a little bit of what else Cooley can work with. Because one thing we didn't touch on was the bot lane for St. Thomas. Nami Swan and Clueless, the Alistar Ziggs, really didn't have much of an impact in the game whatsoever here. And sure, that's not necessarily on them, but maybe give them something where they can do things a little bit earlier on. Help out Cooley, go to DMR and get that lane ahead, perhaps.
Yeah, I think giving Nami Swan something that they're maybe a little more comfortable on and can be a little bit more proactive on, especially if you're giving Clueless someone who wants to engage. It felt like a bit of a mismatch, especially with how difficult it is to execute an Alistar in a poke comp when you have such tight breakpoints and you're fighting around the level 3, level 4 marker. The game just becomes so difficult if you don't play it perfectly, and a couple mistakes, one missed fight turned it all around for St. Thomas after they got the early fights they really wanted, like Diomar and Cooley each getting a kill early. That's exactly what they asked for. Just wasn't quite enough, as we're starting out pretty similar. The Kiana and the Caitlyn taken off the table.
Well, what has changed, Turbo, is side selection. St. Thomas opting for red side this game. And let's not forget the big R5 pick last game was Yasuo for the Mims. That was the pick that really popped off. So this time, St. Thomas theoretically get counter pick, and I wouldn't hate it if they gave it to Dolphin.
Yeah, I like that as well, because Dolphin really was struggling in that top side in that Cassante Yasuo matchup and just wasn't as proactive and impactful as we're used to seeing Dolphin in the top side. And we saw that also the bans targeted towards them were at the end. They're in the second phase of draft. So it means that with this R5, they've got to watch out. They've got to have options available because we know Farmingdale will want to target that top side.
For now, though, a change up in the bans here. It's not going to be the fabulous Tariq ban that we saw in game 1 here. They're going with the Rakan instead, and hey, I think that's well deserved. Bosun was just everywhere, and he engages his ability to weave in and out of fights as well. He burnt a couple of big spells and abilities by baiting them out, not really committing the engage, and then hopping right back in. So I do think that's a lot more dangerous than just the Tariq, which is the one-off with the Cosmic Radiance there.
Yeah, there is just that sustained ability to weave in and out of fights, to keep causing chaos. And we saw it last game. Of course, paired alongside of Yasuo, those knockups are going to be very, very impactful as we are seeing the first pick Vigar. So Froggy is saying, I was comfortable, I was chilling. Even though DMR got an early kill, I did not care. I'm sticking with it, and I like it. That no fun button really came in to make some differences at the end of the game, just one-shotting people off the map.
Yeah, and last game, keep in mind, they binded the Vigar, and it was perfectly fine. It wasn't punished whatsoever. I mean, he wasn't bothered, moisturized, happy in his lane, right? There was nothing that the Jays could really do there. SCU, are they running it back? They're going with the Ziggs again. And JJ, but we just talked about the fact that Ziggs wasn't terribly impactful in the game one. I'm holding out hope that perhaps it's the mid lane Ziggs. I stand by what I said in game one. I think Ziggs can poke out the Vigar. You've got a lot of range here. And I think it has more impact because you hit that level 6 a little bit sooner as well.
Yeah, I definitely want to see the Ziggs go mid. I think it'll be a lot stronger in DMR's hands. They're a very, very strong just poke player. And we didn't get to see it shine as much on the Jace as sort of the game fell apart around them. But I do think that DMR really can shine if they're given the space on a poke champ. But for Farmingdale, they're just sticking to with what worked, right? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Get the Vigar, get the Xayah. They were very, very comfortable with the matchups they had last game. And now potentially you're looking at the same bot lane matchup as far as the Ziggs. Now this Thresh will throw a bit of a wrench in any engage options that Farmingdale wants to run in the bot side. And of course gives them a little more proactivity without just sending the cow into the China shop and hoping that they can break enough and do enough damage. But instead, it is going to be this Braum, actually, so a more defensive option for Farmingdale to keep Terrence safe.
Yeah, with the Rakan taken away as well, there's not another champion which kind of gives as much mobility, the ability to sneak in and out. Most of the other engaged champions are things like Nautilus, Leona, where they're one way. You go in, you're not coming back out. So I like the Braum. We've mentioned it before, you've got great skilling options, you've got great front to back. You're just trying to stop people from engaging into you. Now, I do want to talk about the Thresh a little bit quickly as well for Clueless, because Alistar, he plays a lot in solo queue, but Thresh, he plays a lot in regular season. So very, very practiced on it. And like you mentioned, a lot stronger in lane. You also called it earlier, JJ, the fact that the bans came out the second half. R3 St. Thomas, they get to lock in the Olaf and they get to ban away the counters for it.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be even more impactful because we already saw Demims, when they get comfortable, they are going to run over you on the Yasuo. So this time, want to get rid of as much comfort as possible. And of course, Olaf, a natural counter with that unstoppable effect on the Ragnarok to the Yasuo. So those all-ins going to be very advantageous. So don't expect to see Farmingdale run that same kind of tech. And of course, Dolphin being much more comfortable in the top lane. I think we're going to see a bit more of that explosive potential for St. Thomas if they get rolling early.
Yeah, and for St. Thomas here, what's interesting is that they are still looking to pick their jungler and potentially their mid laner. And at this point in time, I kind of want to see them pick the mid laner and save counter pick for jungle, because you already know exactly what you're playing into for the mid lane. That's a Vigar right there. So you can kind of decide from there, unless there's something you're specifically looking for that you're worried about jungles to come through. And for Farmingdale, they're still looking for jungle and top lane. And once again, you know, Demims knows what you're playing into. Fiora has been banned. Irelia and Riven don't necessarily do great into the Olaf. So I'm very curious to see what Demims' answer for this Olaf is going to be.
Yeah, they're still banning Riven, so St. Thomas a little scared of that potential. Of course, Riven not just strong in that 1v1, but of course, if she just goes even, can ruin your day if she's hitting the right spikes, getting the right engages, because she just won't die for some reason and just keep staying alive. And runs over your whole team. We've all experienced it. You've all had that moment where it's just like, what did you do top lane? They're like, I did nothing. I just fell behind by 20 CS. And now the game's over because Riven got one kill later on and the game's done. But we're seeing Farmingdale not believing that this is going to be a Ziggs mid. They're still expecting it to go to Nami Swan. And we're seeing that Jace banned away, but the Karthus as well away from Cooley. So want to get rid of an additional scaling option for St. Thomas.
Yeah, I mean, we did touch on the fact that, hey, if Cooley doesn't want to coin flip the early game, doesn't want to go for something that relies a lot on the team, you can always go for Karthus and Power Farm. And now, that's not an option. I mean, if you still want to skill up, there are other AP options. Lilia, notably, very, very strong. Or that, okay, that's not an AP option, but it is skilling. Kindred, hyper aggressive. Another potentially coin flip jungler, but even if you fall behind on the Kindred, it's still okay. You can still farm your way back in.
Yeah, so the Kindred, I'm very intrigued. I'm excited to see this one because, as you said, big farming, big difference from the Nidalee, right, where you're trying to get engaged early. Of course, you can still try to step up on the Kindred and make some impact early with those early stacks, but we see the Cyclone locked in. We know that there's the Glacial Fissure, so you've got two knockups lined up, and Demim says, I don't believe in your Olaf. I'm still picking Yasuo.
No, that's actually really interesting because Yasuo doesn't have the best matchup against Olaf, but specifically if you can win wall the axe, the undertow, you mess up Olaf in the early game. A lot of his damage comes from repeated undertows, even with the nerf to the cooldown when you pick up the axe, it's still massive. And if you block the axe, it vanishes. You just can't pick it up, so you don't get the reset on that. So it could potentially be massive, but it's still a hard matchup even without that, Olaf can run you down. DMR, it's not about that chase, it's not about that poke here. They have gone for that late game insurance a little bit with this victor here. I like the thought, but it does mean that St. Thomas don't have the option of trying to win lane, win game. Instead, you're going into Farmingdale's territory now. This is their favorite way of playing out the game.
Yeah, and we already saw from Farmingdale that they're very willing to, off of just a very small advantage, step up and try and take over the game. That's what we saw last time, where they were a kill behind. They weren't ahead in a couple lanes, but they had the item spikes they needed, and they ran away with the game after that. And they have a composition that can do that once again, right? This Wukong gets a little ahead. This Yasuo gets a little ahead. That can snowball incredibly quickly against a Victor that wants his 2 items and his augments, against a Kindred that needs her stacks to step up. And then this Xayah, this Vigar, they can always output that damage. So I'm really looking to Dolphin and probably Nami Swan, honestly, in this early game to try and create that space, create some difficult situations, give time for DMR and Cooley to step up.
Yeah, and I came into this series, JJ, expecting a mid lane matchup, Froggy versus DMR, because that's what we saw the last time these two teams met up. But coming to game 2, it's shifted. To me, it's firmly Dolphin versus the Mims here. Like, if Nami Swan can win out bot, great. But you're on a Ziggs. And we said before, you kind of need at least the Lost Chapter before you can even think about winning those trades against the Xayah. Braum, even worse than the Rakan in terms of defense and blocking that poke. So it feels like it's got to come from this top side, from this Olaf, which got banned away from Dolphin game 1. And I'm worried because, well, the Mims saw the Olaf, and while I don't think the Yasuo's a great lane matchup, the Mims is saying, I'm okay with this. I'm good. I'm doubling down. And I expect to see Terrence go up there, get that early ball rolling, because we've seen what Mims can do once he gets a couple of kills under his belt.
Yeah, and we also mentioned before game 1, and even we saw it in game number 1, where Dolphin can get a little over aggressive if they feel like they could win the fight, even if they might not have quite the items or quite the positioning to make it happen. And Terrence, we've already seen ready to track, ready to try and punish. It didn't work out at the level 3 last game, but there was certainly the idea and the tracking present, which shows that a little mechanical execution, sure, you can mess that up, but the real core game mechanics and the game fundamentals are there for Farmingdale. And if Dolphin steps too far forward, Terrence is going to be there to punish.
100%. And for Cooley, I don't really want to see Cooley try and help Dolphin out too much at the expense of himself. When you pick a Kindred, to me, you're saying that I want to carry this game. I want to be the big person and be able to 1v5. And for a Kindred, it's not about protecting your lanes. It's about taking advantage wherever you can. So much more so, I'd actually kind of want to see Cooley path towards the bot side, because we saw Nami and Clueless get shoved in fairly early on. If you can find Bosun and Hot. We need to address this name change right now, because we've been calling H&G game 1. And you know what? I think Hot has asked, hey, can you just shorten it to Hot instead of H&G? And after his game 1 performance on the Xayah, I think that's pretty fair. That was pretty hot hands.
Like, he's popping off 9-0-4. Like, what do you want? Like, this dude's on fire.
Yeah, nothing to do with the picture he sent us of how he looks, but also very nice. But no, we call him Hot as long as he's doing well on this game. If he starts messing up, we call him H&G. But for now, you know what? I think Hot and Bosun did show that they are willing to push out sometimes and not always with the best coverage. So if there's an opportunity here, I'd love for Cooley to be able to pick on that, or maybe go into the mid lane. Vigar is very, very vulnerable. Basically, just try and avoid Terrence, because if you 2v2, it's risky. If you 2v1, confirm the kill. That's what you want as the Kindred.
Absolutely. And even on beyond that, I think that this Thresh that I don't think we've talked about a ton from Clueless gives this composition from St. Thomas a lot more maneuverability and a lot more potential, where you land one hook onto Hot or you land it onto Froggy and you can completely change how that fight goes. But conversely, let's say Cooley gets caught out, has to use the Lamb's Respite early. That Lantern can be your get out of jail free button while you're still invulnerable to try and reset the fight or escape a sticky situation. And of course, the Flay can help prevent Terrence or Demims interrupt their engages. So I think there's a lot of nuance that Clueless might bring into this, but just like last game, it's difficult to execute. And we saw in the Alistair that there were some moments that it looked really solid, there just wasn't quite the follow-up. And now on this Thresh, you still need that follow-up to make him work.
Yeah, a lot more utility, but I think the biggest thing of the Thresh pickup as well, the fact you've got non-committal engage now. Last game, if Clueless wants to initiate, he throws his body in there. He's not coming back out. Alistair has no way out. And if you mess up your combo, and we saw it happen, I think, once or twice, where the headbutt went off, but the pulverize didn't, well, you're up a creek with no paddle. This time, with Thresh, you throw out the hook, you land a death sentence. If you like it, go in. If you don't like it, just leave. Nothing's forcing you to go in there. So a little bit safer for them. Of course, we have to see Coolies actually be able to get out of lane, which we didn't really get to see too much of last game here. So hopefully, you know, with the Lantern, you can get a little bit creative with the Kindred ganks, get Coolie into lane. And once you start winning that bot side, we've said it before, Ziggs can hold a lane solo, especially when he's ahead. That lets your support start roaming a lot earlier.
Yeah, and I also hope after seeing the matchup against Hot last game and falling behind in farm, that Nami Swan's a little bit more comfortable with those breakpoints and is a little more comfortable with the kind of pressure that Hot can put out on this Xayah, because that farm disparity, I think, really grew to be one of the silent deciders of the game, where Nami Swan was still on components for that first item while Hot almost completed with their second. When you reach that point, there's not much you can do against your counterpart, and that's what happened, right? Nami was just trying to clear waves where Hot was just clearing champions.
100%. And that partially is also STU as a whole, strategically as well. You need to recognize your breakpoints. If Nami Swan doesn't have that mythic, just don't force it, right? Like, there's nothing Nami Swan can do about it. It's the rest of the team. It's up to you guys to say, okay, we'll just let that second Drake go. And keep in mind, they let the first Dragon go as well, which is, I think, why they felt a little bit more pressured to fight for that second Drake. So lots of things that can be changed, J-Turbo, between these games here. And I'm hoping that we see St. Thomas adapt to that so that we don't get another Farmingdale sort of snowball win. Don't get me wrong. I don't mind if Farmingdale win. I just want to see a competitive game because that's what I was told to expect. That's what we wanted to see, have seen throughout the regular season from these teams.
Exactly. The last time they met, the series went to 3, right? And if we were to see Farmingdale win this, that would be a regular season sweep. And of course, there's always a chance for that reverse sweep, always a chance for that silver scrapes, but you never want to be with your back against the wall, staring down series point, staring down your bid at the championships point, right? You want to be have as good a chance as possible, especially after giving up game 1. And I think this composition is one that St. Thomas definitely can execute, but you have to keep Dolphin in check. You have to make sure Cooley doesn't fall too far behind. You have to play, which I think for Diomar and Nami, it's going to be those 2 items. For Cooley, it's, 4 to 8 stacks. And for Dolphin, it's making sure you don't get wind walled off your undertoes.
Yeah, well, once you get to 6, you don't have to worry that much about that. You can always Ragnarok your way back out and kind of go in. But yeah, you're right on that. And it does change the way the series will play out as well if St. Thomas is able to win at this composition, because it shows that they can pick these sort of more skilling compositions where they're not as lane dominant. And if they can win out the lanes despite that, that does put a spin on this game. We said before, Farmingdale, they got everything they want. This is almost pretty much a comfort style draft for them. And to be able to force them off that comfort would go a long ways towards coming back into the series.
Proving you have that answer, because there's still the same core principle for Farmingdale, which is an extra knock-up from your support, that Yasuo in the top side, and this Xayah Vygar duo in the mid and bot, where they can just output so much damage. And yeah, Terrence is on the Wukong instead of the Lee Sin, but you're still impacting early. You're still creating those knock-ups. And Bosun now actually has more anti-poke potential. You can shut down those death lasers. You can shut down those bombs alongside the wind wall. So there are so many options for both of these teams to disrupt the other, to prove what they have in store. But we've got a side swap with Farmingdale on the blue, St. Thomas in the red, and Bosun happy to step up with the Braum. We've got Ebram behind us observing, and of course we got to highlight his homeboy rocking out. He's got the chair. He's ready to slam down.
Okay, Ebram, producer, if you can hear us, observer, let us know if this skin, if the Luchador Braum skin, does that meet your approval? Please do let us know.
Oh, we get the counter zoom in. I think he's inspecting. He's going through the checks, because of course he has all the skins, he knows them. But you got to re-inspect every now and again, see how it feels for this composition. As we get confirmation, he loves it. He's here for it, and we got the Dabbing Penguin on top. And Bosun knows that he's feeling good. Right next to Hot. Couple of hot dudes together in the bot side. They're hanging out and they're about to crush it. Now it's Farmingdale who have all momentum, and it's St. Thomas that have to make a statement.
Yeah, and this time Farmingdale are the aggressive ones. They're the ones who get in and get the ward deep into the red buff here for St. Thomas. So they'll be able to track where Cooley's going to start. And that's critical because, as we mentioned before, marks for Kindred, massive. First one is a 50-50 in terms of which side it's going to spawn on. And if Farmingdale know where it spawns and know where Cooley is going to be, pardon me. You can cut off Cooley, and Wukong should win these early trades.
Yeah, I completely agree where this Kindred just needs time, but these top laners, they don't want any time. Dolphin with a flash away! He keeps it going, dodges away one! Domin's flash away as well! The fade away undertow! It's first blood for Dolphin as he's swimming on the Olaf!
You can't win wall the undertow if you don't have a point in win wall, and Dolphin wastes 0 time. All-in's right from the get-go. Olaf got nerfed a little bit too. It does not even matter. Again, nerfed for the early game. And Dolphin just knows this champion so incredibly well. Mims, because both these top laners took combat summoners, they don't have TP. Mims is going to miss a lot of this first wave, and that's a huge ditch for Dolphin.
He's still getting most of these casters, but again, 10 farm up to max with 7 here, and might even miss that one. And it's just a disaster in this moment for Mims, where you hit the later level 2. There's the extra stats that Dolphin's going to come back with, building towards those early steel caps to try and just take over this lane. He's got plenty of early damage, as we saw, out damaging the Ignite, flashing away from the Tornado. Very, very well done from a player who's very confident on that Viking, as now on the bot side. Bosun taking a little space, and Clueless just going to flame away, and the death sentence going wide.
Okay, I'm actually really scared of those boots from Dolphin early, because now he gets to run down the Mims, and you can already see the Mims has pushed that wave. He's doing it because Terrence is covering for him, but once Terrence leaves, once Cooley starts to back up there, that's when the Mims is going to be in a lot of trouble. Oh my god, it's not just Cooley. DMR's coming up too.
They got the read. They're on their way up. And now the realization sets in for Terrence that there's a couple other players coming into this top side, but Cooley going low real quick. That Kindred, very, very squishy. Good target recognition. Mims getting the first kill of the fight, quickly responded to by Dolphin. As the cage used, DMR just flashes right on over, but Dolphin still stuck in the mix. Mims going down low, and now Froggy on the wrong side of a few axes as the last tick of damage comes through. The stolen red buff gets the job done as bot side, Hot gets a kill and is still heating up, and Clueless goes down. Chaos to start, but St. Thomas on top.
Okay, Jason, well, this is what I was kind of promised here, where St. Thomas was supposed to win the top side, and Farmingdale was supposed to win the bot side. Now, keep in mind, that's 3 kills on Dolphin now, and I was already saying, I'm scared with those boots. Now he can run the Mims down. The next time he goes back to base, the Mims, this lane is pretty much over, and I am concerned that even with ganks from Terrence, you might not win that 1v2. Now, we've said that before, but usually that's, level 11-ish when you're out, get your second point. We're seeing that pre-level 6, and that is a massive issue.
Absolutely terrifying for this top side, where I think for last game, we saw some of these same early kills going over to Cooley and DMR, but it wasn't as concentrated, and also both Cooley and DMR had pretty awkward item spikes relative to the rest of the team, whereas Dolphin doesn't care about the rest of the team. This is an island. He's just taking away farm and experience. He's saying, get out of my lane, go to half health. I'm stepping up and stepping all over you, and he didn't even miss a minion.
Oh my goodness. And Ghost is about to come back up here, JJ. The Mims, you don't get to farm this. Go in, Dolphin. Go in. You know you can take it.
Let's do it. Let's do it. Come on, man. Your flipper, you can swim all over them. Got this as he's got one undertow. Doesn't chase for the second as Bosun is around, but there's the lantern. Good read from Clueless to step back up. Hook lands onto Bosun. Seems no engage wanted. Maybe they just want to bait that fight topside, knowing that Dolphin can just Ragnarok and roll everyone else once he hits level 6. Still a little scary. You've got to watch out for this extra presence as no one followed up from the side of St. Thomas. But Dolphin doesn't care. Now he's level 6. I wouldn't be surprised if somehow he turns this 1v3 around. And look, he's going for it. Terrence is low, but you can't be disabled as the Braum comes in. He's maybe a little over-aggressive. Won't even... Actually does get one back. So it's a 1-for-1. But the shutdown over to Mims, a nice cash influx. So gonna say probably worth for Farmingdale, but... Oh, just look at this. Look at this Viking go.
Yeah, it is massive because, look, there's another wave crashing in here, and that is one full wave gone, plus this other wave that Cooley is now going to pick up. So for Farmingdale, it's good, but it's nevertheless terrifying, the fact that it took 3 people to kill Dolphin, and if Dolphin didn't run into them, Dolphin doesn't die. So that's a lot of pressure that Farmingdale have to throw in to match on that top side. And despite the bounty that the Mims picked up, look at the item disparity. Tiamat already picked up from Dolphin right now. Full-plated steel caps. The Mims, Zerker's Greave, 2 long swords. Great, at least you can match movement speed now, but if one undertow hits, that's not going to matter.
No, it really won't. And that's always the scary part of this matchup, is with how long a cooldown Wind Wall is. Like, when you're timing that, when you're trying to figure out how to play around these just cyclical axes, when's the break point? You really have to block them. And will it even be enough? Is Ragnarok on such a short cooldown? You can always just pop it back up. Is that Wind Wall a little bit late? Dolphin still able to take advantage of that lower cooldown. Demim still no level 6.
What?
Trying to find it in the minion wave. He's just running up, and there it is. Last breath finally available, but doesn't seem that Dolphin really cares. One undertow goes wide. He sidesteps the tornado. It's no problem. Dolphin's just chilling up here. The Mims, there's nothing he can do.
I mean, on one hand, I appreciate that the Mims still has the courage to dash forward and pressure, question mark, Dolphin. But on the other hand, he's taking poke for it, which he doesn't need to take. And right now, there's no Vamp Scepter. So the Mims doesn't really have the lifesteal to sustain backup. You're relying very heavily on just Duran's Blade, which I guess that's some healing. But
technically,
it's rough. Look at what's happening too. Because of all this pressure, Boston has to come all the way up from bot side again.
And I don't think it even matters. He's unstoppable. He's Ragnarokin, and he might not have gotten that extra undertow. That might be enough as actually go down from that Winter's Bite. So it does seem that he's just waiting for Cooley to come around. Domin's trying to make it work. Terrence is here as well. So very, very scary onto Dolphin, as that's the problem. You overextend a little bit, and the rest of the team comes knocking as Cooley too low. Not enough damage, and that's the punish coming through for Farmingdale, as we were worried that this would be a possibility for St. Thomas, getting too over-aggressive.
And for St. Thomas, here's the issue. You've got all this pressure topside. You're drawing up Boston. You're drawing up Terrence. What plays are you making? How are you answering this? Dragon is up. St. Thomas couldn't go for it because Cooley was topside and died as well. And bot side, once again, we saw this last game. Hot is just holding this bot lane 1v2. Nami Swan still down CS once again here. And we're seeing Clueless try and rotate and match Boston. It's not fast enough, and it's not having the same impact. So Farmingdale have now stabilized the situation, or more than stabilized it, pardon me. You've answered Dolphin to topside. Heck, the Mims somehow has a bounty. That feels so unfair for the Mims, but the Mims actually has a bounty right now.
Yeah, 2 kills up, some extra farm, those assists as well, tacking on top. And I think for St. Thomas at this point, it's a little misrecognition where they're taking so much pressure topside, and if Dolphin just plays safe and keeps shoving waves and making sure they just don't die, that is so much that you're just soaking from the rest of the map. And we're finally seeing this first dragon taken, but I think St. Thomas could have had an earlier window for that, could have tried to keep it going, and now Dolphin is a little bit lower, isn't very tanky, and is getting just dove under tower, will get ticked down by the ignite. No, he won't! The shield just enough! But still, Dolphin is by no means the monster we saw at 5 minutes.
Yeah, he's been cut down to size, and Demims has completely equalized this lane at this point, with the gold plates as well. I would love to be able to see if his individual gold has caught up, but my gut instinct at this point says yes. And the other important thing too is Terrence, right? He's got 2 kills more than Cooley as well. I've not been able to track whether Cooley's been picking up his marks, but you can't argue that having more impact. And keep in mind, Farmingdale is a team that is better when it comes to these big team fights. We're starting to approach the mid game here, where we might start seeing the bigger skirmishes come through. Outs available for everybody but the supports right now.
And Farmingdale have recognized there's just not enough response happening across the map, as Domin's once again proxying, just letting these waves soak into tower. Dolphin just completely shut down. They're holding 3 members up top here, but it's removing the only real point of strength that St. Thomas has on the map. And now Diomar and Clueless trying to make a play on the side of Froggy. It looks like it'll work out as Clueless won't go down, but now Dolphin traded back by Terrence, who's on a killing spree, mostly from that Viking. And it's a 3v3 now. Support jungle mid versus support jungle top. And the exhaust does get dropped by Clueless. It is Domin's going down low, and now the Lamb's Respite to keep Cooley just barely alive. Deals some extra damage on a Terrence, but it seems that Wukong, it's a little bit too much Wuju style, but the laser comes in. The augments are coming in clutch for Diomar, as Bosun just going to try and walk this one out. But it will be an extra 300 going over to Diomar's pocket. So very tight exchange, barely ahead for St. Thomas. But the real big winner is DMR.
4-0 and 3 out of seemingly nowhere right now, JTurbo. And if you're a fan of St. Thomas, you just wiped away some sweat right there. The fact that they finally found some life for themselves. Because up to now, it's been Dolphin kind of on an island just getting repeat ganked. And finally, St. Thomas respond, answer, and find kills for themselves. Now, we need to see more of that. And more importantly, we're starting to see as well the fact that St. Thomas don't necessarily have great engage if Clueless isn't in the area to find a hook. Whereas Farmingdale are able to much more easily execute a lot of these plays. Let's not forget how this started. It was Farmingdale zoning out Dolphin deep in the enemy jungle there, and even then it took a while for St. Thomas to collapse in. So St. Thomas, more of this please, but also it's hard for them to do that.
They took advantage of a situation, and I think that's something they haven't done enough of this game, is taking advantage of spots where Farmingdale are sending a ton of resources to one part of the map, and once they're sending this top side. They do have the Herald, so I think that's the play here, is trying to get as much as possible off of this one objective, looking to potentially crack a tier 2, or at the very least get it very low, as this first charge will 100% take down the tier 1, but rotate's been pretty quick from St. Thomas. It's just the ADCs in the bot lane and everyone else here hovering this top side. So it does seem like we're going to get a fight, and it's Cooley just wiped off the map before you can even blink. And Clueless almost soon to follow. The gravity well just barely stunning everyone up, but it sends DMR a little too close for comfort into everybody else, as the death sentence actually stunning away, saving DMR, but Dolphin still going down. It seems the play working out for Farmingdale. They don't get this. Be pretty happy with this turret damage they'll get anyways.
Yeah, and the 2 kills, of course.
Of course.
Cooley didn't have Lamb's Respite, that is worth noting, but even if he did, I don't know if he had the opportunity to use it with the sheer amount of CC chaining we saw there. And the highlight as well, Bozen still has the Glacial Fissure, did not use that knock-up, so they could have extended that chain if need be. And while all this is happening as well, Hot in the bot side, continuing to pressure, got another plate on that bot lane. Nami Swan, even with the lost chapter that we said was a massive breakpoint, is still struggling to match the wave clear right now, and to be able to stop the waves from just rushing into that turret.
And there's just no way to answer this Xayah that's perpetually about ahead of you in the last game and this one. That was a real downfall for St. Thomas. And now it's not so much this Xayah that's able to just step up and take over the game, but it's been continued assistance towards Demims and Terrence profiting off of some mistakes, as now Bozen does get stunned. The Glacial Fissure goes through. That's an animation I haven't seen in quite a while. The suspended Braum standing up in the stun. But it is going to be a big ultimate taken off the table, as Dragon is up in a few.
Yeah, and while we were watching that as well, we did get to see the marks very shortly there for Cooley, already at the 4 marks here. So St. Thomas, it's not been an ideal early game for them, but they actually have skilling this time. So it's not game over just yet. Cooley is skilling up. DMR still skilling up. Both these guys have been the focus of a lot of these more recent kills. Onto that second Drake. Farmingdale, they've not contested any of this. They've just been giving all of these dragons up for free. That's fine. You can give 2 up, but they need to start fighting for that third one here, especially when it's Hex Tech Drake.
Yeah, that would be a huge boon to St. Thomas if they're able to pick up that soul. It helps wipe away, I think, some of the damage issues they might be running into. But oh, Cooley has to Lamb's Respite immediately off of just 1 ultimate. And now there's hardly a way to escape. Actually able to hop away within the Wolf's barrier. And now DMR comes in for the extra damage. Bosun gonna get walked down by the Ragnarocking Viking of Dolphin, and 2 quick kills go over to St. Thomas off of what looked to be a pick on the other side. But here comes Hot, just sitting bot lane, taking towers, doing damage, and maintaining more pressure.
Yeah, and everything, if you remember game 1, everything was chill. Everything was fine till Hot got unleashed from the bot side. And that was when all the issues started rocking in there. That's it. I do think Farmingdale overextended a little bit. You do have to be careful with choke points. We were just talking about DMR, and the fact that he's picked up Shadow Flame does mean that you cannot afford to sit in a choke point in the middle of that Chaos Storm. We'll see if Farmingdale ends up making that mistake again. For now, Clueless just warding.
Oh, Clueless. Looks like he's going to go down right off the bat, but DMR did TP in. It's a 3v3 for now. Demims is here. Believe that Cooley did secure the kill, but no one can pick up the eye unless we see this fight turn around real quick. But at the very least, Terrell denied away from Farmingdale, and DMR got to keep dodging as woof, that Glacial Fissure right in the line, DMR.
DMR, not even close, man. He knew exactly how far it was going to go. And
Not
we said this in
even
game 1
close.
too. Yeah, DMR, great dancing shoes. We said that in game 1. Dodged out almost all the skill shots. Continuing to do that in game 2 here. 5-0-4. To be fair, I don't think DMR's even been under threat of dying so far this game.
I feel like there's one moment that it came close, but then he just one-shot whoever was on top of him and is just like, I'm fine. We're chilling. we're good out here. As a couple important things to note, Leandri's picked up for Nami Swan, and full mythics across the board except for Clueless for St. Thomas. Feeling pretty good about that on much more equal footing. This game, I think, a lot more even than the last at the 17-minute mark. Only a 2K deficit for St. Thomas, but considering how far ahead Diomar is relative to the game, most gold, most items in the server, that will be quite the break point to watch as Demims potentially caught out. Is Cooley going to try and come in, get a few extra autos, but still, that Immortal Shield bow does a lot of work, and so does the extra shielding on top of it. Demims looking to get 2, and indeed he will, as a well-placed wind wall keeps Cooley out of the fight. And sure, you get one cleanup, but oh, Demims!
Yeah, last game, it was expected. He was so far ahead that 1v2, that was natural. You were just talking to J-Turbo about how even the teams are. It's not like Demims has a massive lead, and he's still able to find a 1v2. That frees up so much pressure for Farmingdale as well. Now, DMR has to be careful on this bot side. There's a potential 3-man dive that they would happily pull right now.
Oh, absolutely. DMR... He's just like, I don't care about your blue board. I don't care that you might be close. I'm just going to sit back here and take it because I know that you guys aren't going to engage right away. Now for St. Thomas, Dragon spawning in about 2 minutes, but so is Baron. And I think the way that Farmingdale have been playing, they might be willing to give up that Drake for a Baron to keep Demims' side lane potential alive and to allow them to sort of break this mid lane and enable Hot to step into this game.
And for me, if that's the trade you're willing to make, then I have to see Farmingdale really max out this Baron, because Barons last for 3 minutes, Dragons last forever. And if St. Thomas get themselves a Hextech Soul, that's when you get a lot of problems. The slowdown there is going to allow St. Thomas to just chase in and, more importantly, to disengage. And we've already seen Farmingdale, the engage relies a lot on Terrence just kind of dashing in there, getting that Cyclone knockup. If he's slowed, he won't be able to actually catch up and get that knockup to enable Demims to kick things off here. So I do think the Dragons are really, really important. And one thing we haven't seen up to this point, JJ, is a full 5v5 fight. We've not seen the bot laners get involved. So sure, you've seen 4v4s, but rather than team fights, those have just looked like massive brawly skirmishes.
Yeah, they feel like these really separated moments where you've got 2 fights going on, but 4 people are on the same screen, so it's technically a team fight. But you're right, it has felt more like extended skirmishing, and I think both teams really relish in that with the Olaf, with the Yasuo, with the Wukong. But right now, might just be taking one player off the map, and there's a lot of your zone control just taken away. The Victor's still present. There's still some options, but this is a lot scarier as it seems DMR and Cooley might just want to pick someone off the start to even the tides as Bosun going low, brought back in, truly a death sentence as DMR dominating, and now Terrence runs it back in. No last breath to try and respond as Terrence just dead off the engage. And now it looks like Farmingdale have to retreat and just try and pick up what scraps they can mid.
Yeah, what a turnaround. The initial pick on Nami Swan was great from Farmingdale, and that should have ensured that they get priority, they get control of this Dragon here. But the picks, Clueless has been on point with this Thresh. We've not gotten to see too much of it, partially because Clueless has always been roaming, trying to match Bosun here. But now we're starting to see when Clueless gets to set up, these picks on these hooks are massive, and DMR as well. 6-0-5 is a big reason why Farmingdale couldn't push in even when Nami Swan was dead.
Yeah, and we're seeing DMR just do so much damage in all of these fights, and I like the itemization choice to look towards that Zonias. Make Froggy just that much less effective at being able to remove a damage threat, because you can just Zonias away that ultimate, that no fun button. And of course, if Terrence steps in and Demims is looking for an ultimate, you can Zonias that as well. So just reduces so many options for Farmingdale when DMR is the big carry, is the big man on campus for St. Thomas.
Yeah, and now kills evened up, gold pretty much dead even, J-Turbo, and we had said before, this is generally when Farmingdale like to come together as a team for their big team fights. And, well, we still haven't gotten to see that, and I am concerned. We had also said that if St. Thomas is able to break this composition, it changes the dynamic of this game. It means St. Thomas can start picking scaling picks here, less attention paid to the team fighting, and still trust themselves to be able to bounce back after a rough early game. You called it earlier, Baron for Dragons, a bit late, but Farmingdale started it up.
Oh, they're trying, but think there's a realization they're on a ward. The pit hasn't been fully scanned. Terrence keeping it aggroed, but just taking chunks of damage instead as Clueless spots 4. And that's going to be a big indicator for the side of St. Thomas that they can just back off, retake a little bit of river vision, prevent anything else from happening, as I think they want to let DMR hit that 3rd item spike, and now Dolphin going to feel a lot better with that Jack Show as well.
Yeah, and as you said before, that Zhonya is going to do a lot of work. Heck, even with just the stopwatch here, if St. Thomas want to pick a fight, they can. The Zhonya's is not going to be that massive a difference compared to just the stopwatch ready to go. DMR might be caught out a little bit far right now.
Oh, he's holding though. He's taking this slow. The Siphon stepped back for a second. Gravity well already used. Good channel cancel onto Terrence with the Chaos Storm, and he's still directing it from inside the stasis, as that's 2 members already down. And Clueless and Cooley, sure, they're a little low, but Dolphin and Diomar are able to just step up and run down their opponents. As the big purple worm looking real attractive for the Bobcats, as the Rams just have to run away. Those horns coming out a little too early in the last fight.
Yeah, shoes on the other foot now. St. Thomas are able to start this one up, but even without perfect vision control, which they do have here, they remove the engaged threats. More importantly, they've removed Terrence. No smite available, and this might just be that turning point, J Turbo. St. Thomas now in the lead, in control. The scaling has started to kick in, and for Farmingdale, what you're going to do, right? We've not gotten to see the 5v5 fight. To me, that's still a way they can come back to this game, despite losing Baron, despite losing these fights, but you don't have much time. 2 minutes, and Hextech Soul becomes a thing.
And that's the real clock ticking down. And for FSC, this is a point that they're not that far behind, right? They're 2.5k gold down, but there are a lot of breakpoints behind, right? Froggy not quite at this death cap. Gonna need that, and getting sent back to base a little prematurely with Dolphin just doing what he does in the side lane. That's gonna impact their setup quite a bit for this Drake spawning just a minute and a half, as it lends complete control straight over to STU.
Yeah, forget Drake control right now. I'm more worried about turrets for Farmingdale, J Turbo, because with Vygar down, that's a lot of the wave clear you have available off the table, and more importantly, you don't have a good way to stop the siege threat onto your turrets. It's a lot about that event horizon to threaten the catch, and without that, who's going to do it? Is Boston going to commit an ultimate? Probably not. So you can see, easy push in, 2 turrets gone, and that means inner turret is not as safe, and you might get flanked. We've seen Dolphin be willing to dive turrets before.
We have seen it, but DMR a little too far forward. Does have that. Zhonya's completed, and now the Lamb's Respite on top means this Victor ain't dying anytime soon. Flash right over the wall, but everyone's low, and everyone's going down. We said it's when Hot gets picking up, and when he steps into the fight, everyone falls on the side of St. Thomas as the bird brings down the Bobcats, and it's a double, but all the damage dealt is enough for the ace.
Everybody was chilling till Hot showed up and turned up the heat. Dragon spawning in 20 seconds, and Farmingdale, they can push in, fall back on Dragon. St. Thomas is just spawning at that time, and even with gates, even with teleport, you can't stop the Dragon take. Farmingdale keeping this game close. I don't want to say they're in the lead just yet. They have a little bit up in gold, but they need to repeat that catch, that fight, at least once, probably 2 more times.
Yeah, and the trouble is now St. Thomas are aware of the problem, the Zaya stepping up, and that is their next focal point for these fights, right? Demims was able to cause some chaos, but we've seen both him and Terrence get shut down very, very quickly, and now this is going to be a quick trip back to Fountain. You got a wave, but is it worth going down? As that'll be shut down, sent over to DMR as he continues to scale up, looking towards that Rabadon's next. Now, Dolphin may be in a similar situation, but should be able to walk this out. Still has the Ragnarok, is going to try and take the fight, but I would not recommend that. Flash needed, as he stuck around a little too long.
I was actually surprised Terrence was willing to commit that much when you knew Dolphin had the Ragnarok available, but you blew the Flash, and that is going to be huge. Olaf has been struggling a little bit to get on to the Zaya here, and we've said Hot is the big issue. You need a way to reliably deal damage to him, and Hot has done a great job avoiding DMR's Chaos Storm and the lasers in these fights. Now, these deaths aren't the end of the world. It frankly doesn't change too much. No major objectives on the map here, so it's fine. We just reset, respawn, and until Baron comes up, I think we're just kind of chilling, J Turbo.
Yeah, this feels like some farming simulator. Make sure your waves are in the right spots. Maybe hop on the tractor for a little bit to make sure everything's set up as you need for the next section of the game. But for the side of Farmingdale, it feels like the ball is really in their court because they've shown that they can isolate Diomar when they're out of position. But St. Thomas hasn't shown that they can isolate Hot and just take them out of fights. And now we're also going to have to worry about the inevitability of Froggy now with that death cap online. And of course, if there's one good Cyclone, that can be enough for a fight.
Yeah, and a lot of it is just going to come down to these engages. For Farmingdale, can you find that flank again onto Diomar? Because Diomar is as big a problem as Hot, if not more so at this point. Froggy, not like this,
Oh, no.
not again.
Oh, not like this. Hops right into it. And no number of Lucky Charms or Gold at the end of the rainbow will save you there, Froggy. As that's just going to be a quick kill. Now, an even faster transition towards this bot side with Dolphin having already pushed it up. And it looks like some of these ports might be stopped as both Hot and Terrence prevented from backing. This is just going to be an inhibitor turret taken. And it's St. Thomas playing the objective game and just running over their opponents on the macro. 2 turrets just quickly taken off the table.
I mean, both teams
and now it might be Terrence on top of it. They haven't backed. They're just walking down. So actually, this is somehow a 4v4 with Diomar trying to walk down. This is quite the situation as they know 2 are in the bush. Hot a little too far forward, caught by the flame for a second. Now the death sentence, not enough damage to follow it up as the Featherstorm is dropped. And now it's Demins running on to the back line. Nami's gone and looks like the Ragnarok will be enough for now. Diomar trying to do some work from over the wall. But it seems Cooley is going to keep Dolphin just barely alive. Hot walks in and will not be shut down. Dash away from the Gale Force, and somehow there's 2 alive for both teams.
Well, we said it before, this fight is coming down to who can kill Diomar, who can kill Hot. And if neither dies, I guess this is what happens. And even a trade between these fights, Hot played that masterfully, waiting out the Lamb's Respite there, and then using the Blade Call as soon as it was down, almost taking Cooley as well. But Diomar, one-man flank on the side. And it's rare that when you think of a scary flank, you think of a victor. At least I certainly never think of that. But that was exactly what happened. When Diomar showed up, you could see Farmingdale got a little bit concerned. They struggled. And more importantly, Terrence got insta-nuked. And Farmingdale had to play that a man down throughout the entire fight.
And I mean, Terrence has no MR, just a Black Cleaver and some HP from the Divine Sunder. Like, what else are you going to do? Those steel caps do nothing against Diomar. Yeah. You're just paper to this guy's. He is shredding through now with that death cap online, level 17, all those augments racing up. But flash over to the side from Terrence. They're just ignoring the Baron, taking the fight, and they have shut down the problem child from St. Thomas. And Dolphin attempted to flash in and instead just keeps the Baron aggroed. It will reset. Terrence is low, so it's still a scary situation. The big damage dealer gone, and St. Thomas have to stall for 40 seconds. They want a chance at holding this one off, and they have potential. Cooley's that level 16. Dolphin's still scary. Terrence about to go down, barely saved by the Lamb's Respite, and that might have been the end of this fight as Demin's low, and it's Cooley and Dolphin that go down, and somehow Terrence is still staying alive. Never mind, there's a bomb on top of it. Nami Swan just trying to buy 15 more seconds or maybe a steal away, as we have to remember there is no smite for either team in this spot. A few seconds, he's got the stolen by the minefield. It's Nami Swan snatching away Baron and keeping St. Thomas in this game.
8 health, JJ, bro. It dropped to 8. I don't know if it was the minefield or it was the Leandries, but Nami Swan, who's been struggling to be visible all game long, does the critical Baron steal. You could tell Farmingdale, they were trying to time the burst damage from the Blade Caller from Froggy's damage, but they just messed up ever so slightly. And now Hex Tech Soul onto the table here. Farmingdale are steaming mad.
Oh, they are mad and they want one more objective. Diomar, I believe it can happen. It's snatched away, secured by Hot. Now Diomar and Hot, we're seeing which one comes out on top, as it looks like Diomar doing a bunch of damage for those extra autos. Just enough for the Zaya as Nami knocked up. Eventually might be knocked down, stunned up for a moment, shut down by Froggy. But here comes Dolphin as he's looking to dive into the back line. Terrence is trying to come around, but quickly turns it back around and hightails it out as he knows there's nothing to be done against these two remaining. But Soul stopped for now. But a one fight for St. Thomas once again.
Yeah, and that wasn't the most set up fight from Farmingdale there. It certainly backfired a little bit, but you could see more importantly, they stop the dragon stacking. Dolphin playing with fire has no Ragnarok here. Terrence has Cyclone.
Oh, and of course as well, there's the Yasuo, there's the knock-up, but still Cooley coming alive. Will drop that Lamb's Respite, do a lot of damage and try and stay alive, but still even more coming out the opposite side from Demims, and there's not enough coming through from Dolphin. You can't heal through, you can't heal against this Yasuo who's got his shield bow, who's got his Death's Dance, and is certainly staying alive. He's got the BGs on in his ears, and he's keeping it going.
DMR back up though, and with that they can hold Nami Swan as well. That is all the wave clear they need. J Trouble, we are 32 minutes in, and this game has felt like a 45-minute banger. It is still dead even. I still don't have a clue who really has the lead. All the scaling of St. Thomas hasn't necessarily won them the games. It's still coming down to mechanical execution and finding DMR and Hot.
And I love games like this where there's no clear just one straight up advantage based on compositions. You don't just get comp diffed or draft diffed once you hit 30 minutes in the game. It's a point where if Diomar stays alive, it can flip the fight. If Cooley can free fire for a little bit on the right target, that can be enough. Or if Dolphin walks onto Hot and there is nothing else to be done, if there's not peel from Terrence, there's just so many options, so many ways we've seen these fights go. And I wouldn't have it any other way. And this is still just game 2. We're guaranteed at least one more after this.
Yeah, and, you know, right now I'm kind of hoping that St. Thomas say this because I just want to see more of this. I want to see a full 5 games of this series here. We'll have to see how it goes for now. Teams with the Baron buff, St. Thomas hasn't been able to push. That's about to wear out, and that means we're back into that holding pattern here. The teams have been willing to try and find picks during this downtime, but realistically, unless you find the pick within a minute of the objective, especially with the Hex Tech gates as well, it's not really going to stick. And instead, I'm looking at items. The fact that DMR has now hit full build. DMR does not scale any harder here. Farmingdale, the next fight, going to be kind of critical. If they lose there, it's kind of over, but if they can hold out, then there's still a chance for them to get stronger as this game goes on.
Yeah, there's, of course, the infinite scaling of Vigar. Of course, you can always say there's infinite scaling on Thresh. Technically, yes, but not to the same degree as we're going to see out of Froggy, where it is just one shot from every ability at a certain point in the game. So there's always that clock ticking, the inevitability of Vigar as a champion. But as you said, the objectives that have been taken, right? 2 exposed inhibs for St. Thomas, whereas Farmingdale haven't cracked that inner ring quite yet. So it's coming down to St. Thomas wins 1 fight, they run down the Nexus. Farmingdale, they've got a little more work to do.
At this point in the game, though, J-Turbo, I feel like if they get an ace, they can.
It's true. If they get a clean ace, yes. But
Yes.
if it winds up just being like Terrence staying alive or Demins, it's close. It's very close.
Yeah, or more importantly, DMR or Nami Swan is still alive. They can wave there.
Yeah.
Both of them, at this point, have enough AP that the minions can't really get through that. We are seeing Farmingdale be the first at the Dragon Pit here. They're setting up all the vision, and St. Thomas has let some of their vision lapse. There is still a ward in that bot side, a control ward that DMR and Nami Swan can TP to. And we said it before, Victor flags normally aren't scary, but full built Victor, when it's DMR, that might be able to turn things. We'll have to see as Farmingdale continue to push.
Very, very scary, as it looks like we're going to see DMR just trying to jump scare Froggy, but now with Terrence involved as well, and Hot and Bozen around, this might be a little more than you bargained for. Unless just one shot the Vigar, as the knockup is onto DMR. The winner's bite does catch both, but there's still not much that matters if there's a CC immunity. Zaya, as that's quickly 3-4 down, just Demins alive. There's no waves pushing in. Those are 40-second, 50-second death timers. There is some real potential, and Demins can see it as he clears away the mid-wave.
Yeah, St. Thomas, though, getting a little bit distracted here. They are not going for the insta-end here. 30 seconds on Terrence and Froggy and Bozen, but that was a massive pick coming through from St. Thomas there. And the fact that they exploded Froggy before he could even Zhonya's to me is absolutely nutty. So that's going to be up. Hot and Gay has Flash, Heal, and Featherstorm all available as well here. They're pushing in. 20 seconds on Hot.
Very, very tight. It's really Hot, the one you have to worry about, but instead it looks like they're going for double inhib and getting that Hex Tech Soul. Can't blame them for that, considering the distance that had to be traveled and the fact that there weren't any waves available. This is still quite the win for St. Thomas, and now they have the extra damage they need, and we've seen how squishy Hot is if someone gets on top of them.
They need to reset right now. Baron is on the table, and Farmingdale, they saw the announcement that they lost Soul. They are just racing right now towards that Baron pit. St. Thomas, they are coming as well. Do they have the ability to walk into here? Farmingdale set up, and Baron is already gone.
No time. It's gone, and this is going to be the real test. What happens in this fight? It goes one way decisively. That could be the game as Terrence and Demins pushed back, but Diomar ran straight onto. But there is the Chaos Storm on top of the zone as Diomar still staying alive. Bosun trying to dive on in, and Hot still semi-untouched, but Dolphin found his way onto the Zaya, and that will be enough for the moment. Cooley with that Guardian's Angel staying alive. Now Froggy and Mims both sectioned out of this as the rest of the team trying to run on in. Namiswam, you can teleport to those supers. You can try and end the game here. But I guess just wants to stick aside extra backdoor potential. But now those baroned up minions should mean that this game will continue.
Yeah. For Namiswan, I respect not TPing there because he was kind of low on health. If he shows up, and with the Baron apart recalls, you saw how quickly Froggy got back to base, and you get the speed up coming out of Fountain. Press R, you're dead. So recognizing that and not TPing is the right call. Still though, they don't get the Nexus turrets, and that is a little bit unfortunate for St. Thomas because now they need to reset and go again. They do have all the cards, the scaling is coming through for sure, and the Hex Tech Soul, we saw how impactful it was, how they were able to slow down Farmingdale's engage there, and DMR was largely untouched throughout that fight. They already found multiple kills by the time DMR was actually under threat.
And Diomar as well has just been playing these fights masterfully. Just able to weave in and out, and has been using his flash and Zonias so effectively. And we haven't seen Froggy as impactful in these fights, but those Dark Matters are getting more impactful. Those cages can end fights, but also Hot, losing track of Dolphin has been a real detriment in these last couple moments.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Hot, there's no peel for him because everybody's all winning, trying to find DMR. Even Bosun wasn't with him. Bosun was, I think, either dead or in the midst of the melee on the other side of the map. So Hot has to be very careful. One thing with Zaya, you have Featherstorm. That's really great for avoiding one big burst. But you're actually really bad at dealing with follow-up or consistent damage. And with Ghost, Dolphin can run you down. Featherstorm will not save you from that. You can't even trust the Blade Caller route because of that Ragnarok. So if anything, people really need to focus down Dolphin if you want Hot to stay safe. If you're all in on DMR, that's fine, but you got to do it faster.
Yeah, they have just not been quite quick enough on the trigger, and of course that Zonia's back up and can go golden and try and keep it up as Demims dropping the wind wall a little bit early, is now a little stun on Bosun, chunked out to half. This is incredibly close. It's Hot still walking in to try and join this fight, and down goes the last inhibitor turret that's standing for Farmingdale. Now Froggy, cage a little early, not quite catching much. This is just some defensive posturing for Farmingdale as they know they can't quite run out on equal footing without the reset.
Yeah, and St. Thomas taking this slow, they recognize that one of the few ways they can lose the game at this point is if they get caught by an Event Horizon under these turrets. So right now it's a sort of game of catch, whether Clueless can go fishing and land a hook, or whether Froggy can land an Event Horizon right now. Because of that, St. Thomas actually just backed off, and they're looking for the reset. Elder's not coming up for 2 minutes. I actually think they could have pressured a little bit more there. They had the bot waves pushing for them, and now with this reset, top side's kind of balanced out, and even it might push, but it's going to take a long time. And where are you going to go? Are you just going to push out mid lane, push out bot? Bot was already pushing for you.
Yeah, and that St. Thomas, they struggle when it gets to these late game moments where there's so many options, and all of them could be game ending if you make the wrong decision. It's like there's a bunch of different potential lines and only a couple of them are truly winning, and the other ones just keep you in this delicate dance back and forth. Is everyone for Farmingdale sticking around this bot side? So there is some potential if St. Thomas can recognize this, but overall, as you said, it's that game of catch, that cat and mouse. Both teams just trying to find a lead or an advantage onto the other before getting picked out themselves.
I thought for a second Nami Swan and DMR were just going to push in here. They've got TPs instead. That's the Chaos Storm dropped.
Yeah, but Hot completely pushed out of this position. We'll have to reset, and there's, I think, a very small window. There might be able to be some damage dealt, but if they don't convert quickly, that Chaos Storm, such a huge team fighting ultimate, it does have a relatively short cooldown, but this is an ever-tightening window that Farmingdale could try and respond.
Yeah, and for Farmingdale, right now you should be actively hunting for this fight right now. Without the Chaos Storm, DMR is only half the threat he normally is in these team fights. Problem is, JTurbo, they have no vision. They're having problems seeing where they need to go. The Mims onto Nami.
Oh, but we've seen what can happen when they overextend on Nami, and Cooley actually dropping the Lamb's Respite to try and buy a little time and drag everyone back as Demims right onto Diomar, goes golden, but maybe a little too early into this fight. As you said, the Chaos Storm not up, but the Death Lasers still are, as that's Terrence taken off as well. Hot trying to do what he can, but Dolphin knows his job. It's a double kill from behind. Diomar still trying to walk up, takes Froggy off the map, and the Chaos Storm comes back just in time to shut down Hot, and that is all. It is Diomar staying alive, the teleport to the bot side, and it will be St. Thomas taking us to an even game 3 and showing we got a series on our hands.
Well, JJ, earlier when I said it felt like a 45-minute game, turns out that's prophetic. It's almost 45 minutes, 42 minutes it took for them to close it out. But St. Thomas, they had the patience, they're able to do it. And now this raises a whole host of questions for Farmingdale. I'm really liking the skill and look on DMR. And Farmingdale, you've got to address that. How do you answer this, Victor?
Yeah, I like it as well. And I think that a few more options, not being so restricted to the early game, also helped them out quite a bit. We saw some of those Lamb's Respites be really impactful, and some of them be more impactful for Farmingdale than they were for their own team. But still, in the end, those good team fights, that recognition of everyone's roles came through for St. Thomas, and they take us to an even game 3. And now the question is, what can Farmingdale do now? It's been shown they can be outscaled.
Yeah, I'm still going back to what I said. Well, actually, no, I was going to say take them off the Zigs, but that was Farmingdale. That was St. Thomas who had the Zigs on their side. Yeah, I don't know. I think Farmingdale had all their comfort champions there. And the Mims on the Yasuo, sure, that's a little bit strange, but I think that worked out really, really well. If anything, I'd like to see a bit more non-committal engage. The same issue that we saw St. Thomas have here. Terrence just getting burst down every time he goes in on that Wukong. Unfortunate, you mentioned it yourself. He ain't tanky. You know, maybe pick something like a J4 and build tank on it if you want that sort of engage. Maybe pick something like Gragas if you want to have a knock-up still to enable the Mims on the Yasuo. I'm going to be honest with you, none of my recommendations I feel particularly strongly about. I don't really know. Farmingdale, that just felt like a bit of a hand stiff. And St. Thomas, this is how they play. They have a really, really good mid laner. They know it, and they play around him.
Yeah. DMR stepping up, doing the damage on the Victor and getting enabled early. It seemed to be the missing piece of the puzzle, as St. Thomas have shown they can adjust. Now it's Farmingdale's turn, as we'll be back with Game 3 after a quick break.
Okay, cut that. I'm gonna sneeze. Okay, great. I'm great. Everything's good. Who do we interview? Who should we interview? I don't know. I'm just here. I need caffeine.
What is going on, everybody, and welcome to the ECAC Top Plays of the Week. I am Septilance, and I'm super excited to walk through these with you so you can see all of the great moments we are getting out of collegiate esports. One of my favorite things about these seasons is as they go on, as the years continue to pass, the skill ceiling just gets higher and higher, and the teams get better and better. Starting things off in Week 1 and 2, these teams came out the gate swinging. Let's take a look at what they were ready to bring out in these early weeks. Valorant is a game all about risk versus reward, and Sin from NYIT wanted to show us just how much he was willing to risk to get that great reward of a round win.
Sort of forced to pop off, maybe get a little bit more sniper play, but these direct, tight angles make it tough. You have Axorus that actually gets a wallbang headshot onto Prime. Oh, that timing on the paranoia works so well.
Yo, give it up for the Util, bro. Sin's gonna pick up 3 into the site. It's a lurk on its way from the chamber, but unless you're going to spam through this box, you're not getting anything done, and Panda won't even let him get that far.
Super Smash Bros. Ultimate is a game that can be decided in milliseconds, and Waka, one of the best players from SUNY Canton A Squad, wanted to show us just what they can do with only a second and a single stock on the board.
Sledge option going to be charging forward smash, going a little early. They're not quite getting what you want. Drop shield after first hit, and getting hit by the kick. High percent. There is the stun into Claw. That clock has been charged for a lot longer. Oh my goodness, that's a forwarder into stage with the stage spike and then upping immediately after. What a sick.
1 point in Rocket League can never make a team feel comfortable, but Driftsy wanted to show us that not only was he going to pick the pace up, but he wasn't going to let his team down.
Defensive test with flying colors, though they couldn't get out, and that is the important part at the moment. Clears a must
for UA, and it's just not in the cards at the moment.
Dripsy! Dripsy connects off the backboard! What a shot! I watched it unfold slowly. You stopped speaking at just the right moment.
Valorant is often called a team-based shooter, but sometimes it can't just be about the team. Sometimes you gotta have those hero plays. Spec wanted to spray and pray and was actually able to save the day for SVSU, tying up the series 7-7.
Hard B push here, 2 Omen smokes coming out. 1, oh, Spec just finds 3.
What?
Spraying through the smoke? Oh, what, Spec? That's not legal, man. That's not legal. This is match day 2 of the ECAC League. You can't be doing that right now. Spec just goes with the call.
Here in this clip, Fanshawe finds themselves with their backs against the wall, 20 seconds left on the clock, and they're desperate to take down Wake Forest. They don't have anything to get through this team, they don't have any weapons on the field, but with Jackie Moon in the wings, at least they had a sniper.
Apparently. Guys gonna believe all the shots. Oh, a sniper! Jackie Moon from about midway through. What a shot right here from Jackie.
Wow, good eye sniper. Yes, sir. Jackie Moon puts us on the right side. A little bit more to the left. This one would have been...
Here in this clip, we're going to get a great moment from a Pac-Man, and as a Pac-Man player, I was super excited to see it. We're going to hear a lot of praise from our commentators giving Mosey those compliments of choosing Snake against Pac-Man, a great counter pick. They were super excited to see a Snake on the field, but even without their blessing, Trollery does not yield.
Approach, but like you said, he's trying to play this safe because losing a stock right now for Concord would be really bad, and, well, a little bit of commentator's curse there. We kind of willed that one into existence. Oh, man. Oh my goodness! What?
Now I know what you're thinking. Oh, Septilence, how could that be all we got from weeks number 1 and 2? Please tell me there's more. If you like what you saw, you've got to go check out ECAC Esports on all social media platforms. Please see what they're bringing to the table. It is great collegiate esports week after week. And on the bright side, folks, this is just the beginning. We've got the whole rest of what is guaranteed to be a great season ahead of us. Thank you so much for joining me for this recap, and I'll see you on the next one.
We just had a 42-minute banger. Game number 2 in this series, this ECC Grand Finals between St. Thomas and Farmingdale. And one of these teams is going to make it to the CLL Championships, and both teams showing how hungry they are for it.
As we expected, and we had said before that both these teams are actually pretty close in terms of their skill level, just a very different approach to that game. Now, it's worth noting that for St. Thomas, they have mixed things up quite a bit here because we had expected them to be the early game team. They showed us they are the late game team as well, and that puts Farmingdale in a bit of a bind. Going to game 3, Farmingdale have gone back to the red side, where in game 1, they got a counter pick for Demims, which took over the game. But that counter pick was Yasuo, and they tried it in game 2. Didn't quite work out.
Yeah, it felt like St. Thomas were much more on how to play around it, especially with how linear the engages became from especially Terrence on that Wukong, trying to just consistently go for multi-man cyclones. And St. Thomas, they just started spreading out. They started one-shotting Terrence, preventing that fight from even starting. I mean, I saw a few moments where the Chaos Storm was just used to cancel the first Cyclone so they could burst out the Wukong and just prevent that fight from even starting for Farmingdale. And then, of course, Diomar just at certain points was like, all right, everyone's dying. Death Laser's coming through. And I'm expecting that Victor to probably be taken off the table or picked up by Farmingdale. But we know Diomar has quite an extensive champion pool. The question is really, does he have something that can scale in that same way?
And we're already seeing 3 of the first bans coming through from Farmingdale targeted at DMR. It's been the Kiana, it's been the Rise, it's been the Yanni. What more can you ask for? Last game, they threw a 4th one. They threw even the Jace on the table. So unless St. Thomas, they're saying, okay, we'll wait till second phase to pick for DMR, which they certainly can, we might see all 5 bans being used if they need to get that victory off the table.
Yeah, but overall, it seems both teams a little too scared of what they've been banning out, right? Like, Hot been performing fantastically on the Xayah. I'd be scared to see them on the Caitlyn, where they can be even more impactful in that early game, be even more of a lane bully. So, of course, you can't allow that. The ASOL shut down from Froggy, and on this Vigar, haven't looked all that impressive. They've existed, they've had cages, they've done damage, but they've been pretty quiet overall.
Yeah, game 1 Vigar, huge impact. But game 2, certainly struggled, shall we say.
Be on the East Coast because it's 10 p.m.
True. It's bedtime for boomers. Not that I'm calling Froggy a boomer. Calling collegiate kids boomers is kind of odd. That's it. The range advantage Victor had. I think the zone control is just way too massive for the Vigar to have the proper impact that Froggy wanted to have. No way. Are they actually going to do this? Vigar is not P1 worthy, guys. I'm about to join J Turbo right now. Like
these first pick Vigars, like, you know what? It's the most contested champ of the series. That's where we're at. Not the Victor that just took over the game. DMR says, "I want infinite damage," and he's taking the infinite damage, but you got to be able to still play it and still getting the Zai, still gonna be able to avoid dark matters, the ultimates, the click to wins. Oh man, I'm flabbergasted.
Wait, actually. Hold up a second, J Turbo, because it might not be DMR taking that Vigar.
Oh my god, you're right. It could be Nami.
Yeah, Nami did it last week in the semifinals against the Penman.
You're right. Okay. The first big Vigar. Maybe it's the secret tech. Okay.
It leaves things open, and it makes it harder to ban out DMR as well if they do want to eventually go for that Victor in the second pick phase. Farmingdale, though, they're going back to what's tried and proven. The Zaya and the Thresh. Sure, it didn't win the game, but Hot has looked amazing on the Zaya throughout the series thus far. And Clueless, I really like this Thresh. Like we said, early game, fell a bit behind the pacing of Bosun. Other way around. Bosun. No, wait, I'm getting so mixed up. The Thresh was played by Clueless last game, so Bosun swapped it around. Okay. That's interesting. I don't know how good Bosun is at this Thresh. We'll have to see, because I think Clueless set a really high standard last game.
Yeah, but I think playstyle-wise, this Thresh is really good for how Bosun's been playing, constantly moving around, constantly trying to impact the team. And of course, we saw some of that pick potential on the Rakan in game 1, some more of the defense on the Brahma game 2. Now you can just mix them up. You got the Thresh, you got the best of both worlds. Call him Hannah Montana out here, straight up. But focusing back to St. Thomas, we've got this Graves and we've got the Zillion locked in. So different approach for them, a little more early game, but still lots of farming for Cooler.
Yeah, a little bit surprised we're seeing the Zillion here. I think it's a good pickup into the Zaya specifically. Zaya not traditional marksman in that her sustained damage is great, but a lot of it's about that blade call or about that burst. So if you resurrect somebody, it helps a lot so that next cooldown comes in. But with Navori quick blades, I don't know how impactful that's going to be. Wukong being picked up by Terrence once again, J-Turbo. To me, that's a potential setup for the Yasuo. And keep in mind, Farmingdale, red side, they get counter pick. They've already banned out the Olaf, so does Dolphin have another answer to Yasuo on the way?
That's the real question, right? Is that extra answer going to be there? And we're already seeing the recognition from Farmingdale that this Vigar is a flex pick. The Victors still are like, nope, no chance. We're just getting rid of it, taking it off the table. I love the respect for DMR here. You got to respect him in this house. But we're already seeing a lot of magic damage locked in for St. Thomas with the Zillion and the Vigar. So they get another AP mid laner, then that'll be a awkward spot, I think, for their damage spread, with just Cooley being responsible for the AD, unless they give a carryover to Dolphin. But I think then you're running into some issues as far as how does your comp play. But there's still time, right? There's still space for them, and there's still direction that they can take. You can always, of course, send this Zillion mid if you want to get spicy. You can send it AD. So you can do a lot of things with what they've picked so far. So now I'm just interested in what's Farmingdale trying to get rid of. It seems it's going to be the Jax. So respect to Dolphins, Jax on the top side.
Okay, that's interesting. I was actually wondering if it pinched the Jace for precisely the reasons you mentioned. There's a lot of AP already the moment you picked up that Vigar. But they kind of say, no, we're okay with that. There are other options as well. DMR has a mean Irelia mid, worst comes to worst as well. The Yasuo being hovered here. I like the respect that's coming out with the Olaf at the table. I guess that's the answer to our question. Do you have an answer to the Mims Yasuo without that Olaf? St. Thomas say no.
Yeah, I have to say, I agree with this just because the game does get a little harder, right? You drop one cage, now Terrence isn't able to hit your back line. If you're having a very high magic damage spread, he can just pick up a Force of Nature second, and this game gets a lot harder to play. And instead, just get rid of that Yasuo, make sure that you're not going to be hit with the bounce house. But it seems that that Farmingdale wants to answer one no fun button with another, as we've got Malzahar locked in.
That is... Where do we go with this, Triple? I feel like Malzahar is a very niche pickup. There's usually one of two reasons why we see Malzahar. One is a laner who feels like they are not very strong and are likely to lose lane. They want something safe. And I don't think that's the case for Froggy. I think Froggy has done a great job. The second reason why you often see a Malzahar is for the ultimate there, the Malefic Visions, to lock down a single target. Sorry, not Malefic Visions, the Nethergrass, pardon me. To lock down a single target. But I'm not seeing a single target that needs to be locked down right now, especially when there's a Zillion on the other side. Great, you just burnt the Malzahar ultimate. I will Chrono Shift them. And surprise, surprise, they're back. They can continue doing things. St. Thomas recognized that, and so they're like, okay, we'll pick a Syndrome. We'll pick something with range where we're not worried about getting locked down.
Yeah, and also, in the time that you're dropping down that grasp, you can just unload your whole Syndra combo, and someone's dead. Like, someone on Farmingdale is going to die. Once this Syndra hits her power spike, she gets those splinters and she's just pressing R and bye-bye. Like, we've all experienced it. There's so many there's like all the no fun buttons in this game. All we're missing is Skarner. So like, Farmingdale, come on. Just give it to me. Like, I don't care it doesn't work for the comp. I don't care Terrence is playing this Wukong. Give me the full spread of bye-bye.
AP Skarner top's a thing. It's not a good thing, but it's a thing.
Flowers, please.
No, they're having the Irelia. That's a Demims champion as well. Second most played champion throughout the regular season. It was Fiora as number 1, 5 picks. Irelia number 2 as 4 picks here. And into the Camille as well. So this top side going to be a very volatile top lane. Irelia a little bit stronger early on, but Camille generally has slightly better scaling, but not enough that I feel comfortable calling it, like 730. Probably close to like a 55. 45, and that makes this top side volatile. For me, Farmingdale wants somebody who can take over a game, go to that top side. We've seen Hot and Boston be able to win out the bot side repeatedly at this point without any jungle pressure. Heck, Hot's been winning that 1v2 anyway, so go top. Mid lane's kind of dicey till 6, and even then, that's more trying to get Terran's kills than actually trying to get Froggy ahead.
Yeah, I completely agree, where at this point, Froggy, I think in the series, has realized that this is a tough series to try and play. Has been playing very, very well, so you might not be able to win that lane, you might not be able to be the most impactful in the late game, but the utility is a real way that you can just step up and be impactful regardless what happens. If you're ganked early, if you're impacted early, if Theomar just gets ahead, you always have that Nether Grasp to make. When you have Dolphin on a backline engaged champion, once again, this Camille, of course, plays a little differently than the Olaf, doesn't have the same flexibility and the same just no thoughts, head empty, I can't be CC'd. Like, it requires a little bit of maneuvering. You've got to land those hook shots, got to find your angles, but it's still going to be difficult. Like, you're still going to have to keep track of this Camille swinging in. And now we're threats for both teams, and we've seen what happens when they have a lot of threats. We get really high kill games. Last one, prime example, went to 42 minutes, could be an absolute banger. I wouldn't be surprised if we see another with both of these teams just wanting to keep it going and keep scaling.
Yeah, and despite the changes in picks we're seeing from St. Thomas, in fact, the game plan, as you mentioned, is kind of similar for the most part. You've got yourself an AD carry jungler, yourself a bunch of mages. We saw that St. Thomas struggled to push with that sort of team composition last game. They're going to face the same problems this time. And the other thing to keep in mind is, as you mentioned, the fact that Dolphin on the Camille, it's not that no thoughts hit empty style with the champion, but it's not with the composition either, because you're the only one who wants to go in. Everybody else wants space, wants to play from safety. Maybe we see Cooley with the Graves go in with Gore Drinker Graves. There are technically triple melee if you want to include Thresh as a melee champion there. But I actually don't know if we're going to see Cooley go for that Gore Drinker. I think if you go like Eclipse, keep that range, get that poke burst damage down. That's probably the safer option. And if that happens, then Dolphin, you're diving alone. So you need to pick how and when you get into the back line there. I do like the pick into Xayah. It's just very, very high risk.
Yeah, it is tough, right? You get one Hextech ultimatum onto the Xayah. It doesn't matter if you use your Featherstorm. You're still stuck. You're still just going to be trapped within those 5 walls and knocked down. But for the side of Farmingdale, they have a lot more peel options, right? You can get a Flay onto this hookshot and Camille to prevent her. You can knock her up with a Cyclone if you take the right engage. You can just suppress her to make sure she can't impact the backline. And of course, you can always stun it if you're Demims on this Aurelia. So there's a lot more options, I think, than last game to actively peel, where it was just a go-in comp from Farmingdale and St. Thomas could just walk in and kill Hot. But this time around, it's a little more nuanced from both sides. There's a little bit more peel. These fights are going to be, I think, especially chaotic with the existence of this Chrono Shift coming through from Clueless. So very different styles taken by a few of these players, but we've seen they have depth and they can take these in stride.
Yeah, and I do like the defensive option you mentioned there, JJ. But when I saw the Malzahar, I was thinking more just, what does a Malzahar do, right? But defensively, I think it makes a lot of sense, especially if you rush an early Rylai's either first or second item. I know that it's kind of weird to see first item, but I think the utility is really, really strong. Probably can wait off the second item when Hot starts to join the rest of the team fight. Because one thing we didn't see last game was protection for Hot, right? In fact, we saw Dolphin get to run down Hot on that Olaf, and just... There was no way you could peel, first of all, because Ragnarok, but there wasn't even bodies nearby. This time, if Froggy wants to play a bit more defensively, have that Rylai's to slow them down, have that Nethergrass to lock them down, then maybe build the Kraken Slayer build instead. And that, I think, would fit a lot more into Farmingdale's style, having that massive front-to-back threat, and then leave Demins to do Demins things. Doesn't need setup on the Ironia this time, doesn't need a knock-up. You can just go dashing through, you don't like the fight, just dash right back. Hey, that's a choice that St. Thomas have to deal with. Do we chase the Ironia or do we go for the rest of the fight? Choose wrong and you lose the fight.
Yeah, these are such fine margins and really tight points where we know there's going to be no shortage of damage, but there might be a shortage of HP for your team, right? It's sort of the opposite of these really tight compositions where maybe you have just enough damage to get over the line. This time, I have just enough health to sustain my opponent's damage, and I think that's going to be the balancing act for these teams. Where you might have 1 HP after a Syndra full combo if you're Terrence or you're Demims. Or if you're Hot, you have to watch out and you can't get stunned up by Dolphin. Otherwise, game over. You're gone.
Yeah, and you don't have the Zillion on your side, right? You've got a Thresh shielding, but you don't have that oops button. I love that you mentioned that as well, J Turbo, because I do think for St. Thomas specifically, they have to watch out for overkill a little bit. They have the Primordial Burst, they have the Unleash Power, and if you stack a Vigar and Syndra Ultimate on the same target, well, how do you carry the rest of the fight?
Yeah.
Whereas Farmingdale, a lot of damage, but a lot more sustained damage. Even Malzahar as well, with the Malefic Visions, with the Voidlings, that's more sustained than upfront damage. So if Farmingdale can soak the initial fight, they'll win the extended trades. That's a big if, though. We see that St. Thomas was really good last game at picking targets and making sure that they were able to do proper, appropriate target selection throughout fights.
Yeah, that is the big difference. It is going to come down to that selection. And I do want to see some impact put from St. Thomas towards the spotlight. I know that what they want to do is just sit back and absorb pressure and just make sure Hot doesn't get out of control. But we've seen time and time again, Hot building these 20, 30, 40 CS leads. And we saw in both games, there was a point where you hit 15, 20, Hot gets in one good fight and it falls apart for St. Thomas. Now, fortunate for them, they still had Diomar to just put everyone in the backpack, and they had Dolphin who could run down Hot in the following fights, but those get out of jail free buttons, they're gone. Those cards are gone. They're taken off the table. So it's going to take a lot more precision, and we saw when the execution markers were really tight in game 1, they struggled.
Yeah, and Diomar, as you rightly pointed out, non-Victor this time, doesn't have to sustain damage. Syndra, much more bursty after her rework, and skills a lot better, but their orb cooldown has taken longer than it used to, so you're not going to be sustained damage. In regards to ganking bot lane, though, J-Turbo, I think you have to pick the right time to gank it. Vigar, Zillion, they have a lot of burst damage. Even pre-6, they do. Especially when you've got a Graves, Cooley brings his own damage. And into a Xayah, into a Thresh, you could potentially burst them down, but it's a little bit risky, and a lot of that comes down to Clueless being able to land that double bomb. If you don't land the double bomb, I don't think you get the kill. And maybe that's the setup from Event Horizon that we're waiting for from Nami Swan. Maybe. But if not, wait till level 6. Once you get level 6, Vigar gets Primordial Burst, Graves gets collateral damage. It gets so much easier to gank the Xayah, even with that Featherstorm.
Yeah, you just have to wait out the Featherstorm, land one stun, boom, your burst damage is there. There is plenty to go around. And on the other side, of course, Bosun, if you play back in the lane, you can just get Hot out of there. You can use that lantern to try and escape, but you can still get caught by that Event Horizon in transit. You can still get caught by some bombs if they're layered correctly. And there's so many micro interactions that we're seeing these teams pull out. And the fact is, they've been using them throughout these games, which is that much more impressive, that both of these teams proving that they have what it takes. They're definitely the top of the ECC, but they both feel like they really want that one spot that they're going to get towards the general championships. And they're putting on a show for us. I mean, game 1, bit of a wash, but game number 2 put them both on full display, showed individual talent from both teams, and just the fact is they're scrappy, they're hungry, they want to keep this one going. And I think that the 3 could be very, very impactful.
Yeah, game 2 is definitely a battle of inches, and we'll have to see if Farmingdale can actually recover mentally as well from that game, right? Because a lot of times when you're this close to being able to snatch that win and everything just kind of goes south. I mean, heck, we were talking off stream a little bit. We were saying that it might have just come down to that Baron steal.
Yeah.
The fact that Nami Swan was able to steal that away.
Yeah, one mine. That was the difference. That could have been the entire difference of game number 2. And there's no Ziggs this time around, so we won't see any minefield steals, but there are still plenty of ways to bring games back from really difficult positions as they're scaling galore. There's options for both squads, and we're into game number 3 as we've got a complicated 3-game series, and Nami, gotta buy your items, man. It's okay. It's okay. Nobody saw it. Nobody saw it.
It was Nami was considering the hidden scaling tech where you just don't buy items, save the gold, invest in your banks and wait for the interest. Yeah.
Maybe not right now with what's going on in Silicon Valley, but it's an early flash. So Stonks up for anti-flash tactics in the mid lane.
Yeah, level 1 flash from Froggy. With Malzahar, it's kind of an interesting thing because his passive does give him that shield, which can block CC, can block a lot of damage. I believe it's 90% or 99% of the first damage. It's great, but he's also highly immobile. So without that flash, he's gankable, and it is easy to drop the passive for a Syndra. An auto will do it, an orb will do it. Incidental damage can take out that shield here. So Froggy has to be very, very careful how he's going to play this lane till that flash comes back up.
It's also in this window where if Cooley wants to get a little aggressive, you can hit that level 3, drop the smoke screen, and that's a perfect way to both get rid of the shield and also get an early slow onto an immobile target, as it looks like Cooley and Dolphin unspotted will just be stealing away this red. And oh my gosh, the timing as well. Demims doesn't even see Dolphin coming in from here, so he's just going to come up the river, and it's going to feel like a 5-point.
Yeah, it's just going to feel like a defensive start. That Dolphin was maybe leashing from Cooley.
And he even walks down! He even walks down! Oh, it's so good!
Exactly. Coming from that angle, Demims has no clue. And we saw both these teams kind of posturing aggressively for the first 2 games, but neither team actually pulled the trigger. And this time, St. Thomas, they even used the sweeper right away for Cooley to make sure that there were no wards they were going to be able to get in. Now, the question is, what happens when Terrence meets Cooley? Or if they even meet. Because if they don't meet, okay, they don't. So Cooley's going to be able to start 3-buff this, and Terrence, you don't have options.
Yeah, I mean, that is the level 3, sure, but you got no Raptors, you got no red buff. You're going to try and gank mid with a flashless level 2 Malzahar, and that is not a recipe for success. Does seem like Demims trying to walk down, place an early ward, or just get some information on what Cooley's doing, but seeing both of these camps gone, Farmingdale just realizing they've had the wool pulled over their eyes, and this is a great early win for St. Thomas.
Yeah, and if Terrence wants to recover from this, he's got to sprint to that bot side ASAP. His bot lane, Hot and Bozen have already pushed out the bot lane, so Theory will have backup. And we said it before, Vigar, Zillion early on, they don't have the damage. So if it comes to a 3v3 on that bot side, Terrence has a slight edge.
And he does. Just those slight early points, but instead looking for options up top side, trying to get Demims ahead, but Dolphin, realizing it can happen, just sits back, stays relaxed, and allows this continued pressure to emerge, although this stacking wave can be a little rough to farm up for Nami Swan. And of course, Clueless taking a little more damage than he bargained for off of that death sentence. Are just okay for now. It seems the bot lane's been trying to step up, contest this scuttle, get a little bit of vision for small jungle win, but already, St. Thomas, little wins going their way.
Yeah, and if we talk about St. Thomas before, we mentioned DMR, great laner, but a lot of it's also on Cooley with the early ganks, and we didn't get to see too much of Cooley's early pressure. Game 1, he was kind of forced to play defensive by Terrence actually playing hyper aggro here, so perhaps we get to see Cooley get that early game he wanted. He is spotted out now, and Bozen is in Terrence's back pocket.
Oof.
Great smite.
Yeah, I think that once the walk into the bush, they knew the jig was up, they'd be able to just step back, would be playing too far away. There's not much else that you can do as Bozen gonna walk up, maybe try and do a little gank on his own lane, as this is stacking up, but it does just look like a shove from Nami. Wants to reset this wave position. Missing the cannon, very unfortunate, but it's still all right for them as Dolphin starting to win this. Now there's no jungle pressure, and St. Thomas is getting everything.
Yeah, and keep in mind as well, to Mims, this Irelia was the counter pick after you saw the Camille. And as far as I understand the lane, Irelia is supposed to win out a little bit early on. So the Mims falling behind, shuts down the turret, not ideal. It is an invitation though for Terrence to look for a gank in that top side. And that is one way for Terrence to try and catch back up after getting 3 buff. Cooley has no chill. He's just going in, trying to pressure. Froggy has no mana, and okay, I thought Cooley was actually going to hard commit and take those Raptors again, because that is an easy 2v2 when Froggy has no mana.
Yeah, I would have liked to see that approach as well, but with the new wave just resetting and DMR not in the best position to immediately respond, and also with Demims being so low, this is a much more attractive dive opportunity. Terrence on the way, but a little bit slow as there's the stun, knock out of the damage reduction, and it's first blood for Cooley on the Graves. That's a shotgun to the face for Demims.
And they make it look that easy. J Turbo. Dolphin just walks in. The moment that kick landed, you knew they were just going to hard commit for that. We had said top lane was an invitation for Terrence to go gank, but Terrence a little bit behind the play because he wanted to clear his jungle first, and Cooley first to move. Nami, Swan, and Clueless, where'd they go? Why are they coming from mid lane right now?
I'm not sure. I guess they thought they might have had a timing of some sort off of their backing. And I mean, I guess there is potential if Terrence were to show around the bottom side of mid. Of course, they are able to get that very, very cute ward down. To hold the fort, make sure that no one's walking through the river. But now we've got level 6 in the mid lane, so DMR has access to that unleashed power. It's going to certainly make life a little bit more difficult for Froggy.
Yeah, Froggy, notably, does not have level 6 here, and that does restrict the options for Farmingdale of what they want to do in the mid lane. That ward drop from Nami, Swan, and Clueless was actually spot on timing, because they are going to be able to spot out Terrence doing this. Are they going to be able to stop the Dragon Take, though?
I don't know. It doesn't seem like it unless we see some more Steel shenanigans. Cooley might just try and go
He
over!
doesn't!
And right then and there, 580. Perfect timing, and he just backs in the pit. He doesn't care. He's like, yeah, that's me. It's like, give him back his cigar. He needs it for just the cool points after this. After that smite, he just walked in and smited. No up smash necessary.
That is hilarious. That's the second time now St. Thomas has stolen an objective. Now, it's only Cloud, so it's more mental damage than anything else, Dolphin.
Oh, he's stepping up, and Demin's level down, but the X-Tech ultimatum should mean it's a kill back, and just barely it's a 1-for-1, but Demim's using that Ignite, using that level disadvantage. Stacks don't care about levels, Stacks just care about the damage coming through. So we got some spice in the top side.
We do, and Demim's kind of, I don't want to say had to pull the trigger, but Demims is running double combat summoners, so you really need to get the kill. The fact that Dolphin was able to answer back to me is massive, because now with TP, Dolphin gets to go right back to lane and potentially freeze the lane if he wants to. Actually, does he have the minions to do that? I'm not sure if he can freeze the lane, but he'll be first back, and he'll be able to get an experience lead over Demims, which might come in handy, especially with the ultimates down. We've seen Dolphin be winning this one when the Vanguard's Edge wasn't available.
That's true. We have seen those moments step up, and now... Sure, a couple cooldowns. Ignite was burned for that fight as well, and Dolphin does have, or they're pretty much even on items, right? Recurve bow for Sheen, as far as their relative power spikes, both pretty strong. And overall, about a 1k gold lead for St. Thomas. We've seen that in the last couple of games, so doesn't really mean much moving forward, but it does feel like St. Thomas have been a little tighter this game than they have been previously.
And the question of where that gold is coming from, J Turbo, is different this game as well. DMR is crushing the mid lane. That's almost a 40 CS advantage. We're used to seeing Hot win out the bot side, but this is the biggest mid gap I think we've seen so far this series. And that does mean that St. Thomas has easier access to these objectives. Terrence coming to the top here. Cooley's a little bit late.
But Dolphin's just getting the kill. He doesn't even care. Like, yeah, Terrence steps in. He's got the Cyclone, so this is very, very close. And they do time it well, but scary as Cooley comes in. Oh, 1 HP for the Mims. It's going to have to be tight. He's walking back and forth, trying to heal just a little bit off of the minions. Might just be enough. Should have an escape. The stun goes down. And I really thought Dolphin had that, but the Mims with the dance and Terrence with the knockups helps take another kill into their back pocket.
It's a question of cooldowns, and Demims and Terrence played that so well. Terrence just body blocking the entire time onto Dolphin. That's rough to see for Dolphin, and that's massive for Farmingdale. Damims needed that help to make sure that he's ahead, and now that he is ahead, hopefully he stays that way. That was how it was meant to be. Both supports roaming up into the mid lane, trying to see if they can find anything for now. I will say it's a lot more threatening for Clueless to roam right now than Bosun into that mid side, because Froggy doesn't have enough damage to secure a kill, and neither does Bosun.
Oh, but Bosun does land the hook, and that is all she wrote. Auto, and Bosun, unfortunately, that Ignite takes the last tick, so it won't be Hot picking up the kill. But hey, the Thresh is the reason why he got the kill, so he deserves it.
Yeah, that's fair. And besides, Hot's going to be farming up Storm anyhow. Again, significant CS advantage to the bot side. We're talking about 40 CS differential mid. Bot lane's looking like a 40 CS differential as well. Oh, just barely.
I believed for one moment as actually Cleanse dropped. No dark matter available and no ultimate either. So not quite able to get the damage done on Bosun, who's also sitting back ready for the lantern away. Man, this constant focus on solo XP for Hot has really impressed me from Farmingdale. Level 8 as opposed to Nami's level 2. I mean, no, level 6, not level 2. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, level 2.
2-level disadvantage. That's what I was saying.
There we go. That's what we wanted to see. And the item differential as well. The fact that now Hot has gone back and purchased the second mythic of the game, Gale Force. And with the Zaya as well, we had some questions. Is Hot going to go the Kraken Slayer for teamfight? No. Went for Gale Force. And to me, that tells me that Farmingdale wants to be able to spike a little bit earlier here. Expect to see now Bosun just unleashed to roam the map. I mean, we've already seen Bosun roaming a lot, but the moment Hot gets that Gale Force, that's when we start seeing that 1v2 scenario where Hot still has kill threat despite being in that 1v2 situation.
Yeah, and once again, Nami just behind on CS, not able to keep up, about 33 behind. It's making up for a pretty similar difference in the mid lane, so about a kill and a half worth of gold in the lead for both Hot and DMR respectively, as they're able to just get that small advantage in the minions just over and over, and they're hitting those breakpoints. First mythics in the games coming from those who are just farming above everyone else.
We're seeing Farmingdale go for that dragon right now, trying to take advantage of that bot side strength. Froggy. Ooh. You know, if DMR was running Electrocute instead of First Strike, that probably would have been a kill.
Wrong rune. Would have been a kill. Now in the top side, we'll have to see. Sure. There's the right runes on the opposite side, and it seems there's plenty of damage instead. Cooley, once again, collecting the kill onto Damims, and that will be a couple plates going down as well top side, as Nami Swan just trying to wave clear, get a little solo XP. There's a bit of roaming going on from Clueless, and looks like it'll convert into this top tower, which is quite the advantage. We haven't seen so much focus topside for St. Thomas really at all this series.
Yeah, they've been pretty happy to leave both these top laners on islands for the most part, and then just bring them down in the mid game. It's worth noting though, Dolphin did not get solo gold on that turret. Cooley split everything, especially with the Herald. So they're trying to make sure Cooley gets some advantages as well to be able to snowball across the lanes. Nami Swan and Hot still training the 1v1. And I'm worried for Nami Swan. Opting for the teleport means he doesn't have a combat summoner. And that makes him very diveable.
Does have flash, should have the event horizon, so that might stall just enough time. Oh no, Clueless, he started pathing up mid. They didn't see the option. I think there's a world where that turns around, but a good ulti for ulti trade. Hot stays alive, and Nami sent back to the fountain.
Yep, pretty much what we expected for a 3-man dive. I do think Nami played it about as well as he could, but again, without the extra combat summoner, it's really hard. Froggy able to step away.
Oh, but the Hextech ultimatum does do a lot of work. Suppress helps slow it down, but now here comes the Syndra, this first kill off the board. Ooh. Froggy hit with the no fun button, quick double kill for DMR, and the bot lane just walks away.
And Dolphin not even given the time to teleporting right back to top side with half health and no ultimate. So Damims can look to continue applying the pressure, but recognizes, I don't have a turret. And I think they actually saw Cooley entering the jungle, so they knew that if Damims had stayed out there, well, probably ganked in short order.
Yeah, and oh man, even from the early game, we're seeing just red buff after red buff taken away by Cooley. He's got these timings on lock. That's a minimum 2 out of 3 that have spawned this game that have just been snatched away by Cooley. So Terrence just turning into a Cyclone bot, honestly, at this point already. It feels early to say that, but being behind on farm and everything else, it's a rough life, as now the Blade of the Ruin King picked up for Demims, and Dolphin, again, as we said, no ultimate available. Terrence is here for a little extra help, and will snatch away the kill. Kill secured by Terrence there, 100%.
It's a kill donation from Demims. They knew Terrence needed help there. And by the way, Terrence heard what you said about calling him a Cyclone bot, and he took it personally. Had to show that he's more than just that. And the kill will go a long ways towards that, trying to get him back into the game. And they need it, frankly, Farmingdale. We've mentioned before the lack of damage from Malzahar, so if you want to be able to win out that mid lane, it's got to be coming from whoever's ganking, and that's probably going to be your jungler. So getting Terrence that gold, I think, is more important than getting it on Demims.
That's true. And we're already seeing Demims' ability to still hold on 1v1 is now Nami trying to walk away, staying low on the lane, just trying to dodge, does stay away from the death sentence, so that should buy enough time. But both junglers here to join the party. Again, Terrence can take it personally, wants to make more impact, can't just be an engage bot. And I respect that.
Cyclone's up and available, so...
Exactly. Hey, I respect that. I was a Warwick player for a while, so if you just called me an ulti bot, I'd get angry and I'd start running into my opponents and then dying and turning into an ulti bot. But that's just the story of getting tilted and getting caught out, is now a good death sentence might mean enough, as there's the chrono shift, keep one alive, and now Ocean the one who's going low. There is that potential for more, but not quite enough on a Bosun. As just barely kept alive are both sides of the lane, and it's just, once again, a bit of a stalemate, but more damage dealt onto this bot lane turret. But I want to say, 5-5, one turret advantage, about 2k gold, leaning towards St. Thomas, but we've seen this kind of situation before in Game 1, and we know how Game 1 went.
Yeah, and I'm still just kind of waiting for these bigger skirmishes, not even full team fight necessarily. Oh, there's no chrono shift here. Nami Swan is... not in the greatest positions. Featherstorm is available for Hot, so if they want to go for the dive, it's pretty easy.
Yeah, I think that this is just going to be a clear-cut dive. Terrence is going to drop the Cyclone. Will be enough to secure the double. The turret to boot. As we've said, game after game, it feels like Hot being enabled is the difference maker, and 2 kills, a turret, plenty of plates. That's a great way to start things off, as unfortunately on the top side, Demims being sacrificed.
Yeah, it's just... turnabout's fair play, right? We've seen Terrence go up there and camp Dolphin a little bit, so St. Thomas deciding we need some help. If Cooley's not going to do it, DMR, come on up, buddy. Get the kills. We'll get you ahead. There is a difference in objectives, though. Well, I guess St. Thomas already picked up the Herald, so it is still an objective trade, as Farmingdale is able to pick up the second Drake for themselves, the Ocean here, and continue the dragon stacking. That's been one thing Farmingdale has been very good at, for the most part, is their control over dragons. Even last game, when they did end up losing it, they were still trying to contest it after that first two.
Yeah, and Ocean also very, very impactful, because while Vigar and Cinder are both very powerful burst mages, if you're just off on one of your break points where that extra Ocean healing might make the difference, it gets scary, especially when you get Soul and you're getting that that sort of burst healing back after damage. The game really changes on how you can play things out, how much poke you can really get away with, and how much of it's going to stick. So and now for... I mean, of course, that's far away, but we've seen these teams want to go late.
100%. And compositionally, we said as well that Farmingdale, they're the team. If you don't burst them out early, they win the sustained fight. So just adding an Ocean Soul on top of that just doubles down, makes them even harder to deal with. Farmingdale on the rotate, it looks like they've finally gotten Hot out of that bot lane. I like the look. And the big question that I've been having throughout this early game is what happens when DMR goes up against Hot? Who's more impactful in these fights?
That is a tough question. And oh man, we're seeing the respect. The QSS, the Malzahar tax, has been paid by Diomar already, making sure that he is not going to get locked down this game. And I'm going to say I don't mind it, using your gold lead to secure that safety so you can keep scaling up. I don't hate it one bit. I think it is very early, but in situations like this where you are that main carry and you are making that real difference, staying safe is of utmost importance. As now Demims, once again, there's a lot of guys coming up. This is giving me flashbacks to when the Olaf was just getting hit time after time. And it's Demims now 1 and 5, as we're going to see the teleport to the mid lane, try and cover from Diomar, as 3 members are starting to hover, but there's Herald. potentially, or no, Herald already been, or yeah, Herald is getting dropped up top side. Okay, I saw it leave Cooley's inventory, but I didn't see it on the minimap, and I'm like, what happened? Did I miss something? No, we're seeing a tier 2 push happen up top side, and it should be, once again, a lot of focus up here for St. Thomas.
Yeah, and the nice advantage about taking out these inner turrets on the side lanes is you actually unlock full control of that side of the map. So right now, Farmingdale's top jungle is not really their top jungle. That is our jungle between St. Thomas and Farmingdale. And it's a question of just who has more bodies in the area. And that also means the mid lane outer turret becomes harder to defend, especially when you've got 1 or 2 squishy members sitting there, because now St. Thomas can flank around from your own jungle from behind there and actually just dive you. We've seen Hot, Terrence, and Bosun pull off really, really strong dives in this bot lane turret. You can kind of do the same thing with Cooley, Dolphin, and Daymar on that top side.
Yeah, that's very true. And one thing I do want to highlight, Cooley has been taking some of the most aggressive and just like right when there's people around him constantly and is just saying like, yeah, I am Himothy. I'm stepping up. I'm taking this. And we'll see if maybe gets punished at some point. But right now, it does look like Farmingdale recognize that they're strong, recognize that Hot's in a great spot, and that St. Thomas is a little slow as this Baron already ticked down to half. They're corralled up, and Syndra's certainly going to like that. Unleashes some power onto the back line. Bosun already out of it. Baron still ticking. Going to get shut down. It seems like Terrence does just leave a clone behind. And St. Thomas say, thanks for the leash. We're going to keep your jungler on one side. Going to pick up the Baron for ourselves, although Clueless does go down. I think that was to the Baron, not actually to the Malzahar. So, happens, complicated execute, gets a little gold, but Baron stolen away by St. Thomas.
I mean, well, JJ, St. Thomas might have been a little bit slow to respond, but Farmingdale did the Baron even slower. They just don't have the damage, unfortunately, to be able to take that one. And that was why I thought it was such a ballsy play, a risky play. The big problem with Baron at 20 minutes isn't how much damage Baron does to you. That is a matter of concern, but you could see with the sustain from Blade of the Ruined King, Demims was able to tank that. The bigger issue is the armor shred and the magic resistance shred that Baron does. And that means when the enemy team shows up, well, you saw how quickly they went down. Hot didn't even have a chance to use the flash or the Feather Storm, and it wasn't as if that was Primordial Burst or the Unleashed Power from Daymar. The no fun buttons weren't used. That was just Hot not realizing how much damage it's going to take because of the armor, because of the magic resistance shred.
Exactly. Just the fact of the matter is they walked up and they turned into paper once one Unleashed Power gets dropped and takes 2 players, takes half their health. And the fight becomes so difficult to play out. Now we're seeing this 4th Drake of the game contested. It looks like St. Thomas, with their newfound strength of the Baron and just how ahead they are, points they've got, will be able to just snatch this one away. As I just took a look up at the gold, and it has extended over the last few minutes.
Even with the objective bounty being picked up by Froggy on that top side, it's not closing the gold gap. Unfortunately, Dragon's being taken. And the Baron push continues from St. Thomas right now. Farmingdale, who's going to answer? I don't think the Mims can answer Dolphin anymore. That's a 2-level lead on that Camille. And when you look at the items as well, with the stopwatch, I think Dolphin has a side advantage. Of course, that's in the 1v1, and Froggy wants to make that a 2v1.
Oh, this extended bait might just work out, but the second side of the hook shot does seem to be enough. Extra slow, matched with extra speed, and now a stun on top of it. And killing spree for Cooley as the response a little late. And now DMR, level 16 already. Just going to step up, try and get some Unleashed Power.
Dolphin?
That spell shield works out for the moment. Dolphin just barely staying alive, as you mentioned. That stopwatch doing a bunch, and there's the Chrono Shift as well. You're calling it as they're dropping it. And Dolphin still able to run down Hot, uses the ultimatum. Cooley on the other side picks up Froggy, and it's a rampaging St. Thomas as the Bobcats are hunting down these Rams.
If last game that was Farmingdale's comfort zone, we are firmly in St. Thomas's comfort zone. They won lane, J-Turbo, and now they are looking to one-ed game as well as they're pushing it. Bear buff is still ticking. It's only up for 12 seconds, but they're knocking on inhibitors right now.
12 seconds, that's still time. They're getting max value. They're just getting so much for this. That's mid-inhib going to be down at just 24 minutes. They'll have it. They'll have supers for this next Baron, for the next Dragon, and they really made the most of it, taking down, I think, all the way from mid-tier 1 up to the inhib.
How did we get here, JJ? The laning phase wasn't that far apart. Hot was winning bot side, DMR was winning mid, and then top was just balanced. But it feels like out of nowhere, St. Thomas just find one team fight, and things just snowballed completely out of control. And part of that's got to go to Farmingdale. That Baron call they made, Baron has cost them both these games now.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think they got a little panicky at seeing how DMR was getting so strong and how Cooley was really shutting down Terrence. I mean, just look at the CS difference between the two. 80 between junglers? That is massive. That's a massive difference to be seeing, and it's all started from that level 1 steal. They've held on to control and just squeezed it out ever since. And this is reminding me a lot of game number 1, but the shoe is on the other foot, where it was Farmingdale who saw they had breakpoints in small moments they could take advantage of. And this time it looks like DMR is a little overextended. There is a chrono shift available, so can stall a little longer, but that is 4 members strong here. And a big shutdown going over to Demind. Maybe not the player you especially wanted it on, but still going to be very happy with that nonetheless.
And for St. Thomas, not ideal, but I actually think they'll take that quite happily because they also blew the teleport from Froggy on that bot side of the map. Baron coming up in a minute 20. That's the only teleport on Farmingdale. Who's going to answer the split push from Dolphin?
I mean, the only answer you can try and say is Demims can now contest that 1v1, but still 3 items, Death's Dance, Hydra picked up. This is a pretty unkillable Camille in the 1v1, especially as those Cho'Gath ultis of Q2s are going to start hitting. And Demind, now I think we're going to see that limit test has some support around. So, but the thing is, they're hovering 5 towards this bot side and leaving 1 to hover. And it's just so much time being wasted. St. Thomas taking advantage, push up top, get vision towards the Baron. They're doing everything they need to.
Yeah, and this state can only last for 30 seconds. Once Baron's up, Demims, sure, you can handle the 1v1, but why would Dolphin play with you? Dolphin just walks off and TPs towards Baron and forces a 5v4, and the rest of your team, well, maybe Demims can handle Dolphin, but Dolphin's not your problem. Dolphin's everybody else's problem. 20 seconds left on this Baron, and as you pointed out, J-Turbo, the vision set up from St. Thomas, a lot of it has been cleared, but what they're looking for with this vision right now is to be able to find the picks onto Farmingdale as you walk towards that Baron.
And they have the ways to do it. And oh, we've got a classic death brush. It's been cleared multiple times. Everyone's walking up. Oh, they got spotted 1. So it seems Demim's going to get stunned. No. And going to get almost immediately shut down. Took a little longer than expected in an extra Vigar ulti. Now it's getting scrappy for plenty of members. Diomar shut down right off, but Dolphin is here. It's a classic 5v5, make it a 3v3 at the end, and Cooley, 1 big shotgun blast will be enough onto Froggy. Terrence gonna try and steal 1 away, but it's still 3 left standing for the side of St. Thomas as Baron is up. Baron's going down, and a teleport on top of it to take bot in him.
Yeah, because that was an HJ Turbo, nobody's going to be able to stop Nami Swan from split pushing. The moment that Baron goes as well, it'll be so much faster on this push. 5 seconds on Voz and 10 on Demims and Nami Swan. Yeah, by the time you spawned, it's way too late. 2 inhibitors down, only 1 left standing for Farmingdale, and I don't think that's going to be standing for much longer.
No, I don't think so. And I was starting to get a little bit of spice in my brain. I was thinking like, oh my gosh, what if you just had gonna say, but Dolphin TP'd from the bot side. If he still had TP up, like imagine he just runs in, tries to go for next. Would have been fun, but of course not the world we're living in. Instead, there's gonna be this 3rd Drake going over to St. Thomas as they put themselves up to Soul Point. And yeah, everyone's racing down from Farmingdale, but their composition, it's been cracked. It worked well in game number 1, but the Xayah has been shut down. The control attempted from Froggy has just been dismantled. Terrence and Demims absolutely shut down from the early game.
And a lot of that's coming off Cooley on this Graves. It's not the Eclipse build I was hoping for. It's better than that. It's the Immortal Shield Bow IE. This is full-on AD carry Graves from Cooley, and it's working. Dolphin kind of caught.
Doesn't get rooted up, so doesn't seem like it'll matter too much. This mid-tier 1 likely won't stand for too much longer as Clueless just barely gets the resurrect off, and it does cost Bosun, costs another as well on top of it. Demim's shut down. Now here comes the DMR flank. We saw him scary on Victor. Now here comes the Syndra straight on to Hot, and just need 1 more button press. Instead, it's the fadeaway ultimate and that's going to be Froggy shut down from the unleashed power, and a quick walk down the mid lane. St. Thomas in much more commanding fashion pick up game number 3, putting themselves up to series point, and are just one win away from taking this championship and locking themselves forward into the championships. The national tournament on the horizon. But still, we know that Farmingdale can adjust. We know that they've got a few more tricks up their sleeve, but this one has been shut down by Thomas.
And J-Triple, how is that even fair? Like, how do you fix what happened in game 2? I didn't know, and it looks like they didn't really know either. The draft I thought was okay. And considering how far ahead Hot got in that bot side, it's just coming down to the in-game plan, the rotations, the fact that Terrence fell so far behind, and I guess you need to make sure that you don't. It's just that simple. Don't fall behind.
That's true. That early invade, though, it just completely blew their plans out of the big purple worm. Stick towards the dragon, stack those up. Maybe that's the plan moving forward. We'll have to see what can Farmingdale do to prevent themselves from going down. And St. Thomas, they just need one more. We'll be right back.
Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss that fact, taking big
is that we don't have these preconceived notions, and we're willing to listen to our membership and read the room, read college athletics and how it's connected and how it's not, and take what we have expertise in championships, but also throw out some of the other stuff. I remember when we first started, there were some conferences were applying their amateurism rules to all of their esports competitors, and I think we knew enough to know that no, that's not going to work in an esports culture. It's got to be very different. And by the way, the NCAA was going in a different direction. You could see that Train had already left the station on that, and so it's an incredibly dynamic area and ever changing, and will continue to change. And just as we didn't know when we started what it's going to be looking like, I think similarly we still don't know what it's going to be in another 5 years. I know enough to know that all of us are still going to have a thriving esports program that's doing a real good service for our members and for our competitors. But we still don't know necessarily what some of that operating within the athletic department. And can you talk about how you navigate that in a conference office, and maybe the best way to handle that, or do you have preferences? Do you try to steer them one way or the other? And just talk a little bit about that if you don't mind.
Sure. The majority, we have one institution that perhaps by next year will be under the auspices of athletics, but most of them are in other departments across campus. Right. One of the things that has helped us is that we have support from the president's office. And so in order to participate in Mountain West events, you have to have an adult non-student administrator that oversees that, the eSport program. And that's where we get assistance with, eligibility checks and, please complete your roster, things like that. I don't know in the future, and it depends on, who's sitting in the athletics director's chairs, whether or not more esport teams will go under the umbrella of athletics. And I'm kind of indifferent in terms of whether it should, because I don't want esports to go down the road that some conventional sports have gone down with the NCAA. So we have a unique opportunity to kind of craft esports in a way that fits what esports is, as opposed to trying to fit it into a conventional athletics box, so to speak.
Right.
I think the success of our program and getting participation is exactly that. The fact that we're not tying it in necessarily to athletics and NCAA eligibility. Like Carolyn, we probably have 3 or 4 schools that are under athletics. And I know it puts them in a difficult position sometimes trying to make some decisions. I got a request recently to consider allowing part-time students to participate during this year, because some schools struggle sometimes to fill out all the games that they want to play with us. And we held off on that for now. We defer to the institution and say, what's your policy for those that are under student development or activities? What's your policy for allowing students to participate? And if you certify that they're eligible under your current policies, then that's good for us. I also think, and I was part of some of the conversations early on, years ago, about the NCAA getting involved as a Division II representative, and I was crossing my fingers that wouldn't happen. Just because I think this needs time to grow. No, I don't think we've gotten that far down the line, Carolyn, to ask for that. I think we kind of put it on the institution, but we do say that the student has to be a full-time. Now, they could be a full-time grad student, but they have to be full-time as from what the institution decides.
Yeah, our eligibility requirements are just as simple as can be. You have to be a full-time student in good standing.
Yes.
And after that, and that's about it. Now I think we wanted as few impediments to getting this thing rolling as possible in the outset. I do think as more competitive, they will start to distrust one another. And that's why we have this 500-page NCAA manual, because schools distrust one another. But we're not there yet. Right now there's still a collective, let's move this forward. And the fact that the NCAA is not administering it, I think, is really helpful to the growth of it all. And yes, we allow grad students. We don't even have a 4 or 5 year clock. If you are full-time enrolled for 10 years in good standing, you can do. And why not? Why would we not say that that's okay? Now, eventually, like I said, we may change our minds if the schools require it. They say, no, this is crazy. Look what they're doing over there. We don't like, but I think we're still a long way from that. Alex, do you have anything?
Yeah, I mean, I echo everything that really Carolyn has said. You're gonna have to forgive me. What was the original question? It's been a minute. I know. I'm sorry.
Well, just kind of what you set out to do, and then what maybe the realities of it all.
https://twitter.com/Septilence. Don't put that in. I'll get in trouble. So that's worth it. Did I get too close to the camera on that one? A little bit too close. Should I? Oh, should I back up a little bit? Okay, sorry about that. My bad. I've been awake for probably close to 32 hours. I have to hold my keyboard the normal way, because if I do it, I feel like I have arthritis and I hold my keyboard like that. It blows my mind. I can never do that. This guy right here, he's got his keyboard off at an angle. His isn't that extreme. There's a kid all the way down on the far end who has his keyboard all the way at a horizontal.
That's really cool.
They're going to be at that table right over there.
Public information?
Oh, I don't know. But this isn't live, so it doesn't matter.
It's not live, but you and I know.
Yeah, we know.
I'm not going to tweet it.
Awesome. What game do you play?
Smash Bros.
Who do you play? Is it embarrassing? Is it like Villager?
Yeah.
Is it Villager? Am I spot on? Oh my god. Is it the Ice Climbers?
No.
Is it Game & Watch?
No.
Is it Pichu?
No.
Is it Wario?
No.
I can keep going. I think I can name every character in the game.
I believe in you.
Is it? Did I say the Ice Climbers already?
Yeah, you said them.
Is it them?
Not them.
Is it them a second time?
No.
Okay. All right. Oh, is it one of the Links?
Yes, it is.
Is it Toon Link?
It is.
Oh, that is pretty embarrassing. That is rough. Who do you play?
I'll give you $20 if you guess correctly right now.
First try? Give me a single hint.
It's an obscure character.
Obscure character.
Not played very often.
Is it Wii Fit Trainer?
Oh my god! Oh my.
I'm the interviewer for a reason, baby. I do what I do. I don't need the money. I appreciate it, though. I appreciate it. So Bowser Jr., Wii Fit and I forgot already. Are you all lying to me? Am I being gaslit? No. Bowser Jr., Wii Fit, and you told me already. Oh, Toon Link. Yep. Where's my main support at? Who are we playing this weekend?
A lot of Brig.
A lot of Brig, really?
Brig Lucio, probably.
Brig Lucio, really? I shouldn't say that too loud. I don't want to give all your strategies. It's over under.
What do you mean over under?
Like, do we think we're gonna podium? Do we think we're gonna come in last place?
Not last place.
Not last place.
Certainly not last.
What about like 5th place?
That's doable.
That's doable. That's winnable. 3rd place. That's where things get dicey.
That's very doable.
Okay.
1st place. That's very doable.
1st place, very doable. Love it. That's the mindset. That's what he loves to hear. Yeah. Oh my God. Hold on. Cut the cameras. Well, who are you? Hello. Oh my God. I saw you earlier. I saw the back of your shirt. And I was like, I know that name. I know him. It's a quick play game. They Q-sniped each other at land. I thought it was a scrim. It's just unlucky. Are you actually a Villager player? Yeah. How do you feel about Villager being notably worse in Smash Ultimate than they were in Smash 4?
I wouldn't know.
You wouldn't know? You never played Smash 4?
No.
Oh, that's all right. Nobody's gonna hold that against you. Who do you play?
I play Robin.
Okay, wow. Did you Robin as the lowest pick rate in the game?
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy?
Whew, we are back, and we have seen St. Thomas just step up these past couple games and really make the difference. They have dismantled what Farmingdale has been doing, RMC, and now backed against the wall. Gotta find something if you're Farmingdale.
Agreed. And I'm looking at Farmingdale. I'm looking at Froggy in the mid lane. This is not the Froggy I remember with the ASOL, which was taking over games, with Azir pre-rework, where he was just about using the Emperor's Divide. He's been struggling tonight, Jerry Turbo, and there's ever a time for him to step up. It's now. As you said, backs up against the wall. It's game 4. But if they lose here, they lose their shot at CeeLo, and they're at the mercy of the committee.
Exactly. And I'm going to say, so far, they looked really good in game 1. They showed they have the ability to squeeze. But when we got to game 2, they lost a couple points after clawing back around the 20-minute mark. And it's looking a little dicey because also the ECC, it's not one of these power conferences that we've seen start to emerge, right? We have questions. Is East going to get a 5th at-large bid? What's the rest of the conference? What's the rest of the country looking like? Whereas in the ECC, it has been these two teams that have really defined a conference, St. Thomas and Farmingdale, and now it's feeling like only one can continue, St. Thomas being the ones to really step up so far.
And as we go into game 4, draft J Turbo, it is going to be Farmingdale still on the red side, which they picked last game. Didn't quite work out. They had the Irelia R5 and they had the Malzahar blind. Neither of those panned out. It was really the Xayah early pick that worked for them, and I'm curious to see if we get to see the Xayah again, because as good as Hot has been in lane with it, the team fight impact of that pick hasn't really shone through.
Yeah, and I think that is the real concern, is having enough team fighting pressure for Demims up topside, because the Yasuo was that early on, right? It was that in game number 1. It was the surprise factor, and then 2 and 3, it's just been shut down, and Terrence as well on the Wukong has been shut down game after game. So I want to see something different for Terrence, but and one thing I'm going to say though, St. Thomas, they're on blue side again. They have first pick potential, and look at that, the Vigar banned away, even though Farmingdale were the ones playing it. So they really don't like running into those event horizons. And after though Nami Swan wasn't super impactful as far as damage, those event horizons did what they needed to do.
Agreed, and I think actually Nami Swan looked better on that Vigar to me than he did on the Ziggs. Pardon me. The Ziggs solid at wave clear, but the bombs weren't having the same impact, whereas with that Primordial Burst, it was so much easier for Nami Swan. Event Horizon's not an ultimate. You just throw that out like it's free candy. Unfortunately, with the ban away, it's back to Ziggs duty, J Turbo. I'm not, going to be honest, a huge fan of it, but I guess it's what works, and I guess it's comfort.
Yeah, it has worked out with how St. Thomas is trying to play the game, allow this bot lane to just be a bit of a concession, give Hot a couple extra CS, and now on the Jinx, that CS could be a little scarier because you're sacrificing that safety for so much more pop-off potential.
Yeah, and I was just saying that the Xayah has not had the teamfight impact that we hope to see. Jinx certainly will have that, one way or another. And the moment you see a Jinx in this game, it kind of warps the game to basically protect Mr. President. If Jinx stays alive, they win team fights. To do just that, the Zillion picked up right away for Buzzin this time, not for Clueless. Clueless had a great game on it last game. Critical chrono shifts. And this time, let's see if Bosun can do the same.
Yeah, we Bosun picking up what Clueless was popping off on. We saw the Thresh picked up last game as a denial. We saw the Zillion as a response. In last game, we saw the Zillion really step up, and now Bosun is picking it up. But we are seeing the Thresh Graves in response, so lots of pick potential, and Cooley looked fantastic on that Graves last game.
Throughout those team fights, might not be a traditional marksman, but still able to pump out the consistent damage. And even in the last fight, you could see for a second there, Hot was focusing on DMR as the big threat, and then out of nowhere from behind, Cooley shoots him in the back. It's locked in. It's locked in. Gamim's got his signature one trick there, his most played champion. It's been banned away for mostly in the second round of bans, but this time they just lock it in on the first round.
Yeah, they knew that it was going to get banned out if they made it to second half. It's just like the Olaf picked up game 2 for Dolphin, where you have to respect it. They're respecting it in the second half of bans, but now you're blinding it. You're saying, I'm better. And it worked out last time for Dolphin, where he just won that matchup against the Yasuo, even though it was picked into him, even though they thought that they had that option. And this time, we're seeing the Riven. So now for St. Thomas, how do you respond? Because we've seen Dolphin on a myriad of champs, those bruisers that you can just walk in on. The Olaf and the Camille have looked really, really good. Now that same type of playstyle, we'll see if it's possible against the Riven, but it's a lot tougher with how she winds up fighting the Jarvan. So still getting that engaged, but I remember you mentioning, I think it was game 1 or 2, where that Jarvan could be the answer to giving that extra beefiness.
Yeah, and I liked it then, depending on how you wanted to play. But this time with the Riven, with the Jinx, I actually would have preferred the Wukong, because it's all about burstiness and resets for the Jinx. So J4, still a great pickup. You can still go more AD rather than armor if you're still looking for that burst, especially with the Zillion on your side. St. Thomas, they've gone back to that Jace. It's blind. And keep in mind, it was DMR who played it last time. You don't get to hide the flex, because you do have to pick your other lane right now, and that will reveal who's going, unless if you kind of go with both sort of flex picks here. On paper, Dolphin is the one who plays the Akali, and DMR is the one who plays the Jace normally, but I'm not liking the Akali pick into a Riven, so I'm hoping it's DMR the Akali mid.
It is tough. Like, yeah, this is a tough matchup, I think, whichever way you put it, right? As we see the Lissandra locked in for Froggy, really leaning into that utility carry. And I'm going to say I like it, because at this point you get a Cataclysm. You can have your Lissandra walk in and root everybody, ultimate herself, and then boom, you've got 3 people potentially locked down. Demims just says 1, 2, 3. A few rockets are going to knock him down, and Froggy can also step up to deal that extra damage. So lots of combo potential, lots of burst coming through for Farmingdale, but they also have the front to back that they're comfortable with. Whereas St. Thomas, this feels like an amalgamation of the comps we've seen so far, where you've got the poke with the Ziggs and the Jace, but you've got this bruisery, divey element in the Graves and the Akali, where both of them are trying to get engaged and trying to disrupt the backline. So I think we're going to run into potentially some of the same problems as game 1, where the execution is going to be so difficult, because you need the poke to enable the dive, but are you going to have the space for that when there's a Jarvan who can just roll up from 2 screens away and disrupt your entire setup? So this is a bit of a doozy for me on both sides as far as the draft.
Agreed. I believe we call the St. Thomas, the technical term for that composition is solo queue composition there.
Not quite. I'm not going to call it solo queue. I'm not going to quite call it solo queue, because if we had a solo queue comp, then we would have 3 assassin hyper carries, and then like a tank
Akali,
somehow,
Graves,
and
Jace.
then we'd have like a Sona, and you'd be like, how is this composition supposed to work? But sometimes it works in those solo queue games. This time I can see the direction, I can see the idea for St. Thomas, but I think it's much more clear cut for Farmingdale, and they have a lot of confidence on this kind of composition, but they're going to need confidence to make it work out in this do or die game number 4 of the series, as Demin's walking up and isn't ready for 5 already. Only 1 shown so far. So that could be the difference.
Farmingdale will spot the invade. They know it's happening. The fact that the Mims didn't get caught out is massive. And that's going to allow the side of Farmingdale to decide, do we want to counter this invade with another 5-man, or do we want to just counter invade and go bot side? They are looking for the level 1. I don't know if this is the right call, J Turbo, but it's certainly the entertaining call, and I do hope the teams pull triggers.
Oh my gosh, they just walk it out. Oh, come on! We could have had it. We could have had it all. We could have had the kill up top side, but instead, we just get the walkout. Dolphin and DMR are going to hold hands in the brush, say hey.
Dolphin's not in the brush.
Out. Oh, he's no, he is. He is.
Is he?
Just barely. It's just slightly faded. A couple dragonflies to
that
bid
skin
him
is
company.
misleading.
Yeah, exactly. It's like the one pixel that you're like, am I in, am I out? And sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But this time, a lot better start for Farmingdale. They're not getting invaded on their red side, and they're spotting out where Cooley's starting.
Not gonna lie, quite disappointed. But J-Turbo, let's talk about compositions, because when I was joking about solo queue comp, we didn't actually get a chance to talk about how these comps are going to operate. And let's start with Farmingdale's side, because they're the clean-cut sort of team fight composition, potentially front to back, especially if J4 decides to go a bit tanky, but it feels like they've brought a nuke to the team fight. Basically, it's all about getting those resets. And we touched on Jinx getting resets, but Lissandra as well. Not quite resets, but when people die, they leave behind those frozen thralls, and that can warp team fights, especially if we do see an AP-oriented Lissandra build come through. So Farmingdale, they're looking to get kills early, and it's do or die, because if they don't get the kills early, they might have problems. They are a quite burst-oriented team. Now, for St. Thomas, I joked about solo queue comp, but that's not always a bad thing. One thing about solo queue-esque compositions are that they've got a lot of self-agency. Everybody can do their own thing. They have mobility and they can make their own plays. Normally, that's great into teamfight compositions that want to fight front to back, because you can come from multiple angles. But against Farmingdale, they have to make sure nobody dies, because one reset goes off and everything is going to swing in Farmingdale's favor.
Yeah, these fights are so snowbally. But right now, DMR has to play it safe. Does barely dodge one knockup, but can't dodge two. Flash back, and that'll be first blood over to Demims. All you could ask for on the one trick, as the lane swap not quite working out. And it is Farmingdale taking the early initiative.
Yeah, actually, that was something we didn't touch on. I didn't even realize, but Dolphin and DMR switching lanes, and I like that a lot, especially early on. What's an Akali going to do into a Riven? I believe you were telling me that basically Riven's just going to go whap, whap, whap in the Shroud, and Dolphin's going to die. That was
so
the
technical way that it happens is you get the one stun, so you get the Hya to stun him up, and then you get the little shadow, and then you can just whap, 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 pow with all of the Qs. You can just go 1, 2, 3. That Akali's knocked up, the Shroud's gone down, and suddenly you're in a world of hurt. Whereas, conversely, against the Lissandra, you can do a little bit more poke, you have a little more maneuverability, but also you get too close, and she just hits W, and you're stuck in place. As bot side, the first time we're really seeing some aggro from the side of St. Thomas, and it's Bosun who has to flash away early on. And it seems the action doesn't, as Cooley getting caught out, doesn't quite get locked down back to back, but does barely escape for a moment. But now Froggy does snatch away that kill. Low on mana though, so Dolphin has to dance with this energy management. Terrence already ignited, the extra auto goes down, but the cooldowns aren't there, and it's a double. It's another kill up top. As Farmingdale said, backs against the wall. We're just going to play with confidence. We're just going to get the kills and crush the early game, and we've seen what they can do with a lead. They've already got 2K at 4.5 minutes.
So, J-Turbo, I heard you like 5-game series.
Absolutely love them.
Well, it's a little bit early.
Absolutely love them. I'm here. Give me the Silver Scrapes. Give me the full roundabout, the full storyline where, St. Thomas, they bounce back from game one, and then with their backs against the wall, Farmingdale Rams, what do you do when you're back against the wall and you're a Ram? You charge forward with the horns out, and that's how it started.
Well, it's still a bit early. We have seen St. Thomas come back from some rough starts, but this is certainly not how they wanted the game to go. And we've talked about resets for this Farmingdale team already, how strong they can be. And if you get these kills onto Demims, if you get it onto Froggy, these are burst champions. Hot doesn't need the early kills. What Hot needs is for people to get people low so that you can use that rocket, get the execute, and then pop off. So for Farmingdale, this is an almost ideal start. Of course, they have to continue going this way. Dragon has spawned, and despite the early kills here, Froggy now basing, now with an item lead, they might not actually have the priority depending on how the bot lane goes. If Nami, Swan, and Clueless can continue to push out and keep Bosun and Hot low.
Yeah, I think that is the one saving grace for St. Thomas, as you're mentioning, that they do have this bot lane that has potential, but not when the bot lane roams up. Double stun down, and the fadeaway bomb. Bosun getting their first kill of the game. A little thumbs up.
Yep, and that should secure Dragon. Block pressure doesn't matter when you get picked like that in the mid lane. You don't have the numbers advantage anymore. And Nami, Swan, Clueless, you can see they're thinking, hey, do we move up to stop this? No, you don't. Good call. Just stay in your lane right now. To step out of your lane is very, very risky. Farmingdale continue to accelerate on perfect pace, and because this is so early, there's no Herald for St. Thomas to try and answer. Nami, Swan, can you steal it this time?
Oh, they're waiting. Oh. Doesn't quite have the 600 burst. Oh no, and there's the stun. Flash away, didn't quite trust the lantern, and that might lead to both their demises, as there is the Entomb and Clueless. Clueless to the burst coming through. That's 6 kills unanswered, 3k gold in the lead. By far the most dominant start we've seen out of either of these teams is St. Thomas. What's happening?
6 kills in just under 7 minutes, J Turbo. If they had that level 1 fight, we'd be a kill a minute. This is just Farmingdale turning it on. And to be fair, I think part of this is composition. Part of this is just St. Thomas not respecting the Riven with the Akali pick. The moment they picked up the Akali for St. Thomas, and Farmingdale kind of went, okay, we'll pick Lissandra and Riven. There is no good lane for this Akali, and that's why we're seeing Dolphin get punished. And unfortunately, this is starting to extend over into DMR's lane a little bit. I don't know if DMR's as comfortable in the extended lane, but the Mims on this Riven certainly is, and we're seeing that with the 2 kills that happened up top.
Yeah, I would have much rather maybe seen something like a Fiora that has that counterplay potential into the Riven. Just how if you time the riposte, you can turn these around, and same onto Froggy, where you have that extra option, but still very difficult to play into the rest of the team. And of course, with how St. Thomas have been building their compositions, it can be difficult to put that together as all they're just bringing everyone down. Bot lane has, they see that there's one player still without a death. Look to change that as Nami Swan joins the rest of the team with at least one in that center category of the KDA. As hook onto Terrence doesn't matter. The aggro is being juggled perfectly. And Bosun actually goes down. So Clueless will get one back, but oh, what an execute off of the ultimate. Demin's showing why that pick had been banned for so long, eventually shut down, but that is a small consolation for everything that Farmingdale continues to grab.
I mean, yeah, St. Thomas, you take that. The bot side, not so much of a consolation because Clueless picked up the kill, but getting the kill onto Dolphin, that's, I think, a start in the right direction. The problem is it's very little, very late, and more importantly, no items properly completed for Dolphins. You're still looking at double amp tomes. That's it. Not even the, what's the class below legendary? Like the components aren't even properly being completed right now. And Demims in a 1v2 situation, still able to answer 1-for-1. That doesn't change, and it doesn't bode well for either DMR or Dolphin trying to lane in this top side.
Yeah, it's at this point, I think DMR can try and just soak some waves, and the trouble is when a Jace falls behind, that poke just feels so useless at times if you're not able to burst members out, and especially with the nature of lethality, how it is such a snowballing keyword, and how it does really want to rely on that. Oh, Bosun, you can't be face checking like that. Even though you've got a buddy around the corner, still going to go down early. Coolly going to flash away, even with the exhaust dropped. So that is going to be just a quick reset. 1 kill taken away. So at the very least, St. Thomas taking what's given to them.
Yeah, and St. Thomas, well, on one hand, taking what's given to them, but I think they are doing a good job manufacturing these picks right now. Terrence turning back onto Cooley.
This is where Clueless is going to have to really step up, but oh, the Cataclysm, too much damage. You're unstoppable for that one moment. And certainly Terrence took advantage. DMR looking for the collapse, but nice flash away off of the flag and drag. Couple autos wheel off, and now Dolphin looking to re-engage. Bosun still around, and the death rocket from across the map. That's a snatch away. Sniper elite across the map is hot. 3 kills up already. And that's you gotta love the global nature of these ultis.
Hot once again in the 1v1, but this time instead of dominating the lane, it's affecting the rest of the map. And the Jinx is the big countdown clock. Once Hot kind of hits 2 item power spike, once Hot gets a big enough lead, that's when the game gets incredibly difficult for St. Thomas. And normally with this composition, you'd be looking at Dolphin to try and threaten this backline, get onto this Jinx and kill her before she can start to run away with team fights. Dolphin's not at that state 1, 2, and 0, and unfortunately in that last jungle scuffle, Dolphin wasn't able to get involved there.
Tried to play time for the rest. to get the counter kill, but still, as you said, it's feeling like too little too late. We're only 11 minutes in. Of course, one wrong fight, one good pick could turn this all around. We saw that happen game number 1 of this series against St. Thomas by Farmingdale, where they were a little behind and they took their one strong suit and used it. But this time, all of the breakpoints favoring Farmingdale, and they are continuing this step up. They're doing all you got to do: get the heralds, look for towers, and start stacking drakes.
So what I'm hearing, J Turbo, we're waiting for the breakpoint for St. Thomas. So we're waiting for Baron, yeah?
Yeah, we're waiting for Baron. That's the ultimate breakpoint. When can they find an awkward Farmingdale Baron to take advantage of? And now it seems the reset timer is very, very tight. It looks like Farmingdale will just barely be able to come in and try and respond, but the immediate kills attempted on the Terrence. He's still somehow alive. Gore Drinker just keeping you going. It's a 1-for-1 so far. On the top side, somehow, Dolphin wins the 1v1 against Amins. That's a very, very big deal, but of course there's no teleport to try and respond to this, so it's Hot trying to keep this dragon going, keep it aggroed. Draw it away towards their side. Froggy getting the level up from Bosun. Now the re-engage. Cooley is here, only smite available on the map. The zoning just kept alive by the poke. And ooh, St. Thomas, they find one back. They get this spot, and something to note, Bosun's still level 5. There's no chrono shift on the map quite yet.
Yeah, and all that roaming for Bosun has not worked out. This is hurting him a lot. If he had the chrono shift, I do think that Farmingdale actually probably would have looked for the active re-engage there. The Glacial Prison was ready and available. Frozen Tomb, pardon me. Glacial Prison for Froggy was up and available as well. So if they wanted to dive in there, if they had the safety to know I've got backup and I've got another life, they'd have pulled the trigger. Terrence now hovering on this bot side, but Farmingdale, they've lost tempo a little bit. They've lost control of this game. And despite the fact they are still up gold, St. Thomas are the ones who've been making the last few proactive plays, the last few catches.
Yeah, this game's becoming more and more playable for St. Thomas, where it felt just unwinnable at certain points. And now starting to step up, still Hot, very, very strong. Hasn't quite completed that mythic quite yet, but next back will certainly have enough. And now 4 members for both teams here. The top laner just sitting on their island, and the initial engage from Terrence start things off. Bosun, again, still level 5. No way to impact with that extra ultimate, and very, very squishy on top of it. Hook goes wide. Froggy jumps back in. Clueless first to fall. And now the re-engage attempted by Diomar, but he can't do enough as level 6 found in the middle of the fight. Not even needed as everyone just goes down. There's not enough damage. It's the pre-Baron breakpoints, and it's working out for Farmingdale. In the top side, Dolphin having to dive away from the Riven does have potential for the re-engage off the end of this ultimate. But instead, it's just going to be Farmingdale continuing to run down this bot side, get that Jinx excited, and get that snowball rolling once again.
Yeah, Farmingdale, that was a critical dive on the bot lane. It was also a very risky dive. I wasn't sure it was going to work for a second, but no hesitation. And more importantly, they didn't even need the chrono shift, as you pointed out. That's how good the turret aggro juggling was and the zone control to keep them out from the turret. The Mims has to be careful, though. As well as Farmingdale played on that bot side, if the Mim dies again to Dolphin topside, that's a potential comeback condition for St. Thomas.
Absolutely, because it doesn't matter how big your Jinx is, she doesn't have Featherstorm to escape. She's just got Flash and Ghost, and if you get hit by the Shuriken, that Akali is going to take you down. And of course there is the chrono shift, but we've seen Bosun has had some awkward positioning, and there have been times that they're just able to get caught out. So there's always just that fear involved where if they're not next to each other, if there's not the right position, it won't work out. But this time, it's Cooley out of position, and it doesn't matter about that Shroud. They know where you're at. They're going to just hit you with the bam! And this time, it's Demims cleaning up the kill, and Diomar getting collapsed on, trying to find an out with Hot, and it's just going to be Clueless, sacrificed for the mid laner. It is 3 down in the blink of an eye, and all that tempo gained back just firmly sent over to Farmingdale.
The hope that St. Thomas gave me for a second just makes this hurt that much more when Farmingdale just decides to turn on their Moxie and just start running over them. And Farmingdale, they've regained that control over the map that we were fearing that they were losing. That's both outer turrets on the side lanes down. Now the third one to follow. And up to now, Hot still 4-0-4. Still hasn't been threatened by anybody on St. Thomas.
No, they really haven't been. And with the way this game is continuing, I mean, just everyone's so strong for Farmingdale. Reaching those 2-item marks. Clueless caught by the corner of the Cataclysm. That one hurts. This jungle is just completely taken over. This Jinx is enabled, even though she only has 1.5 items. She's going for that IE second. It is going to be so much damage just getting pumped out, and there is no one on the side of St. Thomas that can absorb it. There's no tanks, there's no nothing. And someone I want to highlight, Terrence this game looked a little weaker previously, now 17 out of 19 KP.
Yeah, his J4 has looked leagues better than his Wukong game. And granted, that's partially the champion, right? Wukong doesn't have that level 2 gank power. Isn't amazing at early ganks. He's okay. He's got the damage, but you need level 6 for Cyclone, whereas J4 is just a ganking spree right from the get-go. And Terrence has played that so well in terms of applying the pressure to Mims. Really far up right now. I don't think he realizes that he's about to get collapsed on.
Yeah, I think that's the fear. It's the 5-head bait coming through for Diomar, where it's just like, yeah, you're going to stop my back, you're going to stop my back, and now Clueless just waltzes on up, gets the flay for the initial slow, misses the death sentence, and that could be it, as the exhaust used for extra measure, and Cooley will get that kill. So 1 pick taken away. With 15 seconds to Drake, that's a numbers advantage.
It is, and no TP from Demim, so it's going to take a while, even after he respawns, to actually get to the dragon. And if anything, I think Farmingdale, just maybe push out mid, try and pressure there, so that if St. Thomas go for dragon, you can try and trade an inner turret, or never mind, Herald's up. You can always go for the good old dragon for Herald trait. Normally, I'd argue dragon better than second Drake, but with the pace of the game for Farmingdale, being able to crack inner turrets and potentially even in-hit turrets is massive.
Yeah, the acceleration that this Rift Herald represents, I think that they'd rather go for this over Drake anyway, so I think Demim's just making that decision that much easier, as this will be shredded rather quickly. Of course, with the entire outer ring taken already, that means that you're knocking down quite a bit, and with Hot reaching level 11, getting closer to this Infinity Edge, getting excited becomes that much scarier off of even just turret kills.
I'm actually kind of surprised Hot doesn't have the IE completed just yet. I feel like he should have more gold than he actually does. 4-0-5, 159, highest farm in the game. Demim's just caught up. Is it lack of plate gold? Is that what's holding him back?
I mean, it's still only 18 minutes. So I think there's that to take into consideration. I'm sure he's very close. And also, like, Gale Force IE is, like, the most expensive 2-item spike in the game. But it just got that much easier as Nami Swan gets taken down in the blink of an eye. 1 CC, little damage, some minigun action. Pow Pow's stepping up. And now Dolphin won't take the challenge against the Mims, and it seems that that's what happens. You get hit with the slam down and the Cataclysm for good measure. And now here comes the Herald to crash down this tier 2. They're looking for potentially the inhib turret and more.
Yep, that's why I said this Herald, I think in the hands of Farmingdale, is worth so much more than that Drake. Only Cooley and Clueless here to defend this one. Diomar split pushing on that top side. Can't even reach the inner turret in time.
And that's an inhib down. I mean, there's an argument that getting inhibs too early just gives gold over, but it's 19 minutes. You're going to have supers in the base for Baron spawning at 20, and I think this time Farmingdale a lot more comfortable going for that 20-minute Baron than last game.
I want to agree, J-Turbo, but a large part of me is very scared we're about to cast the turn. St. Thomas, they do have 2 teleports on their team for DMR and Nami Swan, so they can look to push out that bot side and still TP to that Baron fight, but what they do need is vision around the Baron right now, and St. Thomas have not set that up. Farmingdale coming out of base, I expect to see them just group up and push into that Baron pit area. They have strength in numbers, they have strength in gold, i.e. completed for Hot.
Oh, and oh no, you can't escape. You cannot escape. There's too much speed. And Nami Swan shut down again. One of the main stealers snatched away from this Baron attempt. So when the Baron hits 8 HP, I think Farmingdale will be absolutely fine this time around. But who knows, I might have just cursed the moment, as it's going to be a 4v5. Dolphin and Diomar on the side. No vision in the pit to spot where this Baron is. Froggy steps up, doesn't catch anyone off the initial engage, but oh, bye-bye Dolphin. It's been hunted down, and now with just a few thousand health remaining, this will be a walk away. The Baron's taken. Oh yeah, I felt the same way. I was like, oh man, they are lucky there's no Inferno Bomb available, but there is a Death Rocket for 2, as that's the ending of Arcane. Just the one shot running right at the crew. as it's going to be 2 more members off the table, as this mid-tier 2 is the next to fall.
Farmingdale want to reassure us that the Baron steal is not a threat, not an issue. Nami Swan having to flash out, or pardon me, Dior having to flash out there, and that's going to let the Baron push continue strong from Farmingdale. Nobody can even reach Hot right now. They're diving!
Oh, and Dolphin wants to try and do something, but of course there's the chrono shift, and of course there's not much else to be done. The dive in and canceled off of R2, so no D2 though. There's no Star Wars at this time around. It's just a sad state of affairs for St. Thomas, as don't really see many ways back into this. It's 12k gold, 21 minutes, and unless Farmingdale makes some major mistakes, they have got this game in their hands.
And to me, till the moment I see Hot actually get killed, or even brought to half health, I agree. It's looking pretty doomed for St. Thomas. Part of me almost wants to see Hot just pick up a stopwatch for safety reasons. I know you've got the chrono shift already, but truly, if you pick up stopwatch right now, you just crush the hopes and chances, the dreams of St. Thomas.
But they still have a 3-item Riven. 2.5-item Lysandra. This Jarvan is still incredibly strong. Like, that's the thing. It's not like previous games where Hot was the main win condition and everyone else was just the supporting cast. This is an entire stacked squad. This is the cast of Everything Everywhere All at Once. Everyone's popping off.
Yes, it is. I mean, Michelle Yeoh was definitely meant to be the star of that particular movie, and Hot was definitely meant to be the star of this team. But you're right, they're so accelerated that everybody's just popping up and looking great. And even if you do kill Hot, there's still the risk of Demims running your backline. Terrence, with this build that is closer to tanky with Thornmail, is absolutely shredding members of St. Thomas. Nami Swan has been struggling immensely this game, not been able to do anything, even with the range of that Ziggs, has still been picked out.
Oh no.
Over the wall?
Oh no, there's not enough time, but they're still not killing Cooley. This is getting a little dicey. He's out of the pit, he just gets the steal. Why are you out of the pit, Terrence? Sure, you're still winning, but you just handed over an objective bounty and potential soul. Those are the kind of mistakes that can lose you games, but in the background, we've still got Demims on the back door. 1 kill for 1 dragon, but a couple inhibs taken for Farmingdale as they keep it going.
That right there is why Terrence did not care about the dragon. They were buying time for Demins, and we'll give you dragon, we'll take your base. Dolphin down. Who's next? Nami Swan?
Looks like that's going to be it. It feels like it's all coming together. There's the Riven, there's the Excited, and there is the Nexus falling. Who cares about a dragon steal if you can take the Nexus? As we said these teams were even. We saw the bounce back from St. Thomas after game 1. And they roll up. They say we're here to play. They want silver scrapes. And we're going to game 5.
Well, we saw the comeback from St. Thomas after game 1. But Farmingdale say, remember game 1 and the smackdown we put down in that first game. And for St. Thomas, honestly, this is one of those games where you just kind of go, forget about it. This is not a game we can look at and say, okay, we need to change this, that, and the other. I think they were a little bit off guard and they got punished right from the get-go. Farmingdale came in with a plan, and that plan started with Terrence on that J4. Absolute beast. If anything, forget the Lee Sin, forget the Wukong. The J4 is much scarier to me than either of those picks.
Certainly has, and the Jace hasn't been working out for Diomar either. So now we get down to the wire. Both teams bouncing back to a best of 1 to decide who moves on. Who is the East Coast Conference champion? We'll find out right after a very, very quick break.
Just like Samus.
Huh?
Do you disagree?
I guess I can see
The
it.
Samus vibe. Show the controller to the camera. We're interviewing. This is recording, by the way. Surprise.
Not my controller.
Who do you play?
I play Peach.
Oh, wow, I like that. Who do you play?
I play the Shotos, mostly Kazi.
No, you lose against Kirby. That's just like a statistics thing.
Yeah. It's maybe.
This is a death match, and I think they're all in the same one. They're all on Icebox. Are they all in the same death match? Maybe. Who knows? I feel like none of them can hear me. I want to like approach somebody, but no one can hear. They all have both their headphones on.
What's up?
How do we think we're doing?
I think we're doing pretty good. Yeah.
What's your kitty?
We're looking at 10 and 6 right now.
Oh, hey, that's third, dude. That's better than I expected. Who's bottom frag right now? I want to go talk to them. Ian? Hey, how do you think we're doing so far?
You know, it could be better.
Could be better? You're one of those rough days?
Well, you know.
Let's go find more people to harass. Yeah. Where's Boise State? Who's your favorite to play?
Oh, right now it's got to be either Chamber or Breach.
What country is Cypher from?
Oh, dude. It's Moroccan, right?
It is Morocco. Oh my God, I don't think anyone was gonna get that. Oh, you're good. You're good. All right, see you later. Let's go harass Boise State more. Who is this? What school is this? Boise?
This is Boise.
Oh man, that's okay. Boise still got really good odds. A Large Bagel, one of their tank players, Nerdy Bird, they're off tank. Both of them not here. A little bit scary, if we're being honest. Getting warmed up, getting ready to cast some players. No, okay, not cast. Interview. Change your mindset. Change your mindset.
Words.
No, but last words until we come back.
Oh, okay.
Because we're leaving.
Enjoy.
Oh, that was good. That was good. Anything from you?
How are you doing, Polly?
Awesome. Thank you so much for your time.
That's why we're here, right? This is why a lot of people are trying to figure out, how do we replicate what you guys are doing? How do we, how do they do what you guys are doing to a degree, or why are you guys doing what you're doing to a degree? But to kind of, I think, focus in then a little bit more. I want to talk about gameplay a little bit before we jump into business and all of the other stuff. Jensen, this one's for you, right? I want to talk a little bit about this because to someone like me who's traditionally a League of Legends fan and all that, I know that you've been a coach that's been all over the world. You've worked with a lot of different professional teams and different regions. My question, I think a lot of people want to know, how did you end up at Maryville, and why a North American collegiate college? What was the draw, or what brought you here? How did you get to this point?
When I first came to NA, I worked with Immortals, with the academy team, and I realized that there's a lot of cultural challenges that exist that's very unique to NA and esports, right? Where there's this very interesting intersection, because unlike traditional sports, in esports, players, they don't start training under a structure or a system or a coach. From a very early age, which is what happens if you want to pick up any other sport, right? Like you start going to community events or whatsoever, and then you start developing your skills and your literacy of the game from the age of 6 or 7, and you're very used to working in a team environment, a coaching environment. But in esports and for League of Legends, a lot of times players, they go through they go up, they climb the ranks in solo queue where everything is basically self-taught, and then all of a sudden they need to be placed into a team environment. And I realized that this is something that the Asian teams got right, where they had these B teams. They have the B houses in Korea and Taiwan. You would spend almost close to a year just being a understudy or training partner for the team before you even join an academy team in the first place. And in China, they have like these massive B team systems with like lots of players in them. The moment you hit a certain rank on the ladder, they fly you in. You are then boot camping for a month there at the facility, and depending on how well you do, they then decide whether to retain you on as a training partner or as a trainee in whatever capacity, given how well you perform in those scenarios. So the West was very lacking in all of this, and culturally to do the same things and try to replicate the B house environment or what they do in China or Taiwan would not be possible to do. But the West has a very successful model of developing sports and talent, especially in America, when that is in the collegiate space. So I looked at this, I saw the resources that was available, and when Clerky pitched his vision to me, it's like, yeah, this is what I think should be the future for development in the NA ecosystem for esports.
Oh, right on. And I think, maybe let's follow up on that a little bit then, because Dan, okay, so Dan, you pick up Jensen, you've got this going. I think that's going to be my question then is, or to any other schools that want to be competitive like you guys on that level, is this something that we should be expecting to see in the future, right? Is this now, the standard that you guys, Jensen, you and Dan, do you guys feel that this, if every college across the nation starts doing this, if they start, recruiting coaches like Jensen and trying to build this atmosphere, is this going to be the next standard, or is this something that's very successful that, obviously it's proven to work, but is it sustainable? Is it possible for everyone, or maybe not everyone, but right, the greater sense of the industry and the ecosystem? How do you guys feel about that?
It's a dream of mine, obviously, to get to a point in the future where every university has an esports team that's taken seriously, and every day they report to practice. It's an improvement-driven mindset across the whole program. I think for me, though, like the reason isn't necessarily like to see like a March Madness with millions of dollars flowing through it. For me, it's a little bit more simpler than that. The reason why this is my vision is just because it's best for player development and just players in general. What we see in tier 2 ecosystems almost across the industry, that's like below academy, I would say, like right before you, I would consider academy professional, because you're making a higher salary than exists in a lot of semi-pro sports actually. But in the tier 2 ecosystem, you kind of go from like your parents' bedroom making no money on a Discord server with a coach that hasn't been certified by any national body, to playing academy, and that's horrifying to me. So while I don't see collegiate as being, or maybe it does end up being this way, but it doesn't have to be the definitive path to pro. I want it to at least be an option, like a parallel option, similar to how you can go through the Canadian hockey system, where you can choose to spend a couple extra years developing and maturing physically and emotionally in the NCAA model before you go to the show in the NHL. I'd like to see that reality in esports. This isn't something where there's a century of history to the competition. So it's a very powerful tool, especially when you're trying to convince your parents that this is a worthwhile pursuit, that you can get a college degree. And it's one of those things where, at least in America, with how expensive college is, getting scholarships after your first, after your 18 to 20-year-old years is usually harder academically. You usually get the majority of your scholarships going into school when you're an 18-year-old freshman, and the way that the current path to pro is set up, a lot of players are foregoing that span of time to try to go pro for no pay. And so for me, it's more about like a health of a pipeline, health of the ecosystem, health of kind of the player experience of pursuing this, and that's the big thing for me. And obvious it's a dream. I want Maryville to serve as like a case study and a model for that. We want to show results. We want to eventually be competing to win proving grounds, to show that this can be a functional alternative to the traditional tier 2 within esports, and that's what we strive for every year.
And I can add to that a little bit, just from a business perspective. I think we're very fortunate to have Jensen and Dan here at Maryville, but
Welcome back, and as everyone knows, we're getting to Game 5, and a Game 5 wouldn't be really it without Silver Scrapes coming through.
Ooh woo, be woo 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 woo.
Alright, and scene.
And you just heard the beautiful renditioning of Silver Scrapes by our very own production choir. Major props to the one and only wide Pipo Ebram we saw from RMC, stepping up to show who's really been making the magic behind the scenes. And of course, that moment, just as magical as this entire series we've had so far. It's been back and forth. We've been seeing both teams at their best. And of course, it's been brought to us all by Ebram and Professor Layton behind the scenes, who have been observing, producing, keeping the whole show running. And it has been a doozy, RMC.
It has. And JTRO, it ain't slowing down. You said they've been keeping the show running, and the show must run on. It is Game 5, like you called earlier, for all the marbles here. Farmingdale Rams, they just slaughtered Game 4, but we've seen St. Thomas bounce back before, and St. Thomas, one last chance to bounce back.
Yeah, they have one more opportunity to try and find a way back in. And I'm going to say, only pick they've had so far with a 0% win rate is the Jace. As far as multiple presence, and it's shown up, like, it feels like Farmingdale have an answer to it. They've understood how to break down this pick in the lane, and Diomar has just looked so much more comfortable on these scaling mages, where he can just take these little advantages, outplay Froggy in the lane, and then explode with the rest of the team. And I think that's the direction they're going to have to go. As so far to start things off, Farmingdale keeping it the same. I'm assuming St. Thomas is going to keep that Caitlyn out of Hot's hands.
Yeah, but it is St. Thomas on the red side this game. They've won the critical... Farmingdale won the critical game for and opted for blue side. So the question of what is so high priority for them that they need to take it, and that they think St. Thomas is going to take it, because now St. Thomas have counterpick, and we've seen them use it to variable success. But I would argue, I think that our 5 pick is still more important right now in this series rather than that first pick.
Yeah, especially considering the amount of Vygar and Ziggs we've seen first picked. Those aren't necessarily huge takeaways. I mean, sure, the Vygar's been contested between Froggy and Diomar and Nami, and the Vygar looked really, really good in Nami's hands. And I think it's a real question if it is going to get banned away or if maybe it's just going to be the first pick and it is banned away. So they really respect Nami's playmaking potential on that Vygar. They're trying to keep him on Ziggs duty, which has, again, as you said, variable success. Whereas on the other side, now you're also throwing away a potential ban at Diomar or Dolphin, and we've seen how impactful they can be in this series.
Yeah, and it surprises me when Farmingdale opted for blue side. That was the only pick I could think of that might be highly contested between the two sides. And Farmingdale on the blue side are the ones to opt to ban it. If we're going to do that blue side, then I guess we expect to see the Olaf continue, because that's what they banned last game on red side here, St. Thomas. It's been the Caitlyn, Aurelion Sol, and Rakan Stidley since that game one, and I expect it to continue that way.
Yeah, the way would make a lot of sense. We've seen that Demims just hasn't been able to keep up with Dolphin in that top side, and he's got that Olaf in hand. I think even with the Riven, that's a variable matchup at best, especially with the level 1 that we've seen Dolphin is willing to go for. So that'll be a question of what else is Dolphin being relegated to, what is DMR going to be pulling out, and what kind of composition is Farmingdale going for, because it felt like they'd gotten figured out, but turned it around in game 4.
Okay, first pick here. Is it going to be Zilean or Thresh? Because those are the other two champions we've seen thrown between the two supports. Now, I would argue I wasn't that big a fan of the Zilean last game for Bosun, especially in the early game. It felt like it fell too far behind in terms of levels, didn't get the ultimate till way too late. Instead, the Jinx being locked in by Farmingdale. That was their first pick on red side. I don't know if St. Thomas would have contested for that. I mean, Nami Swan does play a lot of Jinx in solo queue, but Nami Swan's been on pretty much strictly mage duty this entire series.
Yeah, I was going to say that Jinx could have been a very real pickup for Nami Swan. Remember seeing him use to great success in the past, and now taking it away early, of course, Hot feeling very comfortable on it last game, and it feeds into the snowball that Farmingdale had won off of both of their games. So I do like that decision, but it does leave Clueless the option to go for this Zilean, which we saw had massive success in game number 3, saving several members at just a sliver of health. I'm going to wait till this is locked in, but this Karthus is a Cooley special.
Yeah, we talked about it, right? If you want a skilling pick for Cooley to be able to carry on, this is it. And I think the Graves has been a solid pick, despite the loss in game 4. But Karthus, when the chips are down, J Turbo, Collegiate, C-Law, you know how teams get. It's all about that skilling. It's all about that 40-minute banger, and both teams are setting up for it.
That they are. And we were both on the edge of our seats in game number 2, where it went to 42.5 minutes. And now could be shaping up for the same, but for all the marbles. And now actually might see that Lee Sin locked in again for Terrans. I'm not sure about that. I really liked the J4 last game. I felt like it created a lot more space for Hot on the Jinx. But still, we know that Terrans can get some early impact, and it worked very well in game number 1.
Yeah, and when the chips are down, when it's game 5, you go for your biggest comfort champion. I'm with you. I think the J4 was just so incredibly impactful last game. It's stuck in my mind. But when we came into the series tonight, we had talked about the Lee Sin for Terrans as a big bridge towards that game. Speaking of late game, Silas for Froggy as well. We said Asol, Azir, Silas. Those are the 3 champions we kind of named. Asol's banned. Azir's been reworked. Silas, it's comfort all the way for Farmingdale.
Yeah, they are picking up what they're very, very comfortable on. And also, with just 2 ultimates locked in, it's already game as complete wraparound for either Diomar or Nami Swan with this Tristana locked in. I'm not going to relegate it to the bot lane quite yet, just because it can have a favorable matchup into the Silas being able to outrange it, being able to hold that push against this champion. Of course, being able to just counter out the mage killer by locking in a marksman, but it is still a volatile pick, and it does scale well. So still looking at that late game.
Yeah, and if anything, I think DMR has played it more this season than Nami Swan has. So definitely agree with you there. I'm thinking it's more of a mid lane pick for that dominance. That means St. Thomas still hunting for an AD carry as well as a top lane, and they will get counter pick. I expect to see the AD carry pick if it is indeed a mid Tristana. And for Farmingdale, they're looking for top and support. No pinch whatsoever towards Bosun so far. It's still all about Domins in that top lane.
Yeah, and They're making sure that the comfort that's crushed them so far is taken away. That Yasuo, that Riven, the two champs that Farmingdale has won with in the top lane, taken off the table, and Diomar's Victor as well. Renekton taken away from Dolphin. A little surprised by that one. Haven't seen a ton of presence or pressure placed on it, but it does make sense. Certainly fits into their wheelhouse of champs. And we're seeing the Xayah for Nami instead. So being put onto an ADC when it matters most, but a safe one at that. And it is all scaling for St. Thomas.
Yeah, and that does tell us it's a Tristana mid. It doubly interests me the fact that Nami Swan's playing the Xayah when it was hot playing it throughout the beginning of this series, winning out that 1v1 matchup. And Nami Swan, is this a challenge saying that I'm going to try and 1v1 you, I'm going with the Gale Force build and try and take you out? The last time they won that bot side with the Vigard was also because Clueless was on Zillion, and his Zillion was great at facilitating ganks with the double stun, slowing people down as well for the setup. Hot going with the Renata pick for Bozen here, still setting up for that Jinx. This is not about the lane, it's about the team fight. No, they locked
in. It's locked in. Oh, let's go.
Renekton for this?
Come on. We've got the bounce house built to get oh, this is scary. You've got the hostile takeover. You got the unstoppable force. There is so much going right for Farmingdale if they get the right team fight set up. But St. Thomas, this is a squad that likes to be scattered, especially with the Camille locked in.
Yeah, and if it's so my problem with Malphite is he's a one-button Boris, right? Hit the ultimate, you're amazing. Miss it, and what are you bringing to this fight? And I'm looking over at St. Thomas here. There's so much mobility. Tristana can get away, Xayah can get away, Camille can get away. If you go on Karthus, maybe you kill Karthus. But
he's still there.
Exactly. He's there for another 5 seconds. He still has on. He presses that. And there's a Zillion on the other side. Clueless had amazing chrono shifts back in, what was it, game 3? And if he can do that once again, this Malphite is not going to feel very good. On top of that, I guess my biggest problem is that Tamins has been looking pretty good on carries. I don't know why he's suddenly relegating him to a tank. And if a tank, why Malphite? Go something like an Ornn. Go something like a Scion. Something that can get even beefier and it doesn't just have to rely on an ultimate to be a champion.
Yeah, I'm on the same boat as you. I'm a bona fide lover of Ornn. I run him in the jungle sometimes just because I can't play top very well. So I'm like, I still want to play the Forge God. I still want to upgrade my team. I still want to hit him with the Ornn horn and the Ram coming in from 2 screens away. But still, with the Malphite, you've got that one button. Very direct, very straightforward. And we've seen that when Demins falls behind, so does Farmingdale. The 2 games that they lost, it was off the back of Dolphin stepping up in the top side. So at this point, maybe it's just they want to say to Mins, doesn't matter where you are, you're going to be useful, but it's Froggy and Hot who have been making the difference in some of these games. So let's try and enable them moving forward, especially with the damage that's coming through from St. Thomas that you need to get ahead of.
And I'm thinking back to last game, Froggy on to Lissandra. We had said it is on Froggy to step up for Farmingdale. Hot has been doing his job, but he needs some help. And Froggy stepped up huge last game. On the Silas, I feel like it's the similar style where you still got a lot of agency. And you can steal away lots of ultimates. Hex Ultimatum is on the board. You can take Chrono Shift if you want to keep Hot alive. Hell, take the Requiem from Cooley. You're probably going to level up faster. You're getting equal or more gold, and you will be able to scale hopefully faster than the jungle as well. So I think Froggy in a great position to carry this game. Front to back, really solid. It comes down to execution, like we've seen in the last 2 games for Farmingdale.
Yeah, it is coming down to that execution, and they do have just that supreme team fighting potential if they lock it down, right? You get one good hostile takeover, you get one good unstoppable force, fight falls apart because Jinx gets excited and DMR is getting squished down. Clueless has to use that chrono shift on someone else, and even though Cooley can keep pumping out damage, this Jinx is going to be faster than you can track with your Skittles. This Silas is going to start running over, and if anyone escapes, you steal the Requiem, or you steal something else, right? If you need to lock someone down, you have the Hex. Many good ultimates coming together for Farmingdale on both teams. And I think that's the scariest part. But we know that if St. Thomas can play the front to back, they can succeed with it.
Yeah, and we talk about all these big ultimates for Froggy to steal. Froggy can steal 1. St. Thomas have all 5 because they've got the champions who own those ultimates. And if we look at how St. Thomas has really excelled, it's when they have agency and they're playing on champions they're comfortable with in matchups that aren't downright terrible. I think this time they've actually got pretty good matchups. You touched on the Tristana-Silas matchup, the fact that Tristana ranged, able to win that trade. The ultimate Buster Shot, sure, it's a big burst of damage, but it's also not as useful for Silas as a lot of those other ultimates, especially if you're kind of trying to chase somebody down. If you knock them back and they are still alive, that's a get out of jail free card. Topside, Dolphin against the Mims. It's been a clash of carries for most of this series, and now Dolphin's got the Camille. Camille is expected to win that lane out as we get later and later into the game. Even in the laning phase, you can survive a lot of that poke from Malphite, and Malphite has very little mana. He has to be very careful how much poke he puts down. And the bot lane, we talked about it earlier, I'm a huge fan of Clueless on the Zillion. So I think St. Thomas, they've got lanes which enable them for a change. They've got the champions who they're comfortable on. St. Thomas is also being set up for their own brand of success this game.
Yeah, they're each playing to sort of the method of success. Or I think the only difference is Demims not being on an impactful carry, but that's also been their point of volatility. So placing their eggs in the Froggy basket, where on the Vigar, they didn't look that good. But once they were able to get into the thick of things, start impacting the game on that Lissandra, they really came alive. And I think that's the idea of this Silas, is make Froggy active, make him have that agency to step up that you don't feel like you have on the Vigar, on the Malzahar.
And with the Silas, it's not quite the same as Lissandra, though. Silas does need some time to scale, and Lissandra comes online a lot earlier, especially with the utility value, which was which was setting up, for Terrence in that game 4. This time, Terrence doesn't have that, so Terrence has to do a lot of work for Farmingdale, and has to be very careful because level 6 as well. Cooley is probably just going to power farm with this Karthus. As I say that, though, Cooley looking for the invade. I don't know if this is what I want to see from a Karthus early game.
Maybe not the Karthus, but maybe the Camille, as this is dicey back and forth. Froggy first on the response, but it's so much damage on to Terrence. He's ignited, he's going low. There's a Dark Harvest on top of it, and he still is trying to get away, but there's only a Sonic Wave available. It's first blood to the Karthus. You said you didn't want to see it. Well, he's going to snatch away a double kill to kick things off, as it's coolly enabled from the very start.
Okay, I take that back. Farmingdale really don't want to see that Karthus invading right now. Double kill, and Cooley's going to be incredibly accelerated here. I was worried for Karthus invade. He does a lot of damage with the Defile. If you can land those Skittles, they do double damage on single targets, and with the exhaust, you're strong. But I was concerned because that is a Lee Sin, and I was thinking that Malphite and Silas would be able to rotate a little bit quicker, but Dolphin going in made all the difference, and unfortunately for Farmingdale, Terrence got caught alone in the jungle, got punished for it. He gets 3 buffed as well. He can't even go and try and invade Cooley right now. He is behind, and you can see Clueless already setting up to cover that bot side blue buff.
And it's a great read, just moving straight from the Raptors right up. Gonna be a little more health on Terrence, and of course Bozen as well. This is going to be a very delicate position, waiting for Clueless, and actually just allowing Terrence to take damage and tank things down. No! Now stunned up from the double bomb, going low, extra auto down, not quite enough. But this is a disaster for Terrence. And the last time that he had a weak early game, it fell apart, and it was nowhere near as one-sided as this. Is Diomar, he's got the lethal tempo, he's got the ignite, he's got the minion autos, the potion's ticking, but it's not enough. Ignite to take things down. 3 kills up already for St. Thomas.
St. Thomas showing Farmingdale who does it better in the early game. Last game, it was Farmingdale with a kill a minute or just under that. And we've got St. Thomas matching that, 3 kills in 3.5 minutes right now. All the lanes, well, most of the lanes going swimmingly for them. Of course, the one exception still being this bot lane where Hot and Bozen are holding down the fort and making sure that they continue to skill up and that there's an insurance plan for Farmingdale.
Oh man. It looked so good last game, and now St. Thomas, they bounce back just like they did in game number 2, stepping up, or really more in game 3 where it was so dominant. The fact is, it's not even from Dolphin on the top side. It's Cooley, the scaling Karthus, 2 kills early, shutting down Terrence almost on their own, and Diomar 100% KP. It is everything that you could ask for.
I love that Cooley's picked up a Dark Seal as well. He had Golden Pocket, just like, yeah, you know what, we're doing this. We're gonna keep going. Potential gank coming through. No mana for Demims and no flash.
Oh no, and there's nothing else to do. You can't steal any movement. You can't do anything else, and it's Cooley on a killing spree. 430, and we got 4 kills. We're keeping up pace. And it is this Karthus. I sound like a broken record just because I'm not used to seeing this, right? Like, I went to USF. We had a jungler for a little while. He was a huge Karthus player. I love Nuggets. Love that guy. He was so much fun to watch, but he never even had starts like this. Player stepping up in a very similar way, but now Terrence trying to bounce on back, and the teleport response comes through for Dolphin as it's Froggy who gets the first kill, but Bosun taking a lot of damage from the turret, and Clueless does go down. So now Dolphin just trying to walk away, but here comes the reinforcements. It's Coley. He's coming. He's got the wall of pain. He's got another kill. He's looking for more, and Hot and Froggy just got to try and hop their way out. And oh boy, the response comes in for both sides.
It's a 2 for 2, but the kills are not the same. Cooley picking up another kill as well. Another 2 kills, pardon me, as well in that bot side play. Almost level 6. And look across to Terrence. Terrence is level 3. I appreciate what he's doing because you...
Double the gold.
Jeez, you're right. That is... Oh my goodness. I mean, Terrence had no choice, right? He lost the blue buff right away. And that invade to try and take away the enemy blue buff, I think that was ill-advised. It backfired, and he was so far behind. The only way you get back in is by ganking. But Cooley has been there every single time. It feels like a step ahead, or even when he's a step behind, he's just in time.
Oh, and the 2 kills feel nice. It's good that that 1 for Froggy, 1 for Hot. So you're diversifying your assets. You're giving yourselves options on the spread, but it's still 2k gold down this early. It's all on to the Karthus, and he's going to hit the late game so much faster than we initially expected. And now Froggy just trying to answer onto Diomar, and it once again feels like a story where Froggy shut down a little bit in lane, tries to get proactive, but it's a sticky situation moving forward.
Oh, Cooley's level 6. Requiem is available. If you thought it was hard for Farmingdale before, gangs from Terrence are going to be even harder now. We might even see dives start to come through from Diomar onto Froggy because you've got the additional burst of damage and level 6 hit by Diomar. Ignite is also available for an added burst of damage.
Oh, it is. Everything is looking up as we do get the handshake on to Clueless, and now Hot actually just able to run on down, so a free kill handed over to this Jinx. A little excited and a little overzealous with no chrono shift was the St. Thomas bot lane. So I think for Farmingdale, that is your out in the bot lane. As on timer, blue buff, bye-bye. Not going to get any Terrence.
Okay, Terrence going for this bot lane, trying to get that. But Clueless is coming in. Nami Swan.
Oh, what? Walk back, that's it. That is it. So, Hot 3 kills. That is a good way to bounce back. The game not nearly as doomed as it looked a couple minutes ago.
Yeah, and despite the fact that Hot is finding kills and it's not completely doomed, do expect to see, at least for the next, I'd say, 7 to 10 minutes here, that Farmingdale are still going to be on the back foot because the Jinx is not the same. Jinx does take a while to come on and does need that 2-item power spike. Also, you're locked into the lane. Whereas Cooley, who is getting hyper-fed for St. Thomas, is the jungler. He's actively ganking, actively making things happen. So St. Thomas are going to look like they have full control for the next little while. And it's up to Farmingdale to try and minimize that as much as possible. Just sit back in their lanes, farm up, seed those objectives. That's perfectly fine. Trade, ideally. This is not seeding objectives. This is worrying for Farmingdale.
Oh, this is very worrying. They start things up, try to get a little bit of a lead, and it's taken right away with Cooley rolling up. Constant pressure continuing jungler, but I will say the game does slow down a bit now that Hot has a little space to work with. Although,
sure about that?
Dolphin just doing what he does is we do have the rocket rolling on through. We've seen this before, and we see it again shut down for Hot, as that's a nice little fadeaway off the rocket.
Okay, that's one way to try and make sure you're not losing too much. You're stabilizing the game. Hot now 4-0-1, up from Cooley in terms of kills and assists. But Herald is up, J Turbo, and if you're St. Thomas, you know that you're strong topside. Dolphin just manhandled the Mims in that 1v1. So if you go for Herald, Farmingdale, your strength is bot side. You cannot match.
No, that is That is one point that I think St. Thomas needs to recognize and recognize quickly, is that this Herald is a way for them to accelerate their strong points of the map. Basically, getting Dolphin that first tower to try and split push, or enabling Diomar with the tower pressure that's already been put together. And we're seeing Cooley just waltzing over to the Herald. There's not much to be done bot side. Terrence, of course, cannot contest anytime soon. And I like this read, both teams playing towards their sides of the map.
Yeah, Terrence, though, coming up here, level 6, 2 levels down. He's going to drop into a ward, and Dolphin...
Oh, Cooley, he just ignores the fight. You got to get the eye. Got to get the eye at some point. Diamar's coming in, so he'll for sure pick it up. But Cooley might just get shut down in this moment. Terrence trying to get a kill, and now Diamar reset City. Requiem not even needed, or maybe just barely at the end. Does pick up the kill, somehow stays alive. Wall of Pain for security.
Diamar?
And Diamar walks around, grabs the eye right before it expires, as everything goes right for St. Thomas.
Cooley didn't even drop JHR when they get everything. They get everything there. Now broadside, Hot stepping up.
Oh, not a ton of mana, but that exhaust is
that
lethal
flash!
as the heal is dropped. And oh no. There might be that extra bit, but still staying alive is Hot. Needs another takedown to stay alive. Just barely, not quite shut down in for Clueless. But there's still the chrono shift here. Has to time it right against Bosun. And there it is.
Perfect.
Stays alive, walks it out. But here comes the help from Terrence. Does land the Sonic Wave. Does get the extra damage, but the stun should be enough for another walk away. Doesn't matter. You're going to stay alive for a couple seconds, do a little damage, and give the kill over to Cooley. Thank you for the handoff, Bosun.
No, Terrence! And you had just died before it had been Clueless picking up the gold, but instead you gave yet another kill to Cooley. Fully stacked Dark Seal. Leandri's picked up as well. Cooley's a monster. I don't think you can team fight if you're at Farmingdale into St. Thomas at all.
Oh.
Yep.
Oh. He's a monster. Like, this is like the Lich BBEG in your Dungeons and Dragons games, right? Like, he is just huge at the end of the campaign, and you can't do anything. You have to try and raid boss him if you're Farmingdale. I mean, look at that. Double the gold again.
Yep.
Now 12 minutes down.
Oh, look at Hot. Hot is also almost double Nami's gold.
That is true.
So,
that is true.
It feels like we're huff and hoping a little bit when we say that Farmingdale still have a hope, but they truly do. And again, we already knew it was going to look bad for the next, 7 to 10 minutes earlier when we said it, that it was going to look like Farmingdale was on the back foot. They can't make anything happen. It has to do with Hot just being stuck in that lane. Now, Hot has actually been unleashed onto the rest of the map with the Gale Force. I think it's a little bit early for Jinx to fully come online, but at least now, hopefully Farmingdale will look a little bit more competitive on some of these objectives.
Yeah, and I think it'll help quite a bit. Once again, blue buff on timer, straight over to Cooley. Terrence has not seen those blue runes around them this entire game. Very rough place to be. I mean, like, yeah, you're Lee Sin, so it doesn't hurt as much, but it's just like, man, that is rough, buddy. That is rough. And continued pressure from Diomar in this matchup against Froggy. It's 1-0-4, 40 CS up, plates and an extra tower to boot. Now looking to add to that total. I mean, this Tristana is just starting to really step up.
Yeah, and look at the item disparity as well. DMR has Kraken Slayer already, so if you thought Froggy was getting bullied before, Froggy cannot fight this. Even in extended trade, he would not be able to survive, especially when DMR is carrying Combat Summoner with the Ignite compared to Froggy's TP. And with Dragon spawning any second now, guess who's in the area?
It's Cooley. He's here. Of course he's here. He's taking every and it spawns, and you've got Diomar soaking pressure against Froggy. I mean, Bosun can't even try and take this 2v1. You're just gonna lose, I'm sorry. And Cooley just gonna sit pretty, snatch away the Drake. No timing for Terrence, and that'll be 2 early ones picked up. The stacking going the way of St. Thomas as we're getting a Chemtech soul.
Okay, interesting Requiem there. I was just trying to see who was low and who they might have been targeting. I think it might have been on Froggy, but Froggy was already safe. Probably just to push Froggy back and delay the back, if anything. And that's going to let DMR... Yeah, makes sense. That will let DMR get the second turret of the game. Bot side didn't even need the Herald, so that was just kind of brute forced more by DMR than anybody else, because Nami Swan was shoved back into his turret for most of this game.
Yeah, and now Dolphin gonna try and escape, but that force a little too unstoppable. Did get stunned up at the back end, but the dragon kick will be plenty. Terrence taking a chunk. Never mind. This is getting a little scarier than I initially thought. The Divine Sunderer healing, working out so far. Handshake going wide, and now, here comes the ambulance. Clueless rolling up. No chrono shift needed. Just some swift maneuvering at a Dolphin. Complete outplay on the top side, where it was Farmingdale trying to make a play, and now it is St. Thomas stepping up, knows there's no risk with the chrono shift, tries to execute down, somehow still gets resurrected, and should be able to barely escape. Although there's the trade back with the shutdowns onto Bosun, I believe. Oh no, Cooley's still alive. I'm just kidding. I thought that he went down for a second. But no, it's a couple kills still traded over. So 2 for 2, not too bad. But guess who's still pushing? It's Diomar.
And
he's got Demolish on Tristana. Yeah. Look at this guy.
He knows his job.
It's gone. It's just gone.
Yeah. It's a one-man demolition squad. Tristana.
A Vandal Gunner. Like, just rolling up.
At the end of the day, it's not kills that is going to win you the game. It's gold and it's turrets. Eventually, you have to break into your enemy's base, and DMR is doing just that. He's focused on the right thing, on winning out this game. Now, Cooley not dying was massive. Another 2 stacks on a Medjai's now, which has been upgraded. It is now gold efficient as well. And Cooley, if there was Requiem, that could have gone a lot worse for Farmingdale. Hopefully Cooley holds that Requiem next time and doesn't just burn it for no reason. But even when he didn't matter. Herald about to spawn. Second Herald here, and St. Thomas are in full control to stop them.
Their timings have just been fantastic. Cooley has been crushing on this signature pick. And we said it in draft. Comfort comes in clutch. Comfort is king. And St. Thomas, they are showing it. Whereas on the side of Farmingdale, they picked some comfort champs of their own, but Demim's very uncomfortable on this Malphite, just getting shredded down bit by bit. Terrence getting completely crushed in the early game, and Froggy just being outlaned.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Rock is hard. Armor is great, but if DMR can take a turret, he can take a Malphite. No question about it right there. And for Demims, you're not AP Malphite either, so you actually have no chance. If you're AP Malphite, at least maybe you can go for the 100-0 burst, but if you're a tank Malphite, you just stand there and take those rocket shots. It's not a Demolish proc, but a Kraken Slayer might as well do that. So.
Yeah, it's the ADC Demolish proc, where you just have to sit around there for enough time, and eventually the health is just gone. And now Cooley dropping second Herald for the Demolition Squad, really taking the solo laner mantra to heart, ignoring your opponent. This is some Scion behavior out of Diomar onto Demims. Ignore them, take the tower, and then eventually try to win the fight. And there is the unstoppable force. There is going to be a kill, but we get a second Herald charge anyway. It doesn't even matter. He's fully committed to the split push. I have not seen it until today, but we have the inting Tristana pushing it down.
Is it inting when you're 1-1-4 and you had a bounty on you?
It's the mentality. Inting Scion is not a scoreline. It is a mentality. It is just saying, I don't care about you. I don't care if you kill me. This tower is dying. And that is Diomar's current status. He is just like, oh, the outer ring is gone. The inner ring just about gone. It's 17 minutes or 18 minutes.
I mean, somebody needs to check DMR right now. Is he still playing League of Legends, or did he just load up Demolition Simulator 2023? I don't think he was even aware that Demims was there for the first little while. Just kind of took all that auto for no reasons. And it doesn't even set them behind. The turret's worth more than his death, even with the bounty, the pushing as well. The second charge now, and hip turrets do regenerate, but very, very slowly. And the moment Dolphin, the moment DMR gets back up there, they keep on going. Chrono Shift available for Clueless, might have to use it.
He might indeed will drop it. Does have exhaust, does have flash. Don't think that there's going to be space to do that, as it will just be a pick taken away. Some fancy footwork at the start, but that is a very big ultimate taken off the table, and of course an extra member down. So for Farmingdale, despite them being about 8k gold behind, they still want to try and take this spot without the extra security of the Chrono Shift. But Cooley is around, Diomar is here. So is Nami Swan, but it seems they're content giving one away and would rather just keep playing the map.
Yeah, and with St. Thomas, we've seen this a couple of times where once they start getting lead, they get a little bit sloppy. We saw DMR get picked topside for no real reason. Nami Swan and Clueless both had to burn their ultimates, so I think that's a good call from St. Thomas not to go in on that dragon. I think they could still have won the fight, but Cooley probably would have died. Sitting on a 14 stack Magi and a 700 gold, bounty there. That would have been the worst possible move. Giving over one Drake means nothing at the end of the day. 20 minutes coming up here. Baron might be on the table, and with the Karthus, a 20-minute Baron is highly possible.
I mean, 2-item Tristana with IE as well. That's all the shredding you could ask for. Throw a Camille on top, and you are just chunking through as the entire inner ring is gone, thanks to DMR! Taking tower after tower. Just running them down. Now Dolphin trying to take away some team fighting. Unstoppable until you hit that immovable object of the Hextech Ultimatum. And Cooley is legendary. One little clip. And a bunch of damage dealt from the rocket. And actually the Requiem on top pops out the Chrono Chip. So something to watch. Oh man, and the fact is Nami Swan doesn't even go down. Very, very low though. And this might prevent any Baron possibilities. As now St. Thomas a little split. Terran's still the Dolphin, but I would not recommend following that cue, as it will just be a walk away. And we saw 20-minute Baron backfire last time that Farmingdale went for it, and that's when they were about even. And now the desperation play is here. The control ward is dropped. Timer is here, and the Requiem just enough to chunk everyone out. Bosun sent straight to half health, and now DMR wants the chase. Hot just has to run away, and there's nothing else you gotta do if you're St. Thomas. No need to draw blood if everyone's backing off.
No, and for Farmingdale, right there, that was a really dangerous situation. That was not the worst case situation that just happened to them. If they stuck on Baron, if they got shredded, if they got low, Requiem could have killed them. Now, they are still healthy enough to come back and contest this. St. Thomas have to respect that. The Mims out is almost back up. And St. Thomas, you're just buying time for Dolphin to split push. No need to hard commit to anything.
Yeah, that's the idea. Just force Farmingdale into an impossible situation. Dolphin can't be 1v1'd by Froggy, and now Domin's trying to step forward. DMR's got that Kraken. He's that tank killer. Although I don't like it that Cooley is backing here and out of the fight as DMR looks like he will go down. Somehow saved at just 1 HP. Domin's trying to hunt for that. Now Hot starting to reset, getting excited. Cooley gonna have to come up huge in this moment as DMR shut down, taken out of the fight. Back in the base though, there's still Dolphin trying to win out against Froggy. Can't push any further on. No Requiem available. Now Demims and Froggy. Maybe looking at Dolphin as an option, but Demims should have just gone for the reset. Still scary, 1Q2, and that could be death as there's the Hextech Ultimatum. There's the counter Hextech Ultimatum as everyone's stuck under tower.
Dolphin?
And it's Dolphin almost on the wrong side of it. Bunch of HP snatched away. There's the healing, but it's not enough. Too much damage on the back end as Cooley trying to manage 3 members at once. It has been a chaotic series of events.
Go in,
right
Cooley,
now,
go in.
Terrence trying to get it, trying to stay alive. Bosun somehow going golden, and there is the bounty snatched away. Baron picked up for Farmingdale as they will not say die anytime soon. And they snatch away a couple victories from some sloppy moments we weren't expecting, but Cooley's still on top of it. Gets his 10th kill of the game.
22 stack Magi's, but Farmingdale will not go quietly into the night. They know this is their last shot, and they are slowly staying in the game. Yes, they lost an inhibitor, but the inhibitor is most important because it stops you from going for those objectives. They got Baron. They're good. Dragon's coming up, but it's not Soul Point, it's not Elder, and Hot is slowly scaling. In fact, has almost caught up with Cooley in terms of gold.
Oh, and that's a scary sound. To think of this Jinx reaching the levels that we've seen this Karthus at, and we know that Hot can pop off on the Jinx. Of course, there's a Ribbon and a bunch of other help last game. This time, it is really all on the shoulders of Hot and just trying to be enabled from the rest of the team. There's so many threats from St. Thomas, but still there is a light at the end of the tunnel, however dim it may be.
And right now, if you're Farmingdale, you're praying that that light at the end of the tunnel, that's hope, and that's not a train barreling right down at you. Because St. Thomas, they've been a little bit sloppy. They've not grouped up and just brute forced any of the lanes. They've split up, and that's what's allowed Farmingdale to find a lot of these picks. Heck, even Dolphin on that split push got punished a little bit for being greedy, thinking he could handle both the Mins and Froggy at the same time. And Demims is starting to get real tanky here, even with just that Force of Nature. It's not an armor item, but I guess the Frostfire Gauntlet was enough to be able to deal and survive against Dolphin and DMR.
Ooh, I don't like this. DMR, you're stepping up a little
Yeah.
far forward when you don't have vision on everyone else. And Clueless, a little too slow. Does buy time, though, but I don't think you should be snatching it away with your life. Barely should be able to fade away this. Drake putting themselves up to Soul Point, an extra dragon in their ticker. But still 15-15, about 4K gold separating them, but realistically, all the gold's where you want it if you are Farmingdale. It's right there on the Jinx, running forward onto Namuswan, almost getting the kill, and now Cooley having the space against this bot lane duo, getting hand shook right into the traps. It's not quite enough, but the hostile takeover is plenty, as Bosun will likely go down to the Requiem, just barely does, and Hot still low, but still able to fire away onto this turret. That's going to be first inner going down.
Maybe. They ran out of minions, but they had Baron buff. Dolphin trying to kill the Mims here. Topside turret, remember, it's really, really low from the earlier DMR push. So Dolphin could take that, and if they can find that inhibitor turret, it's already worth it. Because Farmingdale couldn't find the inner turret.
Forces Hot back. And that's going to, I think, be the trouble moving forward, is Hot cannot put out every fire.
True. I mean, honestly, Hot at this point needs to be the fire that's
True.
showing St. Thomas to deal with him. And he's been doing a great job of it so far. Even in that mid-fight against Cooley, you're seeing the disadvantage of the Karthus. You've got to land those skill shots, whereas Hot's playing dodgeball. If you dodge and you auto, you win. You can't dodge Jinx autos. So, win for Hot here. And unfortunately for Cooley, where's the backup? Again, St. Thomas caught a little bit split, the fact that Namuswan was on their own. And then Clueless, rotating from that bot side. Cooley, a bit late because he was taking Dragon. You can't keep giving that over to Farmingdale. They too scale.
Oh, man. It's these moments on both sides. And it's coming down to execution. And I'm going to say, the longer this goes, the more just utility buttons Farmingdale has, and the tighter St. Thomas has to try and play out these fights. And I think that's the scary part, is we've seen these fights get sloppier and sloppier as this game goes on. And after those turrets went down, after those inners were gone by the work of DMR, St. Thomas just feel lost as far as their direction.
Yeah. They have the rough general idea of what they want to do.
No, clueless.
Sorry, are we talking about the player, or are we talking about how St. Thomas is playing right now?
Oh, no! Yeah, I just, in that second, you have a couple deep wards, you don't expect them to be there, but I can't keep face checking clueless.
Yeah, and with St. Thomas, the rough idea is there. They know what they need to do. They're just not doing it quite right. The split push is fine. It was fine before. Now the Mims is getting tanky enough that DMR can't split push. It has to be Dolphins going for the split push there. Then everybody else needs to group up. Instead, they don't have a real tank, so they have to be really, really careful with this Froggy finding Namuswan.
Oh, wrong place on the feathers. No extra root coming down. And another pick, as you said. A little sloppy, a little clueless, and Cooley can't be everywhere. Now the shoe's on the other foot, and the momentum is firmly swinging in the opposite direction as Clueless shut down. Cooley goes down. Minions, there's 5 members. This is getting scary. Requiem to soften them up, and it's a little bit onto Hot, but got a Jinx. She's about to get excited too. Instead, they're sending Dolphin to try and base race this, but you're facing down a lot of fire in just a few seconds. Silver lining is Namuswan is spawning in 10 seconds, but it seems the decision has been made. Go button pressed, and the teleport is committed. They're not going for the base race. It looks like it's just the attempt to try and finish the job as one member goes down. It's Terrence, but now Namuswan's here. But the main ADC has already been taken out as Froggy flies away off the Featherstorm, barely staying alive. Bosun maybe next on the chopping block as Mims just trying to buy space for the rest of the team. It will just be the walk away from the carry. Sacrificial rock here for the side of Farmingdale, but oh, that was tight.
And we're seeing right now, JJ, why Farmingdale was considered the better late game team in the regular season. When the chips are down, when they're having to make these edge of your pants calls here, they're doing it right. They push in, they race Dolphin and say, we know you can't take this, and they crack the turret. Unfortunately, that recall is a little bit late, and St. Thomas, they're going to take Baron before anything can happen. I'm going to be honest, I don't think Baron matters that much right now. Not with how these fights have been happening, and not if St. Thomas don't group up and stop themselves from getting picked off time after time.
Yeah, what matters here is going to be this next Drake, but their supers pushing up mid. There's staggered recall timers, not much vision present either for the side of St. Thomas, as they're going to be walking in blind. Hot has vision they want, the defensive options they need, the extra range, and just shredding down the Drake. I think that St. Thomas realized there is no way to try and get this Drake back up, reset, and reassess what's your direction in this game.
Yeah, Balzan actually actively now hunting for more picks, showing that no fear on this Renata. And the Renata is kind of squishy, but that's how comfortable Farmingdale are starting to feel with how this game has gone. And why not? Not only have they found these picks, J-Turbo, but also their front to back is looking really clean. The Mims is getting tanky enough to not get punished. And for St. Thomas, for them to win a team fight, Dolphin has to get creative with these flanks. If you can't find Hot for Dolphin, you're not going to win these 5v5s.
Yeah, and I'm gonna say the point that's really glaring out right now is Nami Swan just has not been able to have an impact this game. That Gale Force not providing much utility as a Kraken might is so much damage. Looks like the cannon minion will be enough to secure that tower. So another checkbox over towards St. Thomas, getting that mid inhibitor tower down. And I think the one silver lining for them is that side lanes have not been pushed out. Have their tier 3 towers standing, those outers sticking around. That is slowing down this pace of play so long as they can keep mid under control.
Yeah, all that early game advantage they built up when Cooley was going legendary is what's kind of holding them into this game. Now, problem is, those turrets, they look pretty. They show you how strong St. Thomas's early game was, and the fact that Farmingdale haven't really necessarily been able to push or take full control of the game. But it's also standing gold at this point. If Farmingdale is a better, stronger team fighting team on open ground, they can just walk up to your lane and take those outers, take those inners. And for St. Thomas, you can't fight them there. Maybe you get a flank off because they're inside your territory, but even then, it feels like a 50-50.
It really does. And when we look at how close the gold is, and of course as gold becomes less and less relevant as the game goes on, that for one, Cooley not in the best spot with those Magi stacks being taken away, and of course Nami Swan very far behind, where it's pretty much 3 items. It is 3 items across the board for everyone on the side of Farmingdale, and I think that's more impactful than having this 4-item Tristana, who is even still struggling to cut through to mint.
Yeah, that's with the Lord Dominic's Regard completed as well, so you have technically the anti-tank item. It's just not enough against the Randuin's Omen, as well as the Frostfire Gauntlet St. Thomas. I like what they're doing right now, pressuring in multiple lanes. Baron buff is about to wear out, but they have multiple members who can absolutely rip through turrets. And keep your eyes on DMR. If DMR can get to this turret, they can take it down and keep going from there. Dolphin is just a distraction. You're seeing the mobility here.
Just trying to drag players away. This top-down view really lets us see the approach. This 4-1 for St. Thomas, and this top tower just giving up, recognizing that DMR needs 1 bomb, and that should be enough. Oh, no minions for the extra damage. Is all Nami Swan a little far forward. Featherstorm dropped, does survive. And that top tower is still very, very low, and now Dolphin caught up a little too far, might have found his way a little too deep into the creek, lost his way to the ocean, and is trying to escape. Demin's no unstoppable force, but there's the extra slow. Froggy has the Hextech ultimatum, just needs to get a little bit closer. Extra hook shot on top, and just barely escaping as DMR will try and snatch away what he can. Maybe drop an extra bomb onto this turret, make sure that goes down. And that's the entire inhibitor ring taken away. St. Thomas still making use of those early advantages, and now this is looking like it could be a team fight over this inhibitor. Scary thinking about the potential walk back if it's deciding for Farmingdale, but back off instead, as bottom inhib will be spawning soon, but more importantly, Soul up in a minute, Baron up in a minute 30.
And this is exactly what St. Thomas needed to do about 10 minutes ago. Use Dolphin as split push pressure, and Dolphin's been doing a great job with that. Even has the stopwatch in pocket in case anything goes wrong. I assume that would be converted to a GA soon enough, and because of that, they take all the inhibitor turrets. Inhibitors are still standing, but if St. Thomas can continue pressuring the way they did there, then all the pressure is on Farmingdale to find some sort of engage. They've got the tools, but we've not seen the Mims actually pull the trigger just yet. A lot of the ultimates have been defensive rather than looking for that engage for the big team fight.
Yeah, that is going to be the scary part moving forward. Is there going to be just those tight margins? Are those ultimates going to land? Is the spacing going to be present? Because we've seen that St. Thomas's composition can operate a little scattered into a re-engage, but Hot gets one excited reset. It feels like the fight can just fall apart instantly. It's 4 members up above the river in the mid lane, potentially just looking to threaten the potential of the game being over. As we're already seeing the reset from Dolphin, and yes, that's from Farmingdale. They're sending everyone mid.
Yeah.
I think all they get is an inhib though, and that's Soul being traded for an inhib, and I don't know if I like that trade unless it turns into something more here, as everyone is around, everyone is here. It's just like Smash Ultimate. We're just gonna have to see if it's going to be a banger from both sides, if there's going to be that final fight. Looks just a walk away from Farmingdale, as that Soul empowering the side of St. Thomas. Once done down into the Mims. Try and clear out the wave, ruin this potential, and now there's an ultimate on the 2, but it's Cooley and Nami Swan work around it as Nami Swan goes down. Not doing too much in these fights though, as Diomar doing what he can onto Froggy, and now the counter Requiem on the other side is bringing everyone low, but it's just Diomar and Clueless. They're trying to stay alive, but Hot, too big, too quick, gets rezzed. Doesn't matter. It felt like it was St. Thomas's game to lose, but Farmingdale the ones to claw it back as Clueless trying to take away the minions, but that doesn't matter when you've got the big rock in town and you've got the ace on top of it. It's Hot, it's Demins, it's Terrence, it's Froggy, and it's Bosun, who will be reigning champions here in the ECC. It looked good at moments for St. Thomas, but the Rams reign supreme.
Your back-to-back champions, ECC, Farmingdale Rams. This time, they were contested to the full 5 games. This time, they were forced to show all their cards, but this time, J Turbo, they won, and Hot was massive. This jinx, that first pick, B1, we questioned it, but it paid off.
Oh, we did. And it was the difference maker. Farmingdale coming back from a seemingly impossible deficit. St. Thomas unable to close it out. And at the end of the day, after 4.5 hours, we have a champion RMC.
We do, and a well-deserved one. I think Farmingdale Rams, they earned this one in blood and sweat with how they had to play it. And for St. Thomas, huge props to them as well. They played incredibly. It still somewhat shocks me that they lost that game, considering how far up they were, considering Cooley, I think, was 11-0 at one point on a Karthus, which scales so incredibly well, and they just could not close up. But the fact that they even got this far, J Turbo, this is why these were the 2 teams everybody expected to be in the finals.
Exactly. It's what we expected. I think St. Thomas might look by the committee, see if the ECC is strong enough to send 2 members to the general championship. But right now, Farmingdale, they've got their ticket. They will be in that big bracket, but it's late for them. It is late for us. Thank you, everyone who tuned in. Thank you, RMC, for bringing this banger of a series alongside me and with you. And of course, behind the scenes, Professor Layton and Wide Ebrom giving us a beautiful rendition of Silver Scrapes and stepping up, finding all of the action, keeping all the moments going, and y'all at home for sticking with us throughout it. Have a wonderful night and a fantastic weekend.
We're at the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. Let's make some noise.
Oh, and it's gonna
jumped into it.
Corner judges go for 1, 2, dip. He needs more.
They're doing even more here. You gotta touch the point. Mr. College walks it in.
Toy Boy, just gonna drop.
Knife him.
Right out in front.
Yeah, 3, 2, 1, running.
always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big.
That's so cute. UCF, and it's really cute. I'm gonna move down here. How do we feel? The odds for UCF? What are we thinking?
They got it.
No, we got this. We got it. We got it.
Go Knights, charge on.
100%. My friend Nick is behind you. He's gonna record it. Don't look at him. You'll ruin the shot. Don't look at him. Don't look at him.
Come on. Let's go! Let's go!
My smile's probably really creepy. I was just being weird.
Oh, I love being in the shadows, though. Big shout out to the shadows.
We could interview Dilly just because I think he's handsome. You weren't supposed to hear it.
Here's the thing about the event. I'm the greatest that's ever lived.
Literally true. I know him.
I think everyone knows that. I think everyone's aware of that.
Hey, do you have a VIP access badge on?
I actually have an all access.
Oh, an all access. I thought it said VIP access.
And that's only available for the best.
That's true. He's right. That's a main stage TO right there.
If this goes live, I'm suing everybody.
It's all right. A video of me. The first clip is me saying, "Don't put that in," and then it was the first. Cut the cameras. Cut the cameras. Oh, you're recording already? Great. So this is this is Bay State versus UCF. I believe something that we saw yesterday on day one of the tournament, but instead we're gonna have that run back here. I think they're fighting for a spot in Grand Finals. Anarchy, one of the best Greninja players in the United States, currently struggling against a Terry. Terry notorious for that DLC privilege, being a very strong character with some very strong abilities. Greninja, not so much, considered one of the weaker characters in the game. A Falco player, one of the best in the United States, and he just got spiked by a Terry. Same Terry that took out Anarchy literally minutes ago. UCF still up by 2 stocks. This guy is looking to rip this team apart single-handedly. That is, I mean, nuts, to say the very least. Absolutely absurd. That was a disgusting spike. I cannot believe that happened. Will you hold the microphone so I can sign this? Sorry.
For context, he's got a fan. He's actually signing something. He's so excited.
What was it like to not hear my voice for 2 minutes? For 30 seconds, maybe. What was it like? Probably bliss. I was signing a mouse pad, which is really cool. I've never done that before. Nobody's ever asked me for a signature, so I'm going to start blushing, but I'm really excited about that. And then he wants a picture. Can you take a picture of us? I said, "Is it bad?" She went, "No." I'm going to go ahead and take that as a yes.
Turns out I can't tie a tie sitting down.
What do you think is the appropriate face-to-screen ratio for a Valorant player?
Face to screen, like how close I sit?
Yeah, like how close should a player sit?
Personally, I play really, really close. I think it depends on your eyesight, but for me, I like playing close because it helps me focus on my crosshair.
Is the value of sitting close, the crosshair being the only thing in your line of sight?
Yeah, that's pretty much the main benefit of it.
It's so funny how close some of these guys sit. Oh my goodness. What do you think is the healthy face-to-screen distance for a Valorant player?
I think it's all kind of personal preference. I guess I would consider myself like pretty close when I play because I like to zone in on my crosshair.
It is the second person to say that. It's all about the crosshair. And then what's up with the horizontal keyboard?
I don't know, like it just kind of fits like the form when I'm close to monitor. Like I don't know, it might sound cringy, but I like to like be one with my gun, you know?
No, bro, I feel it. I feel it absolutely. What is going on, everybody? I am here with some UCF fans. How are we feeling about UCF? Let's go! Let's go! We've got a bunch of UCF fans in the crowd right now. UCF